What if JON Snow and Robb Stark were both reborn knowing every death that would come for their family? Chapter 1. The Boys Who Came Back 290 AC. Spring Equinox. The godswood of Winterfell before first light. Jon Snow woke screaming with a knife still in his belly. For one moment he was Lord Commander again, sleet in his beard, the courtyard at Castle Black sour with hospice and tallow, the moonlight cold as charity on the faces of his sworn brothers as they slid steel into him one neat hole at a time. For the watch. He had wanted to laugh at the end. He had wanted to weep. He had done neither because dying men, in his experience, are too astonished to know what is owed. Then his hand went to his belly and found no wound, only the linen of a child's nightshirt and the small, soft drum of a child's heartbeat. The hand itself was wrong. It was small. It was unscarred. It did not know any of the things he had done with it. It had never killed anyone. He sat up in the dark and listened. Winterfell breathed around him. He knew the breath of this place better than he knew his own. The flue in the wall hissed where the hot springs ran beneath the stone. Somewhere down the corridor, a hound thumped its tail in a dream. The wind off the wolfswood smelled of meltwater and pine sap, which meant it was spring, and the spring of a long winter at that, which meant it could not be any month but the month of his 7th name day, and that meant he was a dead man wearing a boy. Jon Snow was not a stranger to terror, but the terror he felt in that moment was a new species of the old animal. He understood, instantly, and with the cold blade clarity he had learned at the wall, that he was not dreaming. Dreams forgot themselves. Dreams could not give you the angle of every torch bracket on the inner curtain wall, the count of old Nan's teeth, the precise way frost had cracked the lichen on the heart tree's left root. Dreams could not put back into your nose the smell of your father, soap, oil, leather, snow. He swung his legs out of the small bed. His feet found the cold flagstones. He did not light a candle. He did not need to. He had walked this room 10,000 times in waking and another 10,000 times in remembering, and his bones knew the geography even if his body had outgrown them and outlived them and been finished with them. He put on a boy's boots. He put on a boy's cloak. He went down the back stair past the kennels because he knew that the night porter would be drowsing by the south postern and that the small door behind the granary would be unbolted. The steward's son, 14 at present and forever a creature of fumbles, had been bribed weekly for a year to keep it so, for the benefit of a kitchen girl whose name Jon had once known and would not now permit himself to remember. None of these were facts a boy of 7 could have. He had them. He used them. He came out under stars so close you could pick them. The first true day of spring. The cold still bit, but the air was no longer cruel. He walked across the great court like a thief and was no more noticed than a thief, because Winterfell at this hour was a sleeping wolf and not a watching one, and the only thing that ever caught him in this place had been his own conscience, which he had brought with him into the new world along with everything else. He went to the godswood because there was nowhere else to go. The heart tree was waiting. He had known it would be. He had not put words to it, but he had known with the certainty of a man who has been buried and exhumed by something older than gods, that the godswood had been the one that woke him, and that the godswood would want a look at him before it let him go. The weirwood face dripped its red sap onto its red roots. Its open mouth made a small sound like a smile that has remembered something. Its carven eyes did not exactly see him. They saw through him, into the thing he had been, and beyond that into the thing he had been before he had been that, and that was a great deal of looking. The boy under it was the least of what the tree was watching. Jon dropped to his knees in the moss because he could not stand any longer. He was crying. He had not noticed he had begun. He cried the way a man cries who has not been allowed to cry in some time, quietly, with his teeth set, with his shoulders moving and the rest of him very still, because he had once been Lord Commander, and a Lord Commander does not break in front of his men. And the gods, the bloody gods, were his men now whether they wanted him or not. He cried for his father, who in this hour upstairs was sleeping next to his lady wife with both hands folded on his chest like a man already laid out for burial. He cried for Robb, whose smile across a courtyard would be the most ordinary miracle of his second life, and whose throat, God's his throat, Jon had felt the cut of as if it had been his own, in the moment of his own dying, because the bond between them had been more than blood and had survived even the long road to the wall. He cried for Bran. He cried for Rickon. He cried for Sansa as he had not been able to cry for her when he was alive because he had been ashamed of her, and only later understood that the shame had been his and not hers, and only later than that understood what had been done to her in his absence. He cried for Arya, who had been the only place where his heart had been at ease, and who had walked off the edge of the world and not come back. He cried for Catelyn, who had hated him, and whom he forgave now with the easy generosity of a man who has been dead long enough to be done with grudges. He cried, last of all, for Jon Snow, who had been a fool. He had been a brave fool, a loyal fool, a moderately competent fool. He had been the kind of fool that gets songs sung about it eventually. He did not want a song. He wanted his family alive. A footstep in the bracken. Jon's hand went to his hip and found nothing there. He turned anyway, on his knees, the way a man turns toward death when he is too tired to stand up to meet it. Robb Stark stood in the godswood at the edge of the heart tree's red shadow. He was 8 years old. He was a small, fat-cheeked, auburn-haired boy in a blue cloak too big for his shoulders. He was also, beyond any doubt or hope of doubt, the young wolf, the king in the north, the man who had ridden out of Winterfell at the head of an army and come home in a bag, and he was looking at Jon the way a drowning man looks at the only spar on the sea. For a long time neither of them moved. Then Robb said, in a child's voice that did not match the eyes behind it, "Snow." It was the voice of a boy. It was the address of a man. It was the way Robb had spoken to him in the days when they had been brothers and not yet rivals or comrades or ghosts. Jon found that his own voice still worked. "Stark." Robb walked the last paces with the careful tread of a man who is not sure the ground will bear his weight. He stopped a sword length from Jon. He looked for a moment like he was going to say something brave, and then he did not say anything at all. He sat down in the moss next to his brother, and put his small hands flat on his knees, and stared at the weirwood the way Jon had stared at it. The way men stare at a judge they are not sure has come to acquit them. "You died," Robb said. How? Daggers, men of the watch, the wall, after. Jon's tongue felt thick. The words were the wrong size for the mouth. After the wildlings, after the whites, after everything. He did not say after your wedding because there was no need to say it. They both knew the after. Robb absorbed that. He was a man absorbing it. The boy's face only showed it as a tightening around the mouth. "Frey," Robb said. He said it the way you say the name of a sickness that has killed your wife. "Walder Frey and the Boltons and the Lannisters and my own mother, who didn't see it because she had eyes only for—" He stopped. He breathed. He started again. "They cut Grey Wind's head off. They sewed it to my shoulders. I felt it." He looked at Jon. He looked at Jon as he had not looked at him since they were small boys gravely splitting a stolen apple in the kitchens. "I felt it, Jon. I know. You weren't there. I know. They sent you to that wall, and I sent you to that wall, and Father sent you to that wall, and you weren't with me, and I died for the one of you," said Robb, and then, quite calmly, Robb began to cry as well. The Lord Commander and the King in the north wept in the moss in the godswood of Winterfell on the spring equinox of 290 AC, in the bodies of boys who could not yet ride a horse without help. They wept until they were empty. Then they sat in the shape of weeping. Then they sat in the shape of two boys breathing. The wind moved in the canopy. The weirwood's red leaves whispered. Somewhere out beyond the inner wall, a single rooster, slightly insane, decided that this was the hour for a rooster and committed itself to the conviction with such certainty that, dimly, a kitchen wench cursed it. "You first," said Robb when he could speak. "What? Tell me." Robb wiped his nose on his sleeve with the unself-conscious grace of an 8-year-old. "Tell me everything. From the day I left. From Riverrun, from the crag, from the bedding. I will tell you mine, and you will tell me yours, and then we will not have to speak of it again, because if we have to keep speaking of it we will go mad, brother, and we cannot afford to be mad." It was, Jon thought, the most Robb thing Robb had ever said. He had grown into a king, this boy. He had grown into a king before he died, and he had not stopped being one when he came back. There was a steadiness in him that Jon recognized as the cousin of his own, and an edge in him that Jon recognized as something newer, something the Red Wedding had wedded on bone. So Jon told him. He told him the small fights with Catelyn after Robb left, the day father rode away after Robert, the morning Bran fell, at which point Robb's hand snapped out and seized Jon's wrist and said, "We will not let it happen, do you hear me?" And Jon said, "No, we will not," and they continued. He told him about the catspaw. He told him about Tyrion at the wall, about the night his father came to him under Mormont's roof in a dream that was not a dream, about Arthur, and the white in the Lord Commander's chamber. He told him about Quhorin Halfhand, about the cave, about Ygritte's hair like fire and her body found cold in the snow with an arrow in her, mine and not mine. He told him about Jeor Mormont's death at Craster's Keep, about Stannis at the wall with a Southron god in his train, about the choosing where Sam stood up for him with the King's Stone in his fist. He told him about being Lord Commander. He told him about the wildlings he had let through the wall. He told him about Hardhome, the long, long, long dock with the dead pouring out of the trees, and his eyes when he said Hardhome were not a boy's eyes, and Robb knew it. He told him about Bowen Marsh, about Wick Whittlestick, about Ollie. He could barely speak Ollie's name. He told him about the dragons. The dragons, Robb said very carefully, 3 dragons, a queen, Daenerys, Aerys' daughter, sister to Rhaegar, born across the narrow sea. She woke them out of stone. Stone, Robb. She walked into a fire with 3 petrified eggs and walked out with 3 live worms. I saw them. I rode one. Jon's voice was barely a voice. I touched its scales and they were warm, hot, like fired iron in the sun. Robb said nothing for a while. Robb said, "And father, beheaded by Joffrey on the steps of the Sept of Baelor, Sansa watching, Arya in the crowd." Robb breathed out slowly, the way a man breathes out when he is putting something down inside him. "And mother, throat cut at the twins beside you by a fray, then thrown in the trident." Jon paused. There were stories she came back, I mean. The Brotherhood had a red priest. He gave her some of his fire and she walked again, only she was a thing of vengeance by then. Lady Stoneheart they called her. She hanged Freys in the Riverlands for years. "Gods," said Robb, and then, "Good, she wasn't herself." "Good," I said, "they earned it." "Aye, they did." They sat in silence for a moment with the shape of their mother in it. Then Robb told his tale. He told Jon how father had been arrested in the throne room, how Lord Eddard had taken the black to save his daughters and been beheaded for it anyway, how Robb had ridden south at the head of 20,000 men with no idea what he was doing, and won battles by accident, and won the love of his banners on purpose, and made every one of the small mistakes that would compound into one large grave. How he had married Jane Westerling because he had taken her maidenhead and could not stand to dishonor her. How he had legitimized, Robb's voice caught here for the first time in his telling, legitimized Jon Snow as Stark, on the eve of going north, because if he was to die without true-born issue, he wanted a brother to inherit Winterfell and not a cousin. Jon's face went briefly into his hands. Robb gave him a moment and then went on. He told about the twins, the drum, The rains, the bolts, Talus's belly, gray wind howling in the kennel, his own death which had been quick by the standards of butchery and slow by the standards of mercy. When he was finished, neither of them spoke for a long time. Then Jon said, Why what? Why us? Why this? Why now? Robb looked at the weirwood. The weirwood declined to comment. Bran, Robb said after a while. What about Bran? Bran was Jon. Bran became something, north of the wall. There was a man with him, a thing with him. He called himself the Three-Eyed Raven, and he taught Bran to be, what would you call it, a greenseer, a skin-changer of trees. I do not know the word. He could see through every weirwood, past and present. He saw father's tourney in his youth. He saw the lifting of a man's helm at Harrenhal. He could touch the past. They said he warned an ancestor of ours through a heart tree in the deep before time, and the ancestor listened. Jon stared at his brother. How do you know this? I dreamed it. After, when I was, Robb floundered. When I was dead, brother, whatever you want to call where we were before we were here. I dreamed it the way you dream when you have very little body left to do it with. I dreamed Bran in a cave under a tree. I dreamed him saying, I have to bring them back. I have to bring them all back. I do not have the strength to bring them all back, so I will bring back two and let two be enough. Robb's eyes were very bright in the gloom. It was Bran, Jon. He pulled us through. He hasn't even been born yet, well, born again, but the version of him that lived through it, the version with the weirwood in his veins, that one reached back and took us by the scruff of the neck and dragged us out of the dark before the dark could digest us. We owe him. We owe him everything. And we owe the old gods because they let him. Jon thought of Bran. Bran at 7 climbing the broken tower. Bran at 12, eyes white with another vision. Bran at what would Bran have looked like grown? They would never see it in the old timeline. They had a chance to see it in the new. Then the first thing we do, Jon said, is keep him off that tower. Yes. And the second thing we do is keep father in the north. Yes. And the third thing is keep mother away from the phrase. Yes. 2 children sat in the moss and made a list of the dead they intended not to bury. By the time the sun came up they had said many names. Eddard, Catelyn. Bran, because the fall would have killed any other boy, and a half-dead one was nearly as bad as dead. Rickon, who had been shot on the green of Winterfell with one quarrel through the heart. Sansa, who had survived, but at a price they would never let her pay. Arya, who had vanished. Robert, Renly, Stannis, Davos, Selais, Shireen, who had burned at her own father's hand for the sake of a kindling that did not catch. Aemon, frail as a moth in the Maester's tower at the wall. Sam, Gilly, Gior, Quarren. Mance, who had not deserved his fire. Tormund. Even the Hound, who had been kinder than expected once you got the bark off him. Daenerys, last of all, slain in the throne room with a kiss and a dagger by. And here Jon's voice did fail him, because he had been the one to do it, and Robb knew without being told, and the knowing did not require to be said. They wrote no names down. There was no ink in the godswood. They held the list in their heads, which were the only places safe enough for it. 3 things, said Robb, 3 rules between us. Tell me if you agree. Tell me the rules. 1. We tell no one, not father, not mother, not the Maester, not the gods unless the gods ask. The world cannot bear 2 7-year-olds with the memories of dead men. We can barely bear it. Agreed. 2. We move slow. We are children. Children make demands of the universe and the universe laughs. We will lay our work in patient seasons, not in single nights. Anything we cannot accomplish in 14 years we will accomplish in 15. We have time, Jon. The thing we never had before, we have time. Agreed. 3. Robb's hand closed on his brother's wrist. We do not lose each other again, ever, for anything. Not to a wedding, not to a wall, not to a war, not to a woman, not to a king, not to a god. You do not go north of the wall without me. I do not go south of the neck without you. If we are to do this, we do it as one. 2 halves of one wolf, brother, the way it should have been. Jon felt his eyes sting and was tired of feeling his eyes sting and did not. Agreed, he said. Robb let out a long breath. It plumed in the cold air like a man's. The first sunlight came through the canopy in long red bars and lit the heart tree's eyes from within. For a heartbeat, John thought the weirwood smiled wider. Then Robb said, "What do we do first?" John thought about it. He thought about the catspaw who had not yet been hired. He thought about Bran climbing toward an open window. He thought about the Lannisters riding north in 8 years, time with a smile on the Queen's mouth and a fishhook in her belt. He thought about Walder Frey, who was old already and growing older, and surely could not be expected to outlive his own teeth. He thought about 3 eggs in a chest at Castle Black, which an old Meister guarded out of habit and never spoke of, and whose existence Jon Snow alone might know if Jon Snow alone went looking. He thought about Dragonstone and Stannis. He thought about Howland Reed and a tower in Dorne and a promise Eddard Stark had not yet failed to keep. He thought about the cold thing that was even now stirring far beyond the Frostfangs. Then Jon said, "First, we will pretend to be children. Tomorrow at breakfast, we will be late and we will spill milk. We will bicker about who can hold a wooden sword the longest. We will let Theon Greyjoy beat us at archery for at least another year. We will be exactly what father and mother expect us to be, exactly enough that no one in this castle thinks the gods have touched us in the night." Agreed. Second, today before noon, we will go to Bran. He is 3. He is in his cradle. We will go and we will sit with him and we will play with his toes and we will swear to him before the heart tree's witness that he will not fall, that he will not freeze, that he will never have to leave Winterfell on the back of a reed and a tree. Agreed. Third, tonight before bed we begin. Jon's small hand turned over to grip Robb's small hand. We begin the long work, brother. We will train. We will read. We will write to Emmet. We will plant the seeds of every kindness mother needs to think me worth a smile, because in the world we lost she had reason to hate me and I had pride enough to give her that reason. We will be sweeter to Sansa than 7 older brothers in a song. We will let Arya be a girl with a sword from the day she can hold one. We will let Rickon ride a horse properly. We will let Theon ride home to his father's bones and be free of us. We will save them, Robb, all of them, or we will die in the trying. Again, and the second death is the one that lasts, so we will not die. Jon paused and his small mouth twitched. Not yet. Robb almost smiled. The almost smile of an 8-year-old boy and the dry, exhausted smile of a man who has been through the Red Wedding, layered into the same face. "Brother," Robb said. "Brother." They embraced awkwardly, the way small boys embrace when they have not yet learned how, and the way grown men embrace when they have learned too well what it is to never embrace again. Robb's shoulder smelled of sleep and wood smoke. Jon's hair smelled of cold and weirwood sap. The heart tree did not weep, because heart trees do not weep, but the sap on its face was very red in the first light of the morning, and the boys, when they parted from each other, had it on their cheeks and did not wipe it off. They went back to the castle separately, Robb by the east stair, Jon by the west, past the kennels, past the kitchens, past the steward's son who was still drowsing. By the time the sun was up over the inner wall, the household of Winterfell was beginning to stir. Septa Mordin was lighting a candle. Maester Luwin was uncapping his ink. Old Nan was telling some half-believing scullion the tale of the last hero. Catelyn Tully was awake with a hand on her belly because she had begun to suspect, this past fortnight, that she was pregnant again. Eddard Stark was shaving with the slow, methodical patience of a man who has nothing more interesting to do, and was wrong about that, in ways he would not for many years come to understand. In a small room off the great hall, in a cradle Robb Stark had once outgrown, a small boy of 3 named Brandon Stark was singing tunelessly to himself and trying to climb out. He had not yet learned that climbing was the thing the world wanted him to stop doing. He would learn. He would learn it from 2 older brothers, who in this hour came down the corridor to him hand in hand, looking, to any outside eye, like nothing more than two slightly tired boys who had perhaps had a strange dream. In the godswood behind them, the heart tree's mouth had returned to its old shape. Its eyes wept their red sap onto the moss where the boys had knelt. The sap dried in the rising light into the color of an old scar. A long way to the west, in a tower at Castle Black, a blind old man dreamed of a black dragon and a white wolf and woke smiling, though he could not have said why. A long way south, on a beach in the free cities, a girl of 9 with silver hair held her brother's hand as he led her up a gangplank, and the girl shivered in the warm air because, somewhere far off, something had begun to be possible that had not been possible the day before. A long way north, beyond a wall of ice and a forest of frost, a thing that did not have a name was looking south with eyes the color of dead stars. It did not know what had changed. It only knew something had changed. And being patient, very patient, it began to consider its next move. Spring had come to the north. The wolves were home. Chapter 2, The Long Quiet Work 290 to 292 AC. Winter fell. The training yard, the Meister's tower, the godswood, and other quiet rooms. The trouble with knowing the future was that you still had to wake up in the morning. Robb learned this on the second day. He had been a king. He had been a corpse. He had been the most lethal thing a northern lord can be, a green commander with luck and good men, and luck had failed him only the once, which had been enough. Now he was 8 years old. He needed help with his laces. His mother stood over him at the wash basin and rubbed his neck with a cold cloth and said, in the absent way mothers speak when they are thinking about 3 other children at once, "Robb, you've been so quiet." And Robb wanted to say, "Mother, I have been to the river country, and I have led your father's bannermen, and I have buried Lord Karstark in a snowstorm, and I have buried myself in a worse one." And he did not, because of Rule 2. Rule 2. Move slow. Move slow, Robb told himself, while his mother wiped a smear of porridge off his chin. So he was quiet. And in being quiet, he watched his mother. He watched the small particular lines around her eyes that he had not been able to see in his last life when he had been too busy adoring her. He watched the way her left hand worried at the silver fish at her throat when she was anxious. He watched her hesitate, very briefly, every time she had to walk past JON at his place at the lower table. This was the work. The work was watching the people he had loved badly and learning to love them better. The work was patience. The work was JON at the lower table eating bread with his eyes down. The way a boy eats bread when he has been told too many times he is in the wrong place. The work was Catelyn Tully looking past her husband's bastard with the determined small kindness of a woman trying not to be cruel. And the work was Robb getting up from his bench in the 3rd week of his second childhood and crossing the hall and saying, very loudly, "JON, come and sit by me," and refusing to let it be otherwise, and waiting with his 8-year-old shoulders set as if to hold a wall up, until his lady mother said, "Robb, that is," and then heard him say, "Mother, please." She let him. She did not like it, she let him. It was the smallest possible victory. Robb savored it as if he had taken a castle. Across the hall at the place that had been his all his short life, and that had become a kind of small open wound by the constancy of his eating at it, Jon Snow rose, took his bowl, took his bread, took his cup and walked them up the length of the dais to sit next to his brother. He kept his eyes lowered all the way. He did not smile. He did not gloat. He took his place beside Robb with the demure neutrality of a page who has been summoned by his master. Catelyn Tully did not say anything. She did not say anything for an entire breakfast. But when she rose, she put her hand briefly on the back of Robb's head as she passed him, and the hand brushed for half a heartbeat the dark hair of the boy seated next to him. It was an accident. Both Jon and Robb knew it was an accident. Both of them filed it away, the way a man files away the first half-inch of give in a frozen door. That was the first day of the work. The training yard. Spring of 290 AC. Sir Roderick Castle was a square gray man with a beard like a pair of badgers fighting in a bag. He had taught small boys to hold a wooden sword for 30 years. He thought he had seen every kind of small boy. He had not seen this kind. Lift the blade, Lord Robb. Lift it, number up. The point at the throat. That's it. Now strike. Robb struck. The strike came down in a flat curve like a sickle in harvest, took Sir Roderick's offered cudgel an inch above the guard and skated off it with a small clean clack into the line where Sir Roderick's neck would have been if Sir Roderick had not, very quickly, taken a step back. The master-at-arms blinked. "My lord," Sir Roderick said carefully, "where did you learn that?" "Theon was telling me," said Robb, who had thought of this in advance because Rule 1 required excuses. "He said his father's men strike that way in the islands. I have been thinking about it. I had a dream about it." "A dream?" "Yes, sir." Sir Roderick considered Robb for a long moment with the suspicion of a man who has spent 30 years not being fooled by small boys. "Strike again." Robb struck again. He struck slower this time on purpose. The slowness was a confession. The strike before had been instinct. The strike Robb Stark had used to kill 3 Lannisters at the Whispering Wood when he had still been alive. Robb had forgotten for a heartbeat the body he was in. The body had remembered for him. That was the problem. That would always be the problem. He had a man's reflexes in a boy's wrists, and his boy's wrists could only execute about a third of what the reflexes wanted. The other 2/3 came out as flair and confidence and fluency. Fluency in an 8-year-old. Fluency was the giveaway. "Slower, Lord Robb, smaller. You are a boy, not a knight. Walk before you run." "Yes, sir." In the corner of the yard, JON was sparring with the other half of Sir Roderick's attention, which is to say with Hullen, the master of horse, who was acting as a stand-in master-at-arms for the bastard and the wards. JON was. Robb sneaked a look. JON was being very careful. JON was losing. JON was losing on purpose. He was losing to Theon Grade in a way calculated to make Theon think he had won. He was losing to Hullen in a way calculated to make Hullen think he was clumsy. Robb almost laughed. There was a certain glee in watching Jon Snow play the dolt. Robb had never seen Jon Snow play the dolt before. He had only ever seen Jon Snow play the brooding boy, the noble boy, the boy stiff with rectitude, and to see him deliberately fumble a parry he could have made with his eyes shut and a fever was, frankly, one of the great pleasures of Robb's second childhood. Jon dropped the practice sword in the dirt. Theon Grade, aged 12 and full of himself, hooted. "Snow, Snow, have you got butter on your hands, Snow?" Jon scooped up the wooden sword and gave Theon the small, lopsided smile he had practiced in the mirror in his cell. "Yes," the smile said, "I'm a clumsy bastard with butter on my hands, and I will be your friend forever. Please be kind to my sister." And Theon Grade, who knew none of this and would never know it, slapped Jon on the back and said, "We'll make a fighter of you yet, Snow." It was excellent. It was, Jon thought, the easiest performance of his life. He had played far harder roles. He had played a man being murdered by his sworn brothers. He had played a wildling reaver while his crow heart cracked beneath a fur cloak. He had once played a corpse for half an hour while a wight watched him in a candle's gutter. Playing a clumsy boy was, by comparison, nothing. It was also tedious. This was the thing the world's stories did not tell you. Coming back was tedious past bearing. You had 2 grown men's worth of memory, and you had to spend it on losing to a Grade at the Quinton. Jon thought of the man he had been at 30, who had stood at Castle Black with a sword the color of pale fire in his hand and the king beyond the wall's body burning at his back, and asked that man's patience to lend itself to this boy. The man at 30 obliged. "You wanted them back," the man at 30 said in Jon's skull. "Pay the price. The price is butter on your hands." Jon nodded to himself and dropped the sword again. The Meister's Tower. Summer of 290 AC. Meister Lewin was a small, precise man in chain links and gray wool, whose hands always smelled, vaguely, of old paper and clove oil. He had taught Robb to read. He was now teaching Robb to read better, which is a different and more difficult business. He was teaching also the bastard. He was teaching them both at once because Lord Eddard had asked him to, and because they had presented themselves at the foot of his tower one morning together, hand in hand like the babes they nominally were, and asked him for an hour each evening to study, separately, beyond the regular lessons. Beyond the regular lessons, Lewin had said. Yes, said Robb. For what purpose? We are to be lords someday, said JON, who could not lay claim to being a lord himself but who was perfectly capable of saying we without flinching about it. Lords ought to read. Lewin had considered them for a long, quiet time, the way Lewin considered most things, and then he had said, very well, Tuesdays and Thursdays be on time. They were on time. They were on time for an hour and a half every Tuesday and Thursday for the next year. They read history. They read geography. They read accounts of the long night that had been written when the long night was still close enough to be misremembered fondly. They read about the dragons. They read about Egon and his sisters and Harrenhal and Field of Fire and the doctrine of the Targaryens. John's hand, when he turned the pages of those, was steady, but his face was very still, and Lewin noticed. Lewin noticed a great deal. Lewin had, by the autumn of 290 AC, begun privately to keep a small record in the back of his ledger of things the Stark children did that he could not explain. He had not yet decided what to do with it. He was a man of habit. He had been a man of habit for 40 years. Habit said, write everything down, decide later. So he wrote. 18th of the 8th, 290. Robb correctly identified the 4 major battles of the First Dornish War by name and outcome without prompting. No record of having been taught this. 3rd of the 9th, 290. The bastard requested, by name, a volume on Valyrian metallurgy. When asked why, said I was curious about father's sword. No volume on Valyrian metallurgy held at Winterfell. Was offered a volume on first men weaponcraft instead. Has read it twice. 28th of the 10th, 290. Robb asked, in the middle of a recitation of the Targaryen kings, why Daeron the First had failed to hold Dorne. When given the conventional answer, overextension, native resistance, summer fevers, the Dornish marriage with the Martells, he said no, sir. It was because he did not stay there himself in person, which, while perhaps simplistic, is not a thing an 8-year-old says. 15th of the 11th, 290. The bastard requested permission to write a letter to Meister Eamon at the Wall. Stated reason, a question of birds. Reason was almost certainly not birds. Letter sealed before I could read it. Sent by my own hand on my own bird as requested. Meister Eamon's habits with the bastard's mother's line are well known. I shall mention this to no one. Lewin paused. He underlined the last entry. He put the ledger away. He went down to dinner. That night he watched the boys at table. Robb was laughing at something Theon had said, with his head thrown back the way an 8-year-old's head should be thrown back at a coarse jest. JON was quiet. JON was always quiet. But JON was sitting close enough to Robb that you could not have slid a hand between their shoulders, and Robb's left hand, when he reached for his cup, rested for a moment on the back of JON's right wrist with the unself-conscious solidity of a man squaring a fence post. Then Robb withdrew his hand and went on laughing. Lewin had served the Starks for 28 years. He had seen many Stark brothers. He had not seen brothers who touched each other quite that way. There was, in the way Robb's hand briefly held JON's wrist, the silent communication of men who have shared a horse for 1,000 leagues. He thought, surely not. And then he thought, surely not what? And not knowing the surely not, he could not put it down. He resumed his ledger the next morning. The Godswood, winter of 290-291. The snows came in heavy that year. It was a long winter, the longest winter, in fact, that any of the household at Winterfell had yet seen, and the only reason it did not seem long was that the warmer hands among the Starks, chiefly old Nan, kept comparing it favorably to other winters they remembered. The hot springs ran full. The walls were warm. The grain stores were respectable. Hodor, who was Walder then, and whose name had not yet been broken to a single anguished syllable in a tower at the edge of nothing, was 13 and as big as a man already, and he carried hot stones for the children to warm their hands on, and he laughed his low laugh when Robb sat on his shoulders and rode him around the kitchens to the scandal of every cook in the place. Sometimes Hodor would catch Robb's eye and the laugh would die for a moment, and Robb would smile back the way you smile at someone you have once loved and who you intend, this time, to spare. Hodor never noticed. Hodor was an open-hearted boy whose mind made nothing of the looks of others. Robb adored him. Robb had not, in his last life, really known Hodor. In his last life, Hodor had been a furniture-like presence around his little brother. Now Robb went out of his way to know him. Hodor liked apples. Hodor was afraid of the smell of burning sugar. Hodor sang, when he thought no one was listening, in a strangely sweet tenor. He sang fragments of old songs his grandmother had taught him, songs without quite enough words for sense. Robb sat in the kitchen with his sums in his lap one afternoon in the deep winter, and listened to Hodor sing while Hodor scrubbed pots. He thought, I will not let them break you. I will not let them hollow you out and put my brother into the husk. I will not even let you go on that road. We will keep Bran on his legs and we will keep you in your mind, both of you, both. Hodor turned around and saw Robb watching him. He smiled with the whole of his face. Hodor, he said. Walder, said Robb very gently. Hodor blinked. Then after a moment, very slowly, like a man translating a foreign word, said, Walder. That's your name. Walder, 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 will you remember it for me? Hodor, said Hodor uncertainly. Both, said Robb. Both is well, Walder. He stood up and went to do his sums elsewhere and did not see Hodor stand in the middle of the kitchen for the next quarter hour with a pot in his great hands, mouthing his own old name to himself in a strange, small wonder. The crypts, late winter of 290-291. Down here, Robb whispered. Down here, the 8th chamber. The one father said we were not to go in before our name day. The 3rd sarcophagus from the left, the one the dust pattern shows hasn't been moved since the masons walled it up. JON, are you really suggesting that there are 3 dragon eggs already in the crypts of Winterfell? What? Number gods, Robb, are you not paying attention? I cannot tell when you are being clever and when you are being mad. It is a flaw of my new self. There are no eggs yet. I am saying when the eggs come, if the eggs come, if Aemon sends them, this is where they should be. This place. This corner, the 3rd sarcophagus, I have looked. It can be opened and it can be closed, and from the dust I do not think anyone has so much as set a hand on it in 70 years. Whose tomb is it? Cregan Stark's grandfather's wife. Some Bolton aunt nobody loved. He had her interred down here as a sop to the cadet branch. They never come down. Nobody comes down for her. The Bolton blood is all extinct in any case. Good place, then. Good place. And the eggs, they will come when they come. And Aemon, I have written, he has written back. What did he say? Jon's small hand went into the pouch at his belt and came out with a folded scrap of parchment. He did not give it to Robb. He read aloud from it in the cold dark of the crypts, with the torch making his face into a long, quiet stranger's. Beloved boy, the letter said, in the spidery hand of a man who had not seen what he wrote in 50 years but had memorized every loop of every letter. Your bird made me weep, which is foolish at my age. I have lived too long and dreamed too long and remembered too long, and it is a kindness of the gods that I should not yet die before I have something to do. I cannot tell from your letter what you are. I cannot tell if you are a child who has somehow guessed at things he should not guess, or a man who is somehow a child, or a dream of mine made flesh by my own loneliness. I do not care which. I will trust you. I have always trusted my blood, even when my blood deserved less trust than I gave. I will send what you ask when the time comes. The time is not now, the eyes here are too many, but the time will be soon. I am 85. I have, I think, a little more time. Enough for what you ask. Burn this letter, beloved boy. Burn it and write again, but not too often. Your devoted kin, JON, held the letter over the torch. He let it burn. He held it until the flame ate his fingers, and then he dropped the last black wing of it onto the flagstones and ground it out with his heel. He believes us, said Robb. He hopes, said JON. It is not the same thing, but it is enough. They climbed back up out of the crypts hand in hand. At the top of the stair, Catelyn Stark was waiting, with a candle held very low in her hand and her face very high in the shadows above it, and the candle was trembling. "What were you doing down there?" she said. JON and Robb looked at each other. JON let Robb answer. Rule 1. Mother, Robb said, with the wide eyes he had not used since he was 4 and the small voice he had not used since he was 3 and the entire instinct of a man who has been a king and has lied to bannermen who were better liars than his mother. Mother, I am sorry. We were playing the long night. I was a Stark of old. JON was the night's king. We were going to fight in the crypts where the kings sleep. We did not desecrate anything. We didn't go in any sarcophagus. We left our wooden swords behind even, so we would not bring iron to the dead. Look. He held up his small, clean hands. Catelyn Stark stared at her son. Then she stared briefly at the bastard. Then she stared at her son again. There was no anger in her face. There was something else, something colder, something a small flame of which was, perhaps, fear. You are not to play in the crypts, she said very quietly. Neither of you, Robb, look at me, neither of you. Yes, mother. JON. Jon's head lifted in surprise. She had not, in his living memory of this life or the last, addressed him directly in this room before. Yes, my lady, you will obey me. Yes, my lady, you will protect him. He is your brother. He is your brother. I will not lie to you about that. Protect him, JON. Yes, my lady. Always. Catelyn Stark's mouth opened and closed. Something passed over her face which neither of the boys quite read. Then she turned and went back up the stair with her candle, and the candle's small light receded slowly along the wall above them like a torch on the prow of a boat going out to sea. Robb and JON stood in the dark a long time after she was gone. Then Robb said, Brother, that was something. She did not, I know. Brother, I know, Robb, I know what she did, and I know what she did not. Robb's small hand found JON's small hand in the dark. It begins, Robb said. It begins. The brewhouse stair. Spring of 291 AC. Jon Snow at 8 and Robb Stark at 9 were, by the spring of 291 AC, faster than any 2 boys in Winterfell and stronger than any 1 boy in Winterfell, and meaner than they were prepared to admit even to each other. This was Rule 2 creaking under the weight. The trouble was that the body learned. The body relearned. The body, given 2 hours every dawn in the yard with weighted dowels, with rocks in their packs as they ran the curtain wall, with the surreptitious arrow shoot Jon and Robb had drilled in the kitchen garden where nobody but Maester Luwin could see them. The body remembered. The body had been formed by the discipline of 2 grown men, one of whom had spent 6 years at the wall and the other of whom had ridden 10,000 leagues at the head of a host. The body wanted to come back. The body could not be allowed to come back too fast. The body did not care about Can. So one fine spring morning in 291, Sir Roderick Castle set up a small free bout between Robb, now 9, and Jory Castle, now 23, in which Jory was instructed to be very gentle, and in which, 3 exchanges in, Robb fainted high in a Targaryen fencer's pattern Sir Roderick had read about in an old Sunspear manuscript. He had been astonished to find Robb leafing through last winter. And Robb closed inside the faint and put the point of his blunted sword exactly under Jory's chin and stood there breathing softly. Jory laughed. Jory looked at Sir Roderick. Sir Roderick did not laugh. "Lord Robb." "Yes, sir." "Lord Robb, where did you learn that?" Robb opened his mouth. Robb had the lie ready. Robb had had this particular lie ready for 3 weeks, in case it was needed in 3 different flavors, because Rule 1 required not just deception but graded deception. Then Robb saw, over Jory's shoulder, his father. Lord Eddard Stark had come down from the inner gate to walk the yard, as he did at this hour every 5th day, with his hands folded behind his back in the way he had inherited from his own father, the way a Stark walks when a Stark is paying attention. Lord Eddard Stark was looking at his son. Robb had not, in his last life, ever held his father's full attention in this way. He had won battles, later, and his father had been dead for those battles. He had wanted, more than anything in his short, bright life, to make his father proud, and he had had to do it after the man was dead and could not see. He had grieved this. He had grieved it for years. He had grieved it again when he had walked through the twins as a corpse on a horse with a wolf's head sewn to him. Now his father was watching him. His father was watching him, having just put a blade under the chin of the master of horse's son. Robb, very deliberately, dropped the practiced sword in the dust. "Forgive me, sir," he said low. "I had a dream of a duel last night. I thought it was a clever pattern. I thought it would surprise Jory. I am sorry. It was an unfair pattern." Sir Roderick snorted. "There is no unfair pattern in a real fight, lad." "There is in a training," Robb said, with the precise small flinch of a boy correcting his elder out of guilt. "We are friends and we trained, sir, and I took an advantage I should not have taken. I am sorry, Jory." "None taken, my lord," said Jory, who was grinning. Lord Eddard Stark continued to watch. He did not move. He did not speak. He merely watched. The watching went on for a full count of 7, in which all the small breathing of the yard seemed to suspend itself in deference. Then Eddard Stark nodded, a single small motion of the chin, and walked on, and Sir Roderick exhaled, and the yard returned to itself. That night Robb went to find JON. He found him in the small chamber above the armory, where JON had taken to going to read in the evenings, because the light was better there, and the chimney came up from the forge, so the floor was always warm. JON had a book open on his knees and a candle at his elbow, and the candle made his face into long shadow. "He saw me," Robb said. "I know, I was on the wall above. I saw him watching. What do we do? Nothing. JON, nothing." JON closed the book carefully. "Robb, nothing. If we react, he will know there is something to react to. If we react slowly and badly, he will think the something is dread of his discipline. Tomorrow you will be at lessons. The day after that you will sit by him at high table and let him cuff you in the friendly way for the time you broke the 3rd decanter in the gallery, which incident, as I recall, has not yet happened in this life and which will happen this Thursday, because we cannot prevent everything that is small, and we will let it. He is father. He is the best man we know. He will be slow to suspect anything. He will be slower still to suspect us of being more than we are. He will assume his son is gifted. He will be proud. He will hold the pride in. He will write to his brother Benjen about it. He will not act. You are very certain. I am very certain about father." Robb sat down on the floor and put his back against the stone of the chimney. The warmth came through the wall. "JON, I do not know how long we can keep this up." JON looked at his brother in the candlelight. His brother at 9. His brother at 14 dying. His brother at this very moment alive. He felt the old grief flicker in him like a banked coal, and he tamped it down. "As long as we have to." "How long is that?" "Until Bran can climb. Until father stays here. Until the queen knows nothing. Until the king is dead. Until our dragons hatch. Until I am old enough that you can stop being older than me and we can both be men and we can both bear the weight without scaring our family with it. That is a long time. Yes, we will be tired. We will be tired. We will be alone. We will be alone together, Jon said, which is the only kind of alone I have ever known and which I have learned to bear. Robb laughed a low laugh that was, for a moment, all the bitterness of a king who had ridden out and not ridden back. You always were the moody one, Snow, and you always were the king, Stark. We've been wrong about ourselves for years. Long years. Robb stood up. He walked to the candle. He blew it out gently so the smoke uncoiled in the dark. He felt rather than saw his brother in the chair across from him, and felt more than saw his brother smile. Late summer of 291. The high road in the Wolfswood. They were forbidden, of course, to leave the castle walls. They left them anyway. It was easy. They were boys, they were friends. Everyone in Winterfell expected boys and friends to slip out now and then to look at deer or pick blackberries. Jory caught them once and let them go with a wink. Hullen caught them twice and gave them a swat each and let them go. The third time Jon arranged matters so that they were never caught, which involved Theon Greyjoy being deliberately distracted by a milkmaid and a bet about an apple and never quite being able to explain afterwards why he had told Lady Catelyn he had seen the boys in the granary when they had not, in fact, been in the granary. In the Wolfswood in late summer, Jon and Robb planted a thing. It was Robb's idea. He had been thinking about it all spring. It was a stone. A small carved stone with 3 small hollows in it, and a small ring of cloth of silver around its edge. The silver, pulled from an old strip of brocade Septa Morden had let fall on the gallery floor. The carving had been done by Jon in his cell with a small awl from the armory and a great deal of patience. The 3 hollows were the size of small fists. The ring of silver was for seeing, which was not a thing either boy could have explained if pressed, but which had come, in dreams, to Jon, on a night in early summer when he had been dreaming about Eamon and woke knowing what to do. They walked the stone into the Wolfswood with Jon's eyes shut and Robb's hand on his shoulder. They went a long way. They went past the place where the broken keep stood with its mossy doors. They went past the small stream that came down from the long lake. They went into the place the wildlings had once called Holdfast of the 3 Roots, though there was nothing there now but a clearing and 3 white stumps where 3 weirwoods had once been, and a small ring of old crows' nests in the stumps. In the center of the clearing Jon opened his eyes and said, "Here, here." They buried the stone. They buried it 3 handspans deep. They buried it under the central stump. They covered it. They did the old way over it, the way Jon had learned from a man in a cave once, although they did not have any of the right words and had to make do with the words they had. They did not cut themselves. They did not have to. The stone, when they laid their palms on the freshly turned earth above it, felt warm under their hands. "Will it work?" Robb said. "I do not know," said Jon. "I do not know what it is even. I am taking on faith that the dream gave me a true thing." Faith. Faith. Robb closed his eyes. He thought about the dragon eggs, somewhere far away in a tower at the wall. He thought about 3 small flames in 3 hollows in a stone in the woods and the small ring of silver that bound them. He thought about a future in which his brother, still alive, sat on a horse made of fire on the day the dead came south. He thought about Robb Stark, one-armed, standing in the snow at Winterfell with his brother smiling at him. And the thought was not a memory and it was not a dream. It was a wish, and the wish was not the wish of a man but the wish of a boy of 9, and a boy of 9 was in the end the best kind of person to wish. He opened his eyes. The clearing was just a clearing. The stumps were just stumps. They went home. They were back in their beds. By the hour Septa Morden would have looked in to see if they were sleeping. Robb dreamed that night of a dragon black as soot with eyes the color of grass fire, walking out of a snowbank as if from a curtain and lowering its great head to him to be patted. He woke happy. He woke knowing he had not been allowed to be this happy for a long, long time. He let himself be happy for half an hour. Then he got up and washed and went down to lessons. Winter fell. 292 AC. By the spring of 292 AC, the household had begun to notice that the Stark boys were strange. They were noticed kindly, mostly. Old Nan said the elder had old eyes. She said this in the careless way old women say such things, and Catalin smiled and dismissed it. But Catalin marked the dismissal in her own private ledger, in the part of her ledger no one else could read. Jory Castle said the elder fought better than any boy he had ever seen, and that the bastard fought, if anything, better than the elder, in a way that was almost frightening. Sir Roderick said the elder rode better than any boy he had ever seen, and that the bastard rode like a man twice his height. Hullen said both boys talked to horses the way a master of horse talks to horses, and called them by name, and did not flinch from the bite. Theon Greyjoy said the bastard had become his best friend in the world, in a tone of voice that should not have been possible from Theon Greyjoy, and which made Maester Lewin lift one careful eyebrow. Septa Mordaunt said the boys were excellent students. Septa Mordaunt said the boys were also strange. She said this in a quiet voice over wine to Catalin one evening, when Catalin had asked her idly to lay out her judgment of the Stark boys' progress. Septa Mordaunt said, "They are too old, my lady. They are old in a way I have never seen children be old." And Catalin said, "They are children who have lost no one yet. What kind of old is that?" And Septa Mordaunt drew her shawl about her shoulders and said, "The kind of old that has lost everyone, my lady. The kind of old that has nothing left to fear." Catalin did not sleep that night. Catalin watched her boys in the days that followed with a particular kind of attention. She watched Robb at high table drink water cut with wine like a man who has drunk too much wine in his lifetime and learned the trick of it. She watched JON at the lower table, at the upper, now, more often than not by his brother's hand, eat his bread the way a man eats bread in a battle camp, which is to say, evenly without savoring it, the way a man eats fuel. She watched them in the yard. She watched them with Bran, who was 4 now and tottering and very bright. She watched the way Robb's hand was always within a foot of Bran's collar, the way Jon's eye was always on the rooftops, the way both of them moved in a kind of preventative slowness around the boy at all times. The way, when Bran tripped, they were already moving before he tripped. She thought about it. She told no one. She watched. One day in the late summer of 292 AC, Catelyn Stark came across her son Robb in the small library above the Maester's tower with his head in a book she had not known was there. "What are you reading?" Robb looked up. He shut the book quickly. He could not quite stop himself from doing it quickly. He stopped himself from looking sheepish, however, which was, in some way, more damning than the haste of the closing. "A history of the Trident. Why, I am to be Lord of the North some day. I shall need to know the rivers." Catelyn considered her son. She walked to the shelf. She took the book down. She opened it. It was indeed a history of the Trident. It was indeed about the rivers. It was indeed a perfectly innocent volume from the late Maester Windhammer's commonplaces, and a perfectly excellent thing for the heir to Winterfell to be reading. It was open to the chapter on the twins. Catelyn's hand holding the book did not shake. It did not have to. It was perfectly steady. She closed the book. She set it down. She put one hand on her son's head. "It is a wise thing to study the rivers, Robb," she said. "Yes, mother. Do you have a particular interest in the twins? They are an important crossing, mother. They are." She did not say, "Why now, Robb? Why this book? Why this chapter?" She did not say it because she was afraid of the answer, or because she was not afraid but did not yet wish to know the shape of the answer, or because she had begun to suspect very slowly that the answer to all questions about her son lately would be too large to fit in the room she stood in. She kissed her son's forehead. "Be very careful, Robb," she said. "Yes, Mother." She went out of the library. She closed the door behind her. She went down to her own chamber. She sat at her own table for a long time with her own hand on her own belly, where the small new daughter she would bear in winter was, at this moment, the size of a clenched fist. She thought about the daughter. She thought about the children she had. She thought about the children she had thought she had had, and the children she had now begun slowly to understand were perhaps not quite those. Robb in the library above did not move for a long time. Then he stood up. He left the book on the table. He walked very carefully down the stair. He went to find JON. He found JON in the godswood beneath the heart tree, sharpening a knife he was not supposed to have. Robb sat down next to him in the moss. "She saw," Robb said. "What did she see?" "The twins. I left the book open on the twins." JON's knife stopped moving for a long count of 3. Then it started moving again. "How much did she say?" "Nothing, everything. She said be very careful, Robb. She knows. She does not know what she knows, but she knows." JON turned the knife over on the stone. He sharpened the other side. He watched the small spray of silver shavings come off it like seeds. "She is the cleverest of them," JON said. "Yes. She will be the first to know. Yes. We knew that. We did." "Are you ready?" Robb thought about it. He thought about a mother who had hated his bastard brother in a life she did not remember, and the mother who, just this morning, had brought said bastard a cloth-folded honey cake at breakfast because, she said, she had had 2 and could not eat them both. And he had been kind to Bran. "And you are a good boy, JON, when all is said and done." He thought about a mother who in another life had been a thing of vengeance with her tongue cut out, hanging frays in the riverlands. He thought about both mothers being his mother. "I am ready," Robb said. "When the day comes, yes, I am ready." "Good." The weirwood overhead let down a single red leaf. It came twirling on a thin string of air and landed neatly between them. Robb picked it up. He held it to the light. The veins of the leaf were the color of arterial blood. "Brother," Robb said, 2 years gone. 12 to go. 12. They sat in the moss in the godswood of Winterfell in the late summer of 292 AC, 2 boys of 9 and 10, with the work in front of them like a road they had walked once and meant to walk again, more carefully this time, and saw the road as if from a high place. There was a great deal of country ahead. There were a great many places to die on it. They had a list of those places. They had a list of every grave they intended to leave empty. They had a list of every wedding they intended not to attend. Robb folded the red leaf carefully and put it inside the book of the lives of 4 kings he carried about with him these days, between pages 47 and 48, where Aegon the Unlikely was crowned. He left the leaf there. He took the book back to the Maester's tower. He put the book back on its shelf. He went down to dinner. He took his place by his brother. He smiled at his mother across the room. His mother smiled back. The work went on. Chapter 3, The Eggs of Aemon 292 to 294 AC. Winterfell to Castle Black, by Raven and by Ranger. The Maester at the wall had not seen anything for nearly 20 years. He sat in his cell behind a heavy oaken door whose hinges had begun, again, to need oil. He sat at a small table on which a long cold cup of broth had begun to grow a fine ring of grease. He sat with his white hands folded under his blind chin and his blind eyes turned, by force of an old habit older than any other, toward the small slit of a window on his eastern wall. That slit faced the dawn. He had not seen the dawn in 18 years. He turned to it anyway. There were 3 rituals an old Targaryen could not give up, even when he had given up Targaryens. He turned toward dawn at dawn. He wept, very quietly, when the air smelled of dragonglass, and he listened with the whole of himself when a bird came in from the south. A bird had come in from the south. The bird had come from Winterfell. The bird carried a slip of parchment no bigger than his palm. The slip was written in a small, precise hand that was not, properly, a child's hand at all. It ought to have been a child's hand by every indication of the seal. But it was, beneath the marks of childishness, the hand of a man who has trained himself to a clear line. Eamon's blind fingers read the marks of the ink. His blind face read the smell of the ink, clove, and old iron. His blind heart read the writer whom he had never met. The note said, "Eamon, my kinsman, I write again. You know me. The hour we spoke of last spring approaches. I require the small box now. Send it under the seal of a black brother going south on the king's business. Let it be hidden in the false bottom of a chest of black wool. There is a man at Mole's town named Tarley the elder, no relation, who keeps a stall at the back of the alewife. The chest may be left with him under the name of Eni's Sand, for the use of a buyer in Wintertown. He is paid. He will not look. The chest will reach me. Burn this. Forgive my plainness. I am out of time and have come into a strange new measure of it, of which more another day. Your loving J.S. Eamon held the note for a long moment between his hands, the way a man holds the small skull of a bird he has himself raised. He had said last spring that he had enough time. He had been wrong by a fraction of a season. He felt this in his lungs. He felt it in his right knee, which had become bad. He felt it in the wheezing of the seventh stair below his cell, which Sam, no, not yet Sam, that boy was still being kicked in some hall in the reach this hour, not yet sent, which the wheeze of the seventh stair foretold for him in some small old way. Time was short. The note before him was earlier than he had expected by half a season. So be it. He had given up his line for the watch, but he had not given up his cunning. The chest had been ready since the last raven from Winterfell. It sat under the loose flagstone in the corner, 3 small heavy curves of stone wrapped in oiled wool, one black, the black of soot stirred with venous blood, one green, the green of an emerald held against a flame, one cream, the cream of a winter cheese that has been left to age into its sour. They had been with him longer than Robert Baratheon had been on the throne. They had been with him longer than Ares had been mad. They had been with him longer than he had been a maester. He had taken them, in the summer of his 53rd year, from a stash beneath the floor of his Uncle Daron's old cell at the Citadel. 3 eggs that had not been listed in any inventory. 3 eggs no one had remembered there. 3 eggs Eamon had touched once with his bare hand and felt, yes, even after 100 years, even after another 100, a pulse beneath the stone, like a man bending over a sleeping animal and feeling the breath against his palm. He had taken them out of love. He had taken them out of the long, slow, fastidious love a Targaryen feels for a Targaryen thing. He had not used them. He had never expected to use them. He had wrapped them in their oiled wool and carried them with him through 10 years at the Citadel and 40 years at the Wall, and he had told no one, and his mind, in his 90th year, was the only place they had ever truly been kept. Now they would go south, to a boy of 10 in Winterfell, a boy who had, in his last letter, written to Eamon as if he had been a man who had once dined with Eamon in the Tower of the Hand at the wedding of Aegon V. Eamon had wept. He had wept for the first time in 20 years. He had wept because the boy could not, by any natural means, know what he had known, because the boy was telling the truth, because the truth had a shape only certain old men recognize, and the old men had not believed they would live to see it again. Eamon had ordered the chest packed 3 days ago. He stood slowly. He felt for his stick. He went to the corner. He bent, the bending hurt, he bore it and lifted the loose flagstone. He drew out the chest. It was the size of a small footstool. He had wrapped each egg separately in 3 layers, oiled wool, oiled silk, and oiled cotton. He had packed them in straw. He had filled the spaces between them with black wool, fleece freshly sheared and quite ordinary, a deliberate, dull, ordinary thing to make the chest seem the chest of a merchant and not the chest of a kingmaker. He set the chest beside his table. He locked it with the small black iron key he wore on a thong about his neck. He sat down. He waited. Brother Eamon. The voice belonged to Brother Clydas, who had become his hands and feet some years ago without either of them announcing it. Clydas had pale rabbit eyes and the gentle conscience of a man born to be subordinate to a kinder will. Eamon trusted him in the small matters absolutely. He had told him nothing about the large. Clydas, there is a man to see you, a black brother. He says he has been sent. Bring him in. The man came in. The man was, in his way, ordinary. He was a ranger and the brother of a ranger and the cousin of a ranger. He had been 4 years on the wall and had killed 2 wildlings and 1 bear. He was traveling south on the Lord Commander's business to negotiate with Lord Manderley for a new shipment of salted cod. He smelled of horse and tallow and old leather. He stood in front of Eamon's table with his cap in his hand and said, "Meister, you go to White Harbor." "Aye, Meister, you will pass through Mole's town." "Aye, Meister, you will carry a small chest for me. It is to be deposited with one Tarley the elder who keeps a stall at the back of the alewife. The chest is to be entrusted by name in the keeping of one Eni Sand for whom it is held. You will mention to no one but Tarley. If asked, you will say it is a chest of black wool ordered for the use of a buyer in Wintertown. Do you understand?" "Aye, Meister." "You will receive a silver stag for the carrying, and another for the keeping, and another for the silence. The 3rd stag is the most expensive." The ranger flushed. "Meister, I am a brother of the watch. I keep silences for nothing." "Then you will receive the silences for nothing, and the silver shall be a gift unrelated to them. Do you understand?" "Aye, Meister. Take the chest. Travel safely. The old gods and the new bear you up." "Aye, Meister." The chest left Castle Black before the moon had risen twice. It went south by horse, south by sleigh, south by ranger, south by mule. It passed through Mole's town under a hood, and Tarley the elder took it without looking at it. And Tarley the elder gave it 3 days later to a man with a northern accent who said his name was Eni Sand, and who held in his hand a small carved chip of ironwood with a wolf's head on one side and a flame on the other. The chip was Jon's. The man with the chip was Jory Castle, who had been told by his lord nothing more than go to Mole's town. Ask for Tarley the elder at the alewife. Give the man the chip. Take the chest. Ask no questions of it. Bring it home. And who, being Jory Castle and a man whose virtues lay in the doing of small precise things, had asked no questions at all. The chest came to Winterfell in the late autumn of 292 AC, hidden in the bottom of a perfectly ordinary cart of perfectly ordinary black wool, which the steward received and credited to the household accounts. The wool went to the loft. The chest went, by a small and indirect route involving Jory's silence, 2 of his oldest comrades' help, an evening of conveniently misdirected attention by Theon Grage at archery practice, and a corridor of the crypts that nobody had a reason to walk past at that hour, to the 8th chamber of the crypts of Winterfell, and was placed at the foot of the 3rd sarcophagus from the left. JON and Robb opened it that night. They opened it together by candlelight in the dark of the crypts, in the small ring of warm air the candle gave them, with the 3rd sarcophagus a quiet stone presence beside them and Cregan Stark's grandfather's wife and her 70-year-old piece beneath their hands. They lifted the lid. They lifted out the oiled cotton. They lifted out the oiled silk. They lifted out the oiled wool. They lifted out, in turn, 3 small heavy curves of cool stone. Robb held one in each of his small hands. They were too big for one hand each. He held them the way a man holds a melon, with his fingers spread and his thumb beneath. The black one was the warmer by a little. The green was the cooler. The cream was the heaviest. JON held the cream one in 2 hands and tested its weight and looked up at his brother across the candle. "They are alive," JON said. "They are stone. They are alive." "How do you know?" "I have seen them alive. I am telling you, alive." Robb was silent. He held them. He thought about his last life and about the Iron Throne and about Aerys Targaryen and about the long shadow that had fallen on his house because of the long shadow of dragons. He thought about how he had been raised to fear them. He thought about how, when he was 12, his father had taken him aside in his solar after a tutor's history lesson and said, "Robb, never trust a dragon, lad. Dragons are not horses or hounds. Dragons remember. Dragons are a long memory and fire." He thought about Lord Eddard, who slept 3 floors above this room, who would, if he knew the contents of this chest, raise 3 banners and put the eggs to the sea in a chest of iron at dawn. He thought about Daenerys. He had not met her. He had only heard Jon speak of her. He had only seen, in Jon's eye, the shape of a woman his brother had loved and killed, and who had, in some way, been his brother's only mirror. He thought about the dragons he had seen in his dream the night they planted the stone, and the way he had wanted to put his hand on the great soot-black snout. "They will need keeping," Robb said. "Yes, they cannot stay in the crypts. Number the crypts will keep them cool. The cool will keep them quiet until the spring. The spring. Eamon told me in an earlier letter, heat, brother, heat, blood, prayer. The eggs are alive because they were carried once near dragons. They have not been thus carried in 100 years. They will not hatch in cold dirt. They will hatch in fire, or in cold dirt warmed by a fire, or in cold dirt warmed by a certain fire, which is the fire of the certain blood, which I am told is a thing one does by going into the flame oneself. Only. Jon held up a hand to forestall the look gathering on Robb's face. Only I am not stupid. I will not walk into a fire with 3 eggs on my belly. Daenerys did it because she had to. Daenerys did it because she had a pyre already laid for a man and a witch, and she chose to put herself on it. We have not got a husband to burn. We have not got a witch to burn. We will use what we have, which is time, and cunning, and the heart tree. The heart tree. In 2 springs' time, when the eggs have settled, when I am old enough to take them out without the household noticing, when the wolfswood has thawed, we will take them to the heart tree. We will lay them at the roots. We will warm them by hand. We will give them blood, but a small blood from us both, a few drops from the palm, the way the old way teaches. We will sing to them. We will sing the old songs of the wolves and the new songs of the dragons, and we will let them know, in the only way a thing in stone can be made to know, that they are wanted and they are home and they are safe. And we will see if that is enough. And if it is not, brother, we will think of something else, and we will not yet hate ourselves for not having Daenerys' gift. Jon, you speak of her with, I speak of her as a man speaks of his queen. Yes, you loved her. I murdered her. I do not yet know if those are the same word. The candle had burned a long while. The wax had begun to spill in a small, slow tongue over the side of its dish. Robb watched the wax run for a moment. Jon, we must talk about her. About them, the Targaryens, not in this hour, but soon. We must talk about you. Because the boys we are now will at some point need to know what we will tell each other we will do with the secret of your name. Jon's small, thin face was very still in the candlelight. There will be time, he said. Plenty of time. The truth will keep. Will it? It has kept 7.5 years already. It can keep 7 more. Robb said nothing. Robb thought we will see. But Robb, like his brother, had been a king and a soldier and a tactician, and he knew the truth from the unwise truth, and he set the question down, gently, for the present, the way a man puts a knife away in a drawer for later. He wrapped each egg again in its oiled wool. He closed the chest. He locked it with the small black iron key. He hung the key by a thong of leather inside the chest itself, on a peg he had driven into the wood months ago in preparation. He set the chest down at the foot of the sarcophagus. They stood up. Their knees were stiff with the cold of the flagstones. "Brother," Jon said, "brother." They went up out of the crypts. A digression, the queen. There is a thing happening in this season in another castle in another part of the world. In the Red Keep of Kings Landing, the Queen Cersei Lannister is sitting at her dressing table beneath a great silver mirror. She is 25. She has just been delivered of her second child by the King Robert Baratheon. The child is a girl. The child's name is Miachella. The child is not Robert S. Although Robert does not know it, the child is Jaime S. Although Jaime does not yet love her. The queen sits at her dressing table and brushes out her hair. Her hair is the gold of new minted coin. She brushes it slowly. She is humming. She is humming a tune from her childhood at Casterly Rock, a small absent tune her mother used to hum at her own glass, and the humming is an unself-conscious thing. She does it when she is happy. She is happy this evening. The child sleeps in the next room. The king is in the wine hall with the new Bolton Lord and the new Frey Lord and the new Lord of 3 other places, and the wine hall is far enough away that the laughter does not yet annoy her. The hand of the king is JON, who is old and kind and who likes her about as well as a man can like a queen he suspects of being a viper. JON suspects nothing yet. He will suspect in a year. He will be poisoned in a year and a half. That is the road. The queen knows the road. She has not yet built the road. She is humming. A man came into the room. The man is Jaime Lannister. He is 25. He is the Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. He has come up the back stair with one boot and not its mate, with his cloak on his arm, with a small smile on his mouth, the kind of smile he wears when he is in a private place with the thing in the world that most loves him. "Sister," he said. "Brother." He came up behind her. He looked at her face in the silver glass. He saw for a heartbeat the face of Cersei Lannister, a woman of 25, the queen of the realm, the mother of 2 of his children, a thing of beauty he had been raised in the cradle to want, and who had been raised in the cradle to want him. He kissed her on the side of her neck. She closed her eyes. She did not stop humming. Far away in the north, in a quiet crypt beneath a quiet castle, 3 eggs sat in their chest at the foot of a tomb. The eggs were not yet aware of anything. The eggs were not yet aware of the woman at the mirror. The woman at the mirror was not yet aware of the eggs. The road between them was being built on both ends. Winterfell, spring of 293. Catelyn Stark gave birth to a daughter early in the new year. The daughter was small and bright, and had the dark hair of her grandmother and the lively eye of an Aunt Nobody in Winterfell remembered. Her name was Sansa. Robb looked at her in her crib and felt, for one full half-hour, that he could not move. He had known this, of course. He had known Sansa would come. He had been counting, the household had been counting, his mother had been swelling neatly for months. He had been prepared. He had not been prepared. She was small. She was so small. He had remembered her as the slender girl of 14, who had stood on the steps of the Sept of Baelor in a gray kirtle weeping for their father's body. He had remembered her as the tall lady of 17, who had ridden into Winterfell with a face like a closed door, and a wedding ring on her thumb that she did not wear on her finger, because the finger that ring belonged on had been Tyrion Lannister's. He had remembered her also as the laughing girl of 11, who had pestered Septa Mordine for a 3rd lesson in stitching, and stuck her tongue out at her brothers across the high table. He had not remembered her as a fist of pink and dark hair with a closed, sleepy face and a tiny mouth working in a dream. He stood at her crib a long time. He did not move. The cradle nurse, who was new to the household and did not know the air well, watched him with growing alarm. She had been told that the heir was a sweet boy, and a sweet boy he had been at the door, but he had now stood looking at the babe for the better part of half an hour without moving, and his face was doing nothing, and the nurse began slowly to be afraid. She cleared her throat. "My lord," she said, "she is your sister." Robb did not look up. "I will not let anything happen to her," he said very quietly. Then after a pause, "I swear it by the old gods and the new, I will not let anything happen to her. I swear it to her. Bear witness." The nurse did not know what to say. She had not been raised to be a witness. She said faintly, "I, my lord." Robb leaned over the crib. He kissed his sister on the forehead. He kissed her on the cheek. He kissed her after a moment's hesitation on her tiny pursed mouth, the way an older brother kisses a baby sister when he has had too long a time to think about the kissing of her. He went out. He found JON in the corridor. JON had been waiting. JON had been waiting half an hour in the small alcove 3 doors down. JON had been, in his own way, also unable to come in. He had been afraid, with a fear that was both a man's fear and a boy's, that he would weep in front of the household at the sight of a baby, and weeping in front of the household was not a thing the bastard of Winterfell was allowed to do. Robb walked past him in the corridor, and Robb stopped, and Robb took his brother by the elbow, and Robb said, "Come in. Come in, JON. She is here." JON's face did something complicated. Then JON nodded. He went into the room with his brother. He stood at the cradle. He looked down. The cradle nurse, who had taken Robb for some kind of mute religious lunatic, took the bastard at once for some kind of other religious lunatic. She held her ground. JON did not speak. JON did not move. JON stood with his hands at his sides and looked at his sister. After a long moment he reached out one finger very slowly and laid it against the back of one of her tiny hands. Sansa's tiny fingers closed by reflex around his finger. JON's mouth came open. He did not, this time, weep, but the weeping was in the mouth, and the cradle nurse saw it. She saw also the face of the heir to Winterfell, who was watching his bastard brother hold a finger to his sister's hand, and who was smiling, and the smile of the heir to Winterfell was the smile of a man who has been given back a coin he believed lost. The cradle nurse, who was new, did not know what she was looking at, but she knew, with the certainty of an honest woman who has been a long time in service, that she was looking at something that mattered to the gods. She crossed her hands in the old way and bowed her head and held her tongue and went on with her watching. The forge. Spring of 293. Mikken the smith was a great barrel of a man with a forearm like a ham, and a temper not unlike a forge. Hot, but quickly stoked and quickly cooled. He had taken the bastard on as a small apprentice 3 weeks ago at the boy's quiet request, and at Lord Eddard's quiet permission, and he had had to be told only twice not to call him JON in front of the household, but to call him boy. Mikken did not understand what was happening in his forge that spring. The bastard at 10 was, this could not be put more delicately, better at the forge than his master. He was better at the small things. He was better at the temper. He had taken to handling an awl as if he had handled one for years. He had taken to filing as if he had filed for years. And last week, when Mikken had idly shown him how to turn a rivet with a small hand hammer, the boy had turned it on the first try with the small, slow accuracy of a man twice Mikken's age. Mikken did not say anything about this to anyone. He was a man who minded his own work and the work of his apprentices, in that order. He did, however, gather courage one evening and ask the bastard quietly, as the boy was sweeping the floor, "Lad, where did you learn to handle a rivet?" The boy looked up. The boy was, as Mikken had become used to noticing, a careful boy. The careful eyes considered Mikken for a moment. "I had a dream," the boy said. Mikken nodded slowly. "I had a dream too once," said Mikken. "When I was a lad, I dreamed I was a knight and I rode out south and I fought an attorney and won a princess. I have been a smith 40 years and my princess has been Aggie behind the bar in Wintertown, and she is no princess but she is good to me. I do not believe much in dreams these days, boy. Some are true. That's what they all say." The boy did not answer that. Mikken watched him sweep. The strokes of the broom were even. The strokes of the broom were the strokes of a man who has swept many floors and is not too proud to sweep them. Mikken thought, that is not the way Lord Eddard's bastard ought to sweep a floor. That is not how a boy raised in a castle sweeps a floor. That is how the steward of a castle sweeps a floor. That is how a man who has been a steward sweeps a floor. Micken did not say this. Micken kept sweeping in his own way with his eyes on the broom and did not look up again. Later that evening John went to the forge after dark by himself with a candle. He had Micken's permission. Micken had given him a key. He took the smallest hammer, he took a small file. He took a small piece of black iron the smith had set aside as scrap. He worked alone by candlelight for 2 hours. He came away with 3 small thin iron rings the size of his smallest finger, polished bright. He took one and rolled it inside a scrap of leather and put it in the small purse at his belt. He took the other 2 and went out of the forge and through the inner gate by the postern and across the kennel yard and into the crypts. In the 8th chamber in the corner in the chest at the foot of the sarcophagus, he laid the 2 rings carefully on top of the cream-colored egg, where they would warm, very slowly, with the slow warmth of the wool. He looked at the eggs for a long time. He spoke to them. He spoke to them in a low voice, not loudly enough that the cold air could carry it, not so loud that the stones above could overhear. He said small things. He said the names of his lost. He said the name of his mother whom he had only learned 3 months ago, when he was 31, and the Dragon Queen was telling him things over the smoldering remains of King's Landing. He said the name of her sister, whom he had never met. He said the name of his father, the father he had been raised by, and the father he had been born of, and he said both names with the same level voice. He said the names of 3 women he had loved in his short life, a wildling, a queen, and the queen in the north who had been like a sister, and not yet a queen and never quite either. He said the name of his other king who had crossed the wall to him with a god in his train. He spoke a long while. The cream egg, when he ended, had a small warmth in it that had not been there at the beginning. He touched it with the back of his hand. He withdrew the hand. He left the crypts. In the corridor outside the 8th chamber he found Robb sitting on the bottom step of the stair, waiting with another candle. "How is she?" John said. "Sleeping, with Mother." "Good. You were a long time." I told them names. "Whose?" "All of them." "That is a long list." "It is the right list." Robb stood. They went up out of the crypts together. The candles guttered as they climbed. At the top of the stair John's candle went out and then Robb's, and they walked the last 20 paces by feel and by familiarity and by the way the corridor smelled. Then they came out into the upper passage and walked, hand in hand, back to their chambers, 2 boys of 11 and 10 with the secret of 3 eggs and 3 iron rings and 3 living dead in their keeping. Catalin's ledger. Winter of 293-294. Catalin Tully kept no ledger. She was a lady of Winterfell. She did not write in books. She did her accounting in her head and in a small quiet way and never on paper. But she had a list in her head of things her sons did that she could not explain, and the list had been growing for 2 years. And now in the winter of 293-294, it would not stop growing, and she had begun, very privately, to bring the list to a quiet place inside her head, and lay it out, and look at it as a Tully looks at the courses of the Trident. The list contained, by this winter, the following items. The morning Robb had come to her unbidden when she was weeping in the small septa-morting kept off the inner gallery, and had said, "Mother, do not weep. The child will be well. The child will be a daughter. The child will be the gentlest of us. The child will sing," and had walked out before she could even ask him how he knew it was a daughter or how he knew the child would sing, when she had not yet told the household she was pregnant a 4th time. The morning John had brought Bran a small carved wooden hawk and said, "Bran, this is what your friend will look like one day. The hawk is a thing for the air. You can be a thing for the air too, but not yet. Not yet, do you hear? Stay on the ground, Bran. Stay on the ground. said with the small, fervent quietness of a man swearing a vow to a child, and not in the casual way an older brother gives a younger brother a toy. The afternoon Theon Grage, who had at 15 been a sour boy half broken by his exile from the islands, had come into her solar with a posy of meadowsweet and said, "Lady Stark, the bastard says you have been kind to him at table this past month, and he wants you to have these because he has not the manners to give them to you himself. He says, please, do not be cross with him. He is afraid he will say it wrong." And Catelyn had taken the meadowsweet and had not been cross. The night Sansa had run a fever, and the household had been waking and worrying, and Robb had come into the chamber and stood at the foot of the cradle and said, "Mother, give her water with willow bark, and not the milk poppy. Trust me, mother, the poppy will weaken her. The willow bark will not." And the willow bark had worked. The day Robb had asked the Maester for a long discussion of the line of succession in the Vale. The day JON had asked the Maester for a long discussion of the line of succession in the Vale. The day Robb had quietly bullied. There was no other word for it. 3 of the household's older boys, all of them future bannermen of his, into spending a full hour a day at archery with the youngest stable boy, who was very small and very poor and very northern and whose name was Wall, and who, when asked why this small honor had been done him, said, "The young lord said I'd be useful one day. He said I had a good eye. He said I'd save a man's life." And Catelyn had thought, what man's life? Whose? Whose? She did not know what to do with the list. She did, in the end, what most mothers do, which was watch. Watching was the kind of action that did not require committing to a conclusion. She watched her sons. She watched her bastard. She watched also the boy Bran, who was now 5, and whom Robb and JON had so far conspicuously and entirely failed to scold for climbing the kennel roof. Bran's joy in climbing was a thing that had begun in his 2nd year and had grown in his 3rd and was now in his 5th, the great love of his life. He climbed everything. He climbed the kennel roof. He climbed the smithy wall. He climbed the apple tree in the kitchen garden. He had begun, last week, to attempt the inner wall. When Catelyn caught him at it, she had been about to deliver a swat in a long lecture, and she had been forestalled very quietly by Robb, who had come up behind her and put a small hand on her sleeve and said, "Mother, mother, do not." She had turned. "Robb, he cannot. He must climb, mother. He cannot. He must, mother. Hear me. Bran climbs like a cat. Bran climbs better than anyone here, including Theon, who fancies himself a climber. Bran is a thing made for it. If you forbid him, he will sneak out at night and climb in the dark, and that is when he will fall. If you allow him, he will climb where JON and I have shown him, on the kennel and on the smithy and in the apple tree and on the inner curtain wall, only in daylight and only on the south side where the stones are unbroken, and he will not fall. He will not fall, mother. We have made him promise. We have taught him 3 ways down. He has practiced. Look, look, mother, look at how he comes down. Look at how he uses 3 points always. He knows the rule, 3 points always. The boy will be safe, mother. We have made him safe." He had said it with the small, fervent quietness she had heard in him once before at the cradle. She had looked at her son's face. She had looked at her son Bran on the wall above, who was, in fact, coming down by 3 points always, left foot, then right hand, then right foot, then left hand, in a steady, careful tetrad of a descent that no normal 5-year-old in the history of Winterfell had ever been taught. She had said nothing. She had walked back down the courtyard with Robb at her elbow. In her solar she had stood for a long time at her window. She had stood with her hand on the small stone sill. She had looked out across the inner ward to the godswood and the high tower of the keep and the long red light of the late afternoon. She had thought about her son. She had thought about her sons. She had thought about her bastard. She had thought about the fact that her sons knew the rule of 3 points always, which is the rule a man learns at the foot of a captain who has taught it to him after the man has fallen once and survived and not yet fallen twice. She had thought, who has taught my sons to fall and survive? She had thought who? She had thought what? She had not thought yet when. But the wind was waiting for her at the back of the list, and she knew it. The Wolfswood, spring of 294. JON was 11, and Robb was 12. They went into the Wolfswood that morning before dawn, with Theon Greyjoy carefully drunk in a hayloft and Jory Castle carefully on duty at the south gate, and they carried between them in a small basket lined with oiled wool 3 small heavy stones. They went to the place of the 3 stumps. They went to the hearthstone they had planted 3 springs gone. They knelt in the moss. They put aside the leaves of 3 springs. They felt for the warmth of the stone under the earth and found it. The warmth was very small, but it was there. And the silver ring around the stone, when JON drew it up to look at it, was tarnished only on the side that had faced east. They put the 3 eggs in the 3 hollows. They covered the hollows with their hands. JON drew the small awl from his belt, and Robb pricked his own thumb without being asked. They let 3 drops of each blood fall into the hollows, 1 on each egg. They mingled their blood on the cream egg in a small dark stain. They sang. They sang between them, very low and very softly, every old song they had been able to find on the eggs of dragons and the line of fire and the wolves in the snow. Then they sang the song JON had heard once, on the shores of a frozen lake north of the wall, sung by a man who had been a man and was now nothing in his last hour, with 3 drops of his own blood freezing on his beard. JON did not know whose song it was. JON had been 13 lifetimes from forgetting it. He sang it to his eggs in his brother's hearing, and his brother caught up the line of it without being told, and they sang it together in 2 boys' voices in the small green clearing in the Wolfswood while the dawn came on at the east. The black egg cracked first. It cracked very small, a sound smaller than the snapping of a twig. Then, like a tear in a piece of cloth, a slow run line opened in the stone, and the black scale beneath the stone showed through, and the slow run line opened again, and the black scale was a curved bright iron, and the dragon inside the egg shifted, and the eggs were no longer eggs but eggs still. 3 small eggs. 3 small slow eggs with small slow cracks in them. 3 small slow eggs that were beginning in this slow new way to be born. JON laughed. He had not laughed like that since he had been a boy. He laughed in his small, clear 10-year-old voice, and his brother, after one stunned heartbeat, laughed with him. And the 2 of them laughed until they had to stop laughing for fear of being heard a league away. And then they put their hands on the cracking eggs and held them while the dragons inside found their way. And they did not move from the clearing of the 3 stumps until the dawn was high in the sky above them, and 3 small slick things, black, green, cream, wet from the inside and blinking, opened their eyes and turned, one and one and one, to look at the boys who had warmed them home. JON and Robb looked back. The dragons were the size of cats. They were smaller than cats. They were the size of large kittens. The black one, the soot-black one, raised its small head on its long neck and looked at Robb, not at JON, and opened its small mouth in a small soundless yawn, and laid the small mouth gently against Robb's small finger and would not let go. Robb wept. He wept the way he had wept in the Godswood 4 years before, very quietly, with his teeth set, and his shoulders moving, and a small dragon making a small contented noise against his thumb. JON put one hand on his brother's shoulder. "Brother," JON said. "Brother," said Robb. The green dragon and the cream dragon climbed in their slow, small way into JON's lap. The green one settled itself after a moment of careful sniffing against his belly. The cream one walked up his arm and lay across his shoulder like a small heavy stole and put its small head against his ear and began, very softly, to thrum. "They are ours," Robb said. "They are theirs," JON said, looking at his brother. "They are not ours. They are not anyone's. They are themselves, but we are who they have, and so." He breathed. So. He did not say more. He did not need to. They sat in the clearing of the 3 stumps in the Wolfswood beneath the high spring sun, with 3 small dragons in their laps and on their shoulders. They did not move for an hour. They did not speak for an hour. Then they did the small, careful work of carrying the dragons home, in the oiled wool of the basket, and of finding for them a deep hidden place in a low cave by the small stream that came down from the long lake, which was an hour's walk from the castle by Jon's quicker route, and which they had prepared for the past 2 springs as a place no man went. And they fed the dragons the bloody bone scraps Jon had collected from the kitchen over 6 months, and they swore to each other in the cave, by the small bright eyes of the 3 small dragons, that no soul living in Winterfell would know of this until they were old enough, and the dragons were large enough that the knowing could no longer hurt anyone they loved. They walked back to the castle. They came in through the postern at the noon hour with a small basket of mushrooms they had picked on the way as their excuse. The cook scolded them for being out alone. Their mother scolded them for being out alone. Their father, who had heard the cook scolding them, called them into his solar and scolded them himself. They listened. They nodded. They were chastened. That night Jon and Robb lay in their beds and could not sleep, and the dragons in their cave by the small stream that came down from the long lake could not sleep either. And the 4 of them, boys and beasts, passed the night each turning a small new fact over in his head, which was the fact that they were not alone in the world any longer, and would never again be alone in the world while any one of them lived. In her solar, Catelyn Stark slept badly. She dreamed of a wolf and a dragon. She did not remember the dream by morning. In the small library above the Maester's tower, the volume on the dragons of the line of Aegon the Fifth lay open on the shelf where Jon had returned it that evening, and the pages it lay open to detailed, in a small precise script, the marks by which one might know a hatchling's bond to the human whose blood had hatched it. A small red leaf lay between those pages. It would, in 3 years' time, be found there by an older man with a quiet face who would put it in his palm, look at it, and then very gently put it back. The Maester at the wall that night dreamed of a dawn he could not see and woke smiling. He did not need to ask. He knew. The eggs had hatched. His line lived on. He thanked in the dark, the small bright dawn he could not see, and slept again, and did not wake until the next morning's prayer. The work went on. Chapter 4. The Gentling 294 to 296 AC. Winterfell and certain other houses. The dragons grew. They grew quietly, in the cave by the stream at the foot of the long lake, with the slow, patient ferocity of a thing made for empires growing in a place not yet large enough for it. They grew on mutton and on goat meat, and on the fat of pigs, and on the small private offerings of bone scraps Jon scraped from beneath the kitchen tables every evening, with a hand broom of his own making. They grew on the small private fires Jon kindled and quenched for them, the small careful baths of cinder heat Jon laid in 3 pits at the back of the cave for them to sleep upon. They grew on song. They grew on names. The names were Robb's gift. He had thought of them all winter, and had laid them, one evening in the clearing of the 3 stumps, before his brother for approval. Robb's nominee names came from the old kings of the north, from the line of Cregan, from the men who had ridden out of Winterfell and not come back. Jon had been silent for a long time, and then had said, "Brother, I want one of them not to be a king. I want one of them to have the name of a woman." So the black, the heaviest and slowest and most patient, the one who had chosen Robb without consulting Robb, was named Cregan, for the warden of the long winter, and the green, the small wicked-eyed one who could already hiss like an iron and who liked best of all of them to sit on a man's collarbone and breathe in his ear, was named Brandon, for the great uncle who had ridden south and burned, and the cream, the smallest, the swiftest, the one whose scales were the color of old parchment by candlelight, whose eyes were the color of a hearth-fire seen through a fold of glass, the one who would always be Jon's whatever any king in any hall thought, was named Lyanna. John had not been able to say the name out loud in his brother's hearing the first 3 times he tried. He had only been able to write it on a chip of ironwood and lay it in Robb's lap and look away. Robb had read it. Robb had not commented. Robb had only said, "I, Lyanna. I, brother. I," and had touched the cream dragon's small dry snout with one slow finger and said, "Lyanna," and the cream dragon had closed its eyes and let itself be touched and had not opened its eyes again for some time. That had been the spring of 294 AC. By the autumn of 294, the dragons were the size of large dogs. By the spring of 295, they were the size of small horses, and they had begun to look at the cave roof the way a man looks at a ceiling he has outgrown. So Jon and Robb had begun, that summer, the slow business of moving them. The first move was to a place deeper in the Wolfswood, 3 days' walk by an evasive route, at the foot of a great granite cliff under which a deeper cave wound back into the side of the hill. The cave's mouth was a slit in the rock no man could find unless he had been shown it, and even then the slit had to be approached from below by a thin path that went up a stone shelf, and the path was only safe in summer, when no ice was on it. It was a cave that had once been the home of a small bear. The small bear had moved on. The cave had 4 chambers, each warmer than the last by a few degrees, because a fault in the rock somewhere below let up a faint perpetual breath of warm air from the deep places of the earth. It was the kind of place the old wildling tales called a hollow hill. It was the kind of place old Nan had named in 3 different stories. Robb and Jon had heard those stories all their lives, and only now, knowing what they were looking for, had they understood that the stories were a map. So the dragons went to the hollow hill in the Wolfswood, and there they grew through the autumn of 295, and there they fed on the deer Jon and Robb hunted for them on the long walks they spent more and more of their evenings on. When Catelyn could be persuaded that the boys' hunger to know the country of their north was a normal boyish hunger, and not a thing to be afraid of. Their father had eventually been persuaded that they ought to be permitted these treks. The convincing had been done partly by Ned's own quiet pride in his sons' growing competence, partly by Jon's clever appeal that the boys had grown up under one roof, and that the future warden of the North ought to know his own woods, partly by the surreptitious agency of Theon Greyjoy, who had been so completely turned to Robb's purpose that he had begun to advocate of his own accord for the boys' freedom, on the grounds that every lord ought to have walked his lands at the age when he begins to dream of them. Theon Greyjoy had become an unexpected piece of the work. Jon had set himself the project of saving Theon at the age of 9. He had given himself the long planning of it. He had begun, even then, to make small, careful overtures to the older boy, had carried a tankard to him after archery, had asked him questions about the islands, had laughed at his jokes, which were mostly poor jokes, had let himself be teased without sulking. Robb had supported these overtures with the lordly weight of his approval. Theon, raised at Winterfell as a thing not loved but tolerated, had been raised to expect the smallest of kindnesses and to bridle at them as suspect. Theon had not bridled at Jon. Theon, in the slow way of a man who has been thirsty long, had drunk the warmth Jon poured for him. By the spring of 295, when he was 15 and Robb was 13, Theon Greyjoy was thicker with the Stark boys than he had ever been in any prior life. He played a game with them in which they were all 3 captains of 3 ships of his father's, and he taught them what little he remembered of the old way and the songs of the salt, and at night, sometimes, after the others were asleep, Theon would sit in the hall by the fire with Robb and talk in a low voice about his father and his uncle and his lost sister, and the shape of the Iron Islands he was beginning to fear he would never see again. And Robb would listen. And Robb would say, very carefully, in the way of a man laying a stone, Theon, when you go home, and you will go home, you will go home as your father's son, and Winterfell will go with you in your name, and we will be the first allies of the Kraken when the Krakens have a worthy lord. We have your back, always. Do you hear? Always. And Theon had listened. And Theon had begun in his 15-year-old way to believe. It was the slowest poison Robb had ever administered, and it was a poison of love, and it was working. Theon Greyjoy in the spring of 295 was a different boy from the bitter little ward he had been at 12. He laughed more. He drank less. He flirted with the kitchen maids less, and listened to the kitchen maids more. He had taken, of all things, to reading. Maester Luwin's tower was a place he visited unbidden of an evening to ask, in the diffident manner of an apprentice who is not sure he will not be sent away, after a book on the seamanship of the drowned gods' people. Maester Luwin had given him 3. Theon had read all 3. Theon had read them twice. Luwin had recorded this development in his ledger. There were many entries in Luwin's ledger by the autumn of 295. A digression, Bran on the inner wall. Brandon Stark was, in the spring of 295, 6 years old. He climbed. He had been allowed to climb. He had been taught to climb. He had been taught, between his 4th year and his 6th, by 2 patient older brothers, the rule of 3 points always, the rule of test the stone twice, the rule of never climb in rain, the rule of never go higher than you can fall twice and live, the rule of the side shuffle, the rule of the corner grip, and a dozen other rules that no other 6-year-old in the history of Westeros had ever been required to memorize before being allowed near a wall. He had been made to recite them in the godswood, with his small left hand on the heart tree, with Robb and JON listening, before each climb. He had been made to demonstrate each rule on the kennel roof, on the smithy wall, on the apple tree, before he had been permitted within 10 paces of the inner curtain. He had been made, before he ever attempted the South Tower, to climb its first 5 courses 3 days in a row in his older brother's company, and to come down each time by the longer way. Bran had not minded. Bran had loved the climbing too much to mind. Bran would have memorized the names of every leaf in the Wolfswood if his brothers had insisted upon it as the price of climbing. He climbed with the steady joy of a creature in its right element. By the time he was 6, he could climb anything in Winterfell that did not slope inwards more than a hand's breadth at the top. By the time he was 7, he could traverse the entire south face of the inner wall on the outside without coming up to walk the parapet. Once, in the spring of 295, he had attempted. He was a boy, and he was the boy, the broken tower. He had gone there in his older brother's company, by their permission, on the agreement that they would all 3 go up together and all 3 come down together, and no one would climb alone. The broken tower was the southeast tower of the inner ring, the one whose top story had collapsed in the long winter that ended in 257 AC. Its broken upper section was a hand for a climber, but a treacherous one. Stones came away. Mortar gave. There were 3 corner blocks at the 2nd floor that were almost entirely loose. You could lever them out if you were not careful. The window of the 2nd floor, the great east window where you could rest a knee, had a cracked sill. Beneath the sill was a chamber that, in another life, had been the chamber where a 6-year-old boy had seen a queen and her brother, and his life had been broken. Robb and JON had been very interested in this tower. They had spent a week of evenings in the spring of 294, and another in the spring of 295 in this tower. They had inspected it. They had marked the loose stones. JON had laid, with his own hand, 3 iron pins at 3 corners. He had set the pins deep by hammer, and packed them with mortar from Micken's forge. He had reinforced the cracked sill of the east window with a small bar of iron riveted up under it from below, where no eye could see it without lying on the parapet of the next tower with a glass. He had reset 2 of the loose corner blocks of the second story with new mortar. He had done all this on his own time in his own way and had told no man. By the time he was finished with it, the broken tower was no longer broken in the small ways that had killed his brother in another life. It would still be broken. It would still look broken from below. It would not, however, kill anyone John loved. That spring he and Robb took Bran up the tower. Bran had been impatient with the rules. Bran had wanted to climb it the way he had wanted to climb the inner wall, like a frog into a meadow. Robb had stopped him. Robb had said, "Bran, this tower is old. This tower is loose. You will climb behind me. You will climb where I have just put my foot. You will not climb above me. You will not put your hand on a stone before I have put mine on it. You will not move until I have moved. Do you understand?" Bran had grumbled. Bran had understood, so they went up. Robb went first. Jon went last. Bran was in the middle. They went up the south face. They went up to the second story. They went past the cracked sill of the east window. Robb stopped at the cracked sill and rested his hand against it and felt beneath it the small good shape of Jon's iron bar. He thought good and went on. They climbed to the top by the careful route, by the route they had practiced 2 seasons. They sat on the broken edge of the 3rd floor where the masonry had given up. They sat in the high spring sun. Bran sat between his brothers. He swung his small legs over the edge. He laughed. "I'm a bird," he said. "I'm flying." "You're a Stark," said Robb. "You're sitting." "Same thing," said Jon now and again. "I want to be a bird," said Bran. "I want to fly out over the Wolfswood and over the high road and out beyond the wall and into the snow." Robb and Jon were silent for a moment. "You will, lad," said Robb after a while. "You will in your own way. There are more ways to fly than wings." Bran cocked his head. "What do you mean?" "I mean," said Robb very lightly, "that I have a feeling about you, Bran. I have a feeling there is more to you than legs. I have a feeling the gods have other plans for you than horses. Listen, lad. If ever a dream comes to you of a bird or of a wolf or of a tree, if ever you dream you are in something and the something is not you, you come and tell me. Tell me first, before mother, before father, before the Meister, before Septimordan. Tell me first. Will you swear it?" Bran looked at his brother. Bran did not understand. "Why?" he said. "Because I had such dreams once," said Robb, with the small, certain calm of a man laying a foundation stone. "And I think you will, too. And I would like to be the one who hears them first." "I will swear it," said Bran. "Swear it on the heart tree." "I swear it on the heart tree. I will tell you first." "Good lad." They climbed back down. They went the slow way. Jon went first this time because he was the lightest, and the lightest goes first on the way down where the stones may shift. Bran was in the middle again. Robb came last. They came down with the small good weariness of men who have done a small good thing. They went to dinner. Jon was bruised on a knee where he had taken a small slip on the way up. He had hidden the slip from Bran. Robb was bruised on an elbow where he had braced himself against an outflung stone. They neither of them said anything about the slip. They were not going to make the boy afraid of the height. They were going to make the boy good. He would never fall. They would see to that. Catelyn, in the small September, that spring Catelyn Tully Stark went of an evening to the small sept off the inner gallery, and knelt before the 7 and prayed. She prayed for her children. She prayed with the small particular fervor of a Tully for the small daughter at her breast and the boys in her hall. She prayed for the boy in the bastard cell, whose name was Jon, and whose face she had begun to look at without flinching, and whom she had begun, very privately, to think of as one of mine. She did not say one of mine aloud. She did not yet have words for what she felt. She had, perhaps, no name for the absence of the loathing that had once been there, and which had so quietly stopped being there over the last 3 years that she had not noticed its leaving, only that her soul had begun, in some small way, to feel emptier when it was without him. She had begun, on the days he was out hunting with Robb in the wolf's wood, to look over the spread of the supper table and to count and to think there should be one more and not to know which one. She prayed very privately for forgiveness for many things. She prayed for the foul thought she had thought when the bastard was put into her husband's arms in the long ago. She prayed for the colder thought she had thought when the bastard sat down at the lower table in his 6th year. She prayed for the look she had given him in the hall in his 7th year when he had asked, at his father's behest, for a small piece of pheasant from her own plate, and she had given him an old crust and turned her face. She prayed for the time she had crossed herself, in this very sept, as he had passed in the corridor outside. She prayed for the lullabies she had not sung him when he was small, and which a woman of her birth ought to have sung to a child of her husband's house, whether she liked the child or not. She prayed in the small sept by the small light of 7 small candles, with her dark tully head bent, and asked the mother for grace, and asked the father for justice, and asked the crone for understanding, and asked the maiden for patience, and asked the warrior for strength, and asked the smith for craft, and asked at the end the stranger to keep, for now, his cold hand to himself. She rose from prayer with the small, grim weariness of a woman who has begun, very slowly, to remake herself. On her way out of the sept she came upon Jon Snow in the corridor. He had been on his way somewhere with a small purpose in his step, and he was startled by her, and he stopped and stood with his hands at his sides. "Jon, my lady, where are you going?" "To the Meister. I owe him a recitation." She looked at the boy. She looked at the dark, stark face on him, the long, stark mouth, the gray, stark eye. She had seen this face all her life on her husband. She had seen it on his Uncle Brandon's portrait in the hall. She had seen it, in dreams, on her own son Bran. She had not until this moment thought of the boy in front of her as having the face of her husband's brother, not her husband. She had not yet, of course, the means to know that this face was not in fact the face of her husband or her husband's brother, but the face of a lady of the North a long time gone, and she would not, for years yet, learn the truth of that. But she saw, that evening in the corridor by the sept, that the boy in front of her was a Stark, not a half-Stark. Not a Stark son with another's blood in him, a Stark full. Whatever the other half of his blood was, it was also a Stark thing. She did not know in this hour why this struck her. She had been told all her marriage that Eddard Stark had begotten this bastard upon a Dornish woman. She had believed it. She still believed it. But standing in the corridor, looking at the boy in the light of 2 corridor torches, she thought, whoever the mother was, she was a Stark in her bones, too. She did not say this aloud. She said, "Jon, my lady, are you happy here?" Jon's small dark face did something. The doing was very small. She would not have seen it if she had not been watching his face for the last 6 months. She had been watching his face. She saw it. "I am, my lady. Truly, truly, I am loved here. By those who love me, I am content." He paused. He looked at her. He said very carefully, "And my lady, are you?" She had not been asked the question, not in years. She did not for a moment know how to answer it. Then she said, after a longer pause than she had intended, "I am beginning to be." He nodded. "Then we are well," he said. She had not the words for a reply. She watched him walk past her in the corridor and away to the Meister's tower with the small, purposeful step of a boy with something to recite. She watched him until he had gone around the corner. She stood in the corridor a long moment after. Then she went back into the sept and lit, very deliberately, an 8th candle, which was not a candle for any of the 7, but a candle she had not before lit in any prayer. She did not say a word over it. She watched it burn. When it had begun to gutter, she went out and went to her solar and slept. The Lannisters by Raven. In the late winter of 295 AC, 2 letters were written by certain Lannister hands. The first was from Tywin Lannister, Lord of Casterly Rock, to his daughter the Queen. "Cersei," it said, "your husband drinks. Your son is 6. The realm is not at peace. The realm is between wars. That is a different thing. I have spoken to Stannis. He is restive. I have spoken to Renly. He is hungry. I have spoken to the small council. They are old and they will not last another 5 years. Jon Arryn is 61. He has been hand 12 years. He is loved. He is in your way. Wait and watch and do not act in haste. You have asked me in your last letter whether the time has come to act with regard to certain old matters in your house. I tell you, number not yet. Wait, daughter. The realm is yours in the end by the simple act of waiting. Do not act precipitately. I do not need to remind you what kind of son your son is. We do what we can, your father. The second was from Tyrion Lannister, master of nothing in particular, to a friend of his at the Citadel. Brother, the letter said. They were not brothers in any kind of blood, but Tyrion had taken to addressing this Maester so out of the fond, careless affection. A man who is happy with a particular cup of wine has for the wine. I have begun to wonder again about the eggs. You wrote me last year that you had been into the records and that there was no mention of 3 eggs in the Maester Daron archive, only of 2, and that the 2 were accounted for. But I have been thinking. There would not be a mention. Such things would not be put on paper. The other day, in the small library, I came across a small notation in a margin to the effect that one Maester Aemon, when he traveled north some 40 years ago, took with him a chest of unusual heft. The notation was a marginal hand and I cannot date it, but I find I cannot get the notation out of my head. There were 3 eggs at Summerhall. 2 are accounted for. The third, well, the third would have gone wherever a Targaryen who loved his house would have wanted it to go, which is to say to a Targaryen who still lived. We all know where the only surviving Targaryen of the senior line resides. Brother, I would not write this letter if my hand were not loose with wine, but my hand is loose with wine, and so I write it. I am not asking you to act. I am asking you to remember that we wondered. That letter never reached its addressee. It was intercepted at Lannisport by a man in the pay of Tywin Lannister, who read it, copied it, returned it carefully to the saddle of the rider who had been carrying it, and sent the copy by another rider to Casterly Rock. Tyrion's letter was thus delivered on schedule to the Citadel. The Maester there received it, read it, smiled at his old friend, wrote a polite reply that did not address the question, and let the question pass. But Tywin Lannister in his solar at Casterly Rock read the copy, drummed his long lean fingers on the table for some minutes, and then, very deliberately, burned it. He thought about the wall. He thought about Aemon Targaryen, who had been at the wall when Tywin was a young man, who was, even now, still at the wall, whose age was a thing that made Tywin think. He thought about the senior surviving Targaryen, by which he meant Viserys, who was, at this moment, 14 years old and in the household of a magister in Pentos with his sister of 9, and was not, by Tywin's reading, of an age or character to do anything useful with any eggs anyone might send him. He thought about other senior surviving Targaryens. He thought very briefly about his own daughter's marriage. He let that thought drop quickly. It would not bear thinking about. He thought about the bastard at Winterfell, who was, by every reckoning he had ever heard, the natural son of Eddard Stark on some Dornish woman. He had not given much thought to the bastard. He gave the bastard a thought now. The bastard was, on his information, of age with the Prince Joffrey, 10 or 11 perhaps. The bastard had, Tywin's spies in the north were not numerous, but they were good, a number of unusual habits. The bastard read late. The bastard fought well. The bastard was fond of his true-born brother. The bastard's true-born brother was, on Tywin's information, also unusually capable. Tywin Lannister did not know what to do with this. He was a man of action. This was not yet a thing requiring action. He filed it. He went to dinner. He scolded his brother Kevin for the seating arrangement. He smiled in the cool Lannister way at his nephew. He slept. He did not in his dreams see a dragon. He never did, but the dragons were there. The reach of the godswood, winter of 295–296. In the autumn of 295 AC, Jon Snow turned 12. He turned 12 on the eve of the autumn equinox. There was a small dinner held for him in the great hall, at his father's insistence. Catelyn presided. Sansa, who was at this point too, sat in her mother's lap and waved a small wooden spoon at her bastard brother across the table with a fierce, pleased love. Bran sat with his small 5-year-old hands folded in front of him, because Jon had said folded hands were a kingly thing. Robb sat at his brother's left elbow and watched him eat with the absent quiet of a man watching a brother across a campfire. Lord Eddard had a gift to give. He gave the gift after the meat course. He had Mikken make a small, light sword to fit a 12-year-old's hand. The sword was not a wooden practice sword. It was steel. It was the first real blade Jon Snow had been given in this life. The blade was, by the standards of swordsmiths, a pretty thing. By the standards of a small boy's first sword, it was a magnificent thing. Mikken had hammered the crossguard into the small, careful shape of a wolf's head. The pommel was a small bone-white round. The blade had been etched in small, clean letters on the flat near the hilt with 3 words, "Brother of mine." Jon stood up. He took the sword. His face had the small, careful composure he had cultivated, but the composure was not quite enough. His hand on the hilt was visibly trembling. He looked at his father. He could not, for a heartbeat, speak. Eddard Stark, who had not yet ever seen the eldest of his bastards' hands tremble in any way, watched his son tremble. He did not speak either for a moment. Then Eddard said very quietly, "I had it made for you. I had Mikken etch the words. I had Robb tell me what you wanted on it. The choice of phrase was your brother's. I approved it." Jon nodded. Jon's throat was full. He looked at Robb. Robb was watching him with the same dry, slow smile he had worn the morning the dragons had hatched. Jon turned back to his father. "My lord," Jon said, "this is a fine sword. I will carry it well. I will not shame you with it. His voice gave out. He bowed. He took his seat. He laid the sword across his lap, and ate the rest of the meal with one hand on its hilt and one hand on his bread, and could not be persuaded to put it down even when Catelyn smiled across the table and said, "Jon, the meat will not bite you. You may set the blade aside." And Jon had laughed, the small, clean laugh of a 12-year-old, and had set the blade aside as his lady mother bid him. And Catelyn had looked at her husband, and her husband had looked at her. And neither of them had said anything aloud, but both of them had thought the small same thought, which was the thought of 2 parents who have, in some small way, begun to recognize a household truth they had not known they had. That night Jon stood in the godswood alone. He stood with the sword in his hand. He looked at the heart tree. He laid the sword at the heart tree's foot. "I will not draw it to harm anyone in this house," he said. "I will not draw it to take a head. I will not draw it for ambition. I swear it in the old way." The heart tree did not speak. Heart trees never speak. But the sap on its face was very red that night in the moonlight, and Jon looked at the face of the heart tree for a long moment and thought, with a small surprised pleasure, "Mother, the mother of my body, whom I never knew, I think you are listening." He went into the castle. He took the sword. He put it in his cell. He slept. Sansa. By the spring of 296, Sansa was 3. She had begun to talk. She had begun, in fact, to sing in the small, absent way small children sing, half words, half melody, a private song to the spoon she banged on the floor. She liked songs of knights. Septa Morden, of course, had taught her a number of these. She liked best of all the song of the Knight of the Laughing Tree. Robb, the first time he heard her singing the Knight of the Laughing Tree under her breath in her mother's solar, went out into the corridor and stood with one hand against the wall and breathed for a full minute before he could go back in. John, when Robb told him, looked at him for a long time and said, "We will not lose her, Robb. We will not let her sing that song to anyone in this house who is not us." And Robb had said, "We will not." And John had said, "We will not let her go south. We will not let her see a tourney in the king's name. We will not let her ride a horse called Lady. We will not let her braid her hair like a Circe." How, Robb had said. John had thought. "We will be the brothers," John had said. "She does not need to imagine. The knights of her songs will be Robb Stark and Jon Snow, and not the lions and the stags of the south. We will be the chivalry she is taught the realm has. By the time she is old enough to learn that we are not enough, we will have made the realm safe enough that she will not look beyond it. And if she does look beyond it, she will look from the back of a Stark dragon, and she will not be alone, and she will not be afraid." Robb had laughed. It had been a laugh of pride and grief, the proportion as always shifting. "Brother," Robb said, "you speak like a man who has a kingdom in him." "I have nothing in me," John said, "but the wish to have been at the steps of Baelor." They had been silent. Then they had gone to her. They had brought her in her 3rd year into the godswood with them. They had let her see the heart tree. She had not been afraid of it. She had been delighted by it, with the easy delight of a small girl who had been told it was the kindest of trees. They had taught her, in the careful way 2 older brothers teach a beloved sister, a small song of their own, a song they had made up between them, that sang only of the wolves of Winterfell, and was a small song of 7 brief verses about the kindness of Stark women, and about the patience of Stark winters, and about the warmth of Stark hearths, and which Sansa Stark sang under her breath in her mother's solar for the rest of that spring, and which Catelyn Stark herself caught herself humming once or twice in the corridor, and which she did not, when she caught herself humming, recognize as a song her sons had taught her daughter, because it was a song that had always existed in her household, and which her household had always known. The song lived in Winterfell after that. It would, in a few short years, save lives. Arya. Arya Stark was born in the late spring of 295 AC. She was small. She had her father's face from the first day. She had the dark hair of her Aunt Lyanna, which would, in a few years, become a household joke and a private grief in equal measure. Robb, when he was permitted into the room 3 days after her birth, looked at her for a long time. Then he laid one small hand against her tiny clenched fist and let her grasp his finger and said, in a voice meant only for her hearing, "I am sorry I was not there for you, sister. I will be there now. I will be there until the end of the road. Do you hear me, little wolf? Until the end of the road." Sansa, who was sitting in her mother's lap and looking on with great seriousness, said, "What does end of the road mean, Mama?" Catelyn had smiled because she had thought in some small way that her son was being charming in his older brother Gravity. Catelyn said, "It means a long time, sweetling, a very long time." Robb had not corrected her. He had let the meaning stand. He had withdrawn his finger from his sister's tiny fist and bowed and gone out. Jon was waiting in the corridor. "How does she look?" Jon had said. "Like her," Robb had said. Jon had looked at the floor. Brother, you will tell her," Robb hesitated, "when she is old enough, when the world is safe enough, when we are old enough." "Yes, not yet. Number, will it be cruel to tell her late? It will be less cruel than to tell her early. Imagine her at 5 knowing what we know." Robb had imagined. Arya at 5 with the knowledge in her head that her brother was her cousin, that the man she called father had killed her father, that the realm she had been born into stood on a lie and a corpse and a tower in Dorne. Robb had not thought about the last part of that thought before. He thought about it now, and his face in the corridor outside the room of his lady mother and his newborn sister did something complicated. "We will tell her when she can bear it," Robb said. "We will tell them all when they can bear it. We will tell father eventually. We will not tell mother. Number, not mother. Number, they walked away from the room of their mother and their two sisters and went down to the yard, where the morning's lesson had begun without them, and where Sir Roderick Castle, 23 years their elder and 3 inches shorter than Robb, stood in his 9th year, blew his nose into a square of cambric, and gave them both a tongue-lashing for being late. The boys took the lashing meekly. They went to their places. They began their bouts. The training yard was warm. The spring sun was high. Above them, in the chamber of Lady Stark, a tiny baby girl with the face of an Aunt Nobody in Winterfell would speak of slept against her mother's breast with one small clenched fist tight in the linen of her mother's gown. In the Wolf's Wood, 3 days' walk to the north, in a cave under a granite cliff, 3 young dragons the size of small horses lay each on their bed of cinders and slept also, and dreamed each their first slow dreams of fire. In a tower at Castle Black, a blind old man knelt at his evening prayer with his blind face turned to the dawn he could not see, and thanked the gods, in a small private prayer, for the small new sister of his kin, of whom he had been told nothing and whom he yet knew about, by the small slow communication of blood across long distance, which is a thing only certain very old Targaryens learn the trick of. In the Red Keep of King's Landing, the Queen Cersei Lannister sat at her dressing table beneath the great silver mirror and brushed out her hair. Her hair was still the gold of new minted coin. She had begun, lately, to find herself anxious for no reason she could name. She had begun to wake at night with the sense that something somewhere had begun to be possible that she had not approved of. She did not know what it was. She did not know what to do about it. She put her brush down that night and walked to her window and looked out at the dark city below her and felt, for one strange, unfamiliar moment, afraid. The work went on. Chapter 5, The Hollow Hill, 296 AC, The Wolf's Wood, The Hollow Hill, Greywater Watch, Winterfell. The first time Cregan flew, Robb Stark cried. He cried not because the dragon was small. Cregan was not small. Cregan was the size of a draft horse, and his wings unfurled 12 feet to either side, and the leather of his wings was the color of old iron blacked in oil. He cried not because the dragon was beautiful, though he was, and not because the dragon was his, though he was, but because the dragon, when at last he beat his great wings and lifted himself off the dust of the cave mouth where he had spent the long winter, looked back, in the air, with one great yellow eye, to see if Robb was watching, and Robb on the ground with his 13-year-old face turned up and the wind off his brother's wing beat in his hair, had been turned, by that one yellow look, into a man. Cregan flew a half-circle around the granite cliff, beat upward, climbed into the late morning blue sky, and let out, for the first time in his short life, a small clean roar. It was not a battle roar. It was the small clean roar of a thing that has, at last, found itself in its element. It was the roar of a body realizing it was a body. Robb wept. JON stood beside him with one hand on his brother's shoulder and watched Cregan rise. Brandon, the green one, the wicked-eyed one, was already in the air. He had taken to the sky 2 months ago in the late winter. He had been the smallest and the swiftest, and he was, of the 3, the one who already showed the temperament of a hunter rather than a war mount. He hung above the granite cliff in a long, lazy gyre, watching his brother's first lift. Lyanna had not yet flown. Lyanna would not fly until winter. Lyanna was, this was the small, odd truth of her, different. She was the smallest. She was the fastest in the air when she would take to it. But she would not take to it. She would not lift her feet from the ground except in small, short hops to catch a hare. She watched. She sat on a low ridge of stone with her cream wings folded along her cream sides and her long cream neck arched and her cream eyes, the color of a hearth, fixed on her brothers in the sky. She did not seem unhappy not to be flying. She seemed in some odd small way to be waiting. JON had been watching her for months and could not tell what for. He had begun to suspect. He had begun to suspect that Lyanna had not chosen yet between her brothers. He had begun to suspect that what she was waiting for in some quiet, patient way was the moment in which it would be clear to her where and to whom she belonged. He did not press her on this. He let her be. That afternoon Cregan, exhausted from his first true flight, lay panting in the cave with his great head on Robb's knee. Robb sat with his back against the warm cave wall and his hand on his dragon's brow. The brow was hot. It was the heat of a forge in low fire. It was a heat that could not be felt comfortably for very long. Robb felt it. Robb did not let himself flinch. Cregan's yellow eye half closed under his hand, and the great long neck arched very slightly into the touch. "He is a good dragon," Robb said. "He is a good dragon," JON agreed. "He will be a great dragon. He will. You did this for me, brother. We did this for us. It was your blood. It was your prayer. It was your song. It was your love that they hatched into. You will say something kindly in answer to anything I say. Brother, I have a great deal of kindness saved up. I never used any of it in my last life. I have years of it. I will spend it on you until you turn me out." Robb laughed. He laughed with his head back. He laughed until he made Cregan stir. The dragon's small forked tongue flickered out and brushed briefly the back of Robb's hand. Then Cregan settled. "Brother," Robb said when he could speak, it's nearly time. For what? For the South, for Father's brother of the marshes, for Howland Reed." JON was silent for a moment. "You want to go to Greywater Watch?" "I do. It is half a year's journey there and back." "It is. But the boys at Winterfell will manage without us for one summer, and we will tell Father the truth, that I, as the heir, owe Howland Reed a courtesy visit because his lordship was Father's brother in arms in the war, and that the Reeds are kin to us in the deep ways, and that I should know my bannermen. And we will say nothing of our other reasons, but we will go. And we will speak with Howland Reed in the very castle in which the truth of you lies sealed, and we will tell him what we are and what we have come back from. You want to tell him. I want to tell someone, brother, some living soul who is not us, some soul of stature. We cannot do this alone forever. Howland Reed is the most loyal man in Westeros. Howland Reed knew Father at his best and at his worst. Howland Reed was at the Tower of Joy. Howland Reed knows what was done there. He is the one man on the continent who already carries half of our secret. He will carry the other half, brother, because he loves Father, and because he loved your mother, and because the children of his are the kind of children we will need." JON thought about it. He thought about Howland Reed. He thought about the man he had heard tell of all his life but never seen. He thought about Howland Reed's daughter Mira, who had been in his last life the bright, clever girl who had walked his brother Bran beyond the wall. He thought about JON Reed, the small, grave, green dreaming boy who had told Bran what he was and who had died on a long road through the deep north. He thought, we owe them. We owe them this. We owe them everything. JON said, we will go. In the autumn. In the autumn. A digression, Lord Eddard in his solar. Lord Eddard Stark was a man not given to small thoughts. He had a large thought that summer. The thought had been growing for some time, quietly in the back of his head, like a coal that smolders. It came to him fully one evening in his solar, while he sat with a cup of ale and his account books open in front of him. The thought was, my sons are not the boys I think they are. He had known this for some time. He had refused to face it for some time. He was a man not given to small thoughts. He was also a man not given to thoughts that exceeded the evidence, and there had been, for a long time, no evidence he could bring himself to call evidence. There had been only the small unease at the back of his mind. There had been only Catelyn's eyes meeting his over the heads of the children, with a small question in them that she did not ask. There had been only Sir Roderick saying, my lord, your sons fight at 3 years above their age, and Maester Luwin saying, my lord, your sons read at 5 years above their age, and Mikken the Smith saying, my lord, Your bastard turns a rivet like a man who has been a smith for years, and Hullen saying, my lord, your sons talk to horses the way old men talk to old hounds. He had told himself, they are clever boys. He had told himself, I was a clever boy myself when I was their age. He had told himself, my brother Brandon was a wonder of a boy, and he was strong, and he was quick, and he was tall, and he died because I survived. My sons are wonders of the same blood, and the gods have given them what was taken from him. But this evening in his solar, with the smolder of the thought finally up to a small flame, he could no longer tell himself the small comfortable thing. The flame was the broken tower. He had walked that afternoon past the broken tower with Meister Lewin. He had not, in years, looked at the broken tower closely. He had looked at it today. He had looked at it because Meister Lewin had stopped, with that small quiet hesitation that Lewin used in the place of an open opinion, and said, my lord, will you look there? And Eddard had looked, and Eddard had seen, at the second-story window of the broken tower, very faintly, the dark line of an iron bar set up under the sill. The bar was no bigger than the bar of a small hayloft handle. The bar was inconspicuous. The bar had clearly been there for some seasons. The bar had clearly been put there by a man with a small hammer and a great deal of patience. The bar was, when one knew to look for it, the kind of bar a man would have put under a cracked sill to make sure the sill did not give way when a boy put his weight on it. Eddard had looked at the bar. He had looked at Lewin. Lewin had looked back at Eddard. Lewin had not said anything. Eddard had said, Meister, why have you brought me here? My lord. I bring you here because I have come in the past 3 years to think that there are things happening in your house which it is not my place to know, but which it is your place to know, and I would rather you know them by my hand than by another's. Speak. Lewin had reached then into the sleeve of his robe and brought out a small folded parchment. He had unfolded it and handed it to Eddard. It was a ledger page in Lewin's own hand. It had been kept clean. It had been kept in 3 columns. It had been kept secretly. It listed, with dates and small annotations, every unaccountable thing the Stark boys had done in the past 5 years. Eddard had read the page. He had read it twice. He had folded it again. This is not the only page, he had said. No, my lord, are there others? There are 11 others. You will bring me them. Yes, my lord, Meister, my lord, have you told anyone? No, my lord, not the lady, not the septa, not the steward, no one. I have considered several times telling you. I have until this hour lacked the courage. I beg your pardon. You did right to come now. My lord, what do you think it is? Meister Lewin had hesitated. He had taken a long breath. He had said, my lord, I have studied many things. I have studied dreams. I have studied prophecy. I have studied the old way. I have read every chronicle of the time haunted in the libraries to which I have had access. I have read of seers and of greenseers and of skin-changers and of children of the forest and of the 3-eyed crow. I am not a wise man, my lord. I am only a Meister. But I will tell you what my honest, unwise judgment suggests, and you may do with it what you will. My judgment suggests that there are old souls in your sons, my lord. Old souls that they did not have when they were born, and that came into them at some hour, and that have not yet left. I do not know how to undo this. I am not even sure it should be undone. The boys have done no harm with what is in them. They have done a great deal of good. The bastard has saved your true-born Bran from a fall, I am certain, in my bones. The boy would have taken without your bastard. Preparing the tower against it. Your son Robb has saved your wife 3 sorrows already this year by his small, careful interventions. They are excellent boys, my lord. They are not natural boys. I am sorry. I will say no more, and I will bring you the other pages, and I will follow whatever instruction you give me from this hour. Eddard had looked at the Meister. He had looked at the broken tower. He had looked at the sky. He had said, I thank you, Meister. Bring me the pages tonight. Speak of this to no one. Continue to teach the boys as you have been teaching them. Continue to watch. We will speak again in a fortnight. And he had walked away, alone, slowly, across the inner court. He had not gone to his solar then. He had gone instead to the godswood. He had knelt at the heart tree. He had not prayed, he had only knelt there. The heart tree had not spoken. The heart tree had only watched. After a long while Lord Eddard Stark had risen and bowed and walked out and gone in to his supper. He had said nothing to his wife. He had said nothing to his sons. He had begun, that evening in the back of his head, the long, quiet work of understanding. The hollow hill, the autumn of 296. Howland Reed answered the letter within 12 days, which was, for a man who lived in a swamp castle and rarely spoke to anyone outside his own household, a feat of correspondence. The letter said, "Lord Stark's sons are welcome at Greywater Watch. Lord Stark's sons must come. The greenseer of my house has been speaking of them. The greenseer of my house has been speaking of them for 2 years. I have waited for this letter. I have waited longer than I expected to wait. Come, my lords, and welcome. Bring no household. Bring one man at most to attend you. We will keep you safe. We will keep you fed. We will speak with you long. Come in autumn before the rains. Howland of the Reed." Robb read the letter aloud to JON in the godswood. They were sitting at the heart tree. "The greenseer of my house has been speaking of them for 2 years, JON repeated. "Aye, JON. He must be, what, 8 now? 9. He is 9, JON said, and he is dreaming of us. He is dreaming of us. We are not surprised, JON. We knew the Reeds were what they were. We knew JON was what he was. Bran told us, and Bran told us in a cave under a tree at the end of a road. We are not going to make him walk this time. We are not surprised, but we are honored. The boy has been waiting for us. Let us not keep him waiting any longer. We will go. We will go." They told their parents. Lord Eddard had listened in his solar, with the small grave attention he had been bringing to his sons of late. He had said, "You wish to ride south in your 14th and 13th years respectively, to visit Lord Howland Reed, on the grounds that he is my old comrade and that the Reeds are kin to us in the deep ways." The boys had said, "Yes, father." Lord Eddard had said, "And what other grounds?" And the boys had looked at each other for the briefest pause, and Robb had said, very levelly, "Father, Howland Reed knew you when you were our age. Howland Reed will know us when we are his sons' age. We wish to take that measure. We wish to be known." And Lord Eddard, after a moment, had said, "You may go," and then had said, "Be careful." He had said it in a tone of voice the boys had not heard in him before, and he had not elaborated. They had taken with them Jory Castle, who could be trusted, and Hullen, who could be trusted, and Theon Greyjay, who could now, God's help them, also be trusted, and a small string of pack mules. They had ridden out of Winterfell in the 2nd week of the autumn equinox of 296 AC, on a clear day with the wind out of the north, and a thin haze of wood smoke from a far-off slash burn drifting in from the Wolfswood. They had ridden south through the neck. They had ridden a long, crooked way along the high road. They had ridden, at one of Howland Reed's Bogwitch guide's direction, off the high road into a track only a Bogwitch could find. They had ridden 3 days along that track. On the 4th day they had come to a small dry hummock in the middle of a marsh on which stood a small dry hall on stilts, where a small dark-haired man with a face like a kind hawk had been waiting for them with 3 of his men and 1 of his sons. The son was JON. JON Reed was 9 years old. He was small for his age. He had eyes that were not the green of his name but the grayer green of a winter sea. He looked at Robb. He looked at JON. He looked at them with the small grave attention of a child who has been waiting all his life for 2 particular faces and seen them at last, and was not at this moment quite sure if he was relieved or terrified. He said nothing. He bowed. Howland Reed said, "My lords." Robb said, "Lord Howland." He had dismounted and was already coming forward with his hand out. "Lord Howland, we are come. You are come. You are very welcome. Will you eat? Will you wash?" "We will eat. We will wash. And then we will speak with you and your son alone on certain matters, as my lord requires." So they ate, They washed. They sat with Howland Reed and JON in a small dry chamber at the back of the hall, with a peat fire in the hearth and a small jug of black bog ale on the table and the smell of the marsh coming in through the close-meshed shutters. JON spoke first. "Lord Howland," JON said, "I am going to tell you a thing. You will not believe it. You will believe it. You will know we are telling you the truth because your son has been dreaming of us. Will you hear it?" Howland Reed had looked at JON for a long moment. "Lad," Howland Reed said, in the slow northern accent of a man who had not lost his accent in 25 years away from the high country, "I do not know what you are. I do not know what your brother is. I have known I did not know what you were since the spring my JON woke screaming 3 nights running with both your faces on his tongue. I have come slowly to the conclusion that whatever I am about to hear is a thing my old comrade Ned Stark in his green honor has not been told and ought to be told, and a thing my old comrade Ned Stark, for the love I bear him, is the man I most owe to. I will hear what you have to say. I will not at this hour judge it." "Speak, lad, speak." JON spoke. He spoke the whole of it. He did not speak it all in one telling. The telling took 3 days with breaks for sleep and meat. He told Howland Reed about the wall. He told him about Robert Baratheon riding north. He told him about the Catspaw and the broken tower. Howland Reed had nodded very slowly when the broken tower was mentioned. He told him about Jaime Lannister and the Queen. He told him about Bran in the cave under the tree. He told him about Hodor at the door. He told him about Robb at the wedding and the wedding. He told him about the Dragon Queen. He told him about Daenerys. He told him about King's Landing burning. He told him about himself in the throne room with a kiss and a knife. He told him, at the end, about the heart tree on the spring equinox of 290 AC, and what the old gods had done. Howland Reed had not spoken once. JON Reed had sat with his small, thin hands folded on the table, and had listened with a face like a child's face under the weight of a man's grief. He had wept once, very quietly, when JON spoke of Bran in the cave. He had wept again, when JON spoke of Mira's brother dying on a road through the deep north, and Mira carrying that brother back to the only place she would let him be buried. JON had reached out and laid a hand on JON Reed's head and said, "Lad, your sister will live this time. Your sister will live. So will you. So will your father. The road we walked you will not walk. I swear it on every bone in me." And JON had nodded and not spoken and let himself be touched. When JON was finished, Howland Reed had been silent for a long time. Then Howland Reed had said, "Lad, my lord, lad, your father does not know who he raises." JON had paled. Howland Reed had said, "Stop, lad, I am not about to tell him. I would not break his heart. I would not on this side of the gods hand a thing of such weight to a man not yet ready to hold it. But there will come a time, lad. There will come a time, and that time will be in the next 4 years, when your father will need to know. He will need to know because his honor will be needed in the south when the queen falls, and he will need to know who he is loyal to. He will need to know because you will need to know, lad, what claim you have, if any, and to what use and to what end. He will need to know because your sister Sansa and your sister Arya and your brother Bran and your brother Rickon, when Rickon comes, will need to know who their cousin is and not their bastard half-brother. He will need to know. Not yet, but soon. And when soon comes, I will be at your father's side, and I will help you tell him. And I will swear with you in his hearing on every old god in the godswood that the secret was kept for love, and that we will all of us bear the weight of it together." JON had been unable to speak. Robb had reached out beside him and taken his brother's wrist in his hand, and the hand had been steady. "I, my lord," Robb had said for them both. "I, when soon comes, we will tell him together." Howland Reed had looked at JON. "Son," he had said, "say what you have to say." JON Reed had cleared his small throat. He had looked at JON and then at Robb and then at his folded hands. "I have dreamed of 3 dragons," JON Reed had said. "I have dreamed of a black one and a green one and a cream one. The black one is the heaviest. The green one is the sharpest. The cream one is waiting for something, I do not know what. They are in a cave under a granite cliff at the edge of the wolfswood. The cave has 4 chambers. The cave smells of cinder and old fur. The dragons sleep on cinder. They have been growing 2 summers. They are now as big as horses. I have seen them in my dreams every full moon for 16 months. I have not spoken of them to my father. I have not spoken of them to anyone. I have been waiting for you to come, my lords, so that I might speak of them to you, and ask you what you would have me do. Robb let out a slow breath. Jon let out a slow breath. Howland Reed said mildly, sons, dragons. I, my lord, Jon said, 3, black, green, cream, as your son says, Targaryen eggs, Meister Eamon S. sent to us out of his old kindness. Howland Reed considered them for a long moment. I am beginning, my lords, he said, to be glad that I have lived to see this hour. I had not thought when I rode out of the Tower of Joy with your father that I would live to see dragons in the north. I am pleased to be wrong. My lord, you will need a place for them once they are bigger than a small castle. The hollow hill in the Wolfswood will not hold them past their 5th year. They will be the size of war horses now. They will be the size of the Great Hall in 2 more years. After that you will need either to keep them in the open or to find a place better than the Wolfswood for them. I, my lord, there is a place in the neck. It is a sinkhole in the deep marsh west of here, 2 days. It is a place where the marsh sinks into stone. The stone goes deep. There is a cave system in it big enough for a small army. The Crannogmen have known about it for 3,000 years. We have never used it for anything. We will use it for this if my lord wishes. It is dry. It is warm. It is hidden. It is, my lords, defensible. It is also reachable by Raven from Winterfell in 2 days. It will hold 3 dragons through their full growth, and the marsh will smell so strongly of old blood and old swamp that no man's nose will ever know what is in it. I offer it to you. I offer it freely. I offer it on the head of every Reed who has ever served a Stark. Jon and Robb had looked at each other. Robb had said, Lord Howland, we accept. Howland Reed had nodded once. It is agreed. He had risen then and gone to a small chest at the back of the chamber and opened it. He had taken from the chest a small flat stone. The stone was a fragment, half the size of a man's palm. Its color was the color of cooled iron. Its surface was etched in spiraled lines with characters Jon had seen once, and only once in his last life, and that on the side of a great fang of obsidian. Howland Reed had laid the stone on the table. This is dragonglass script, he had said. It is the old tongue of the children. It says, in the only fragment of the language we have ever been able to translate, the heart is fire under stone. I have kept this in this chest for 40 years. I do not know what to do with it. I have been keeping it for you, my lords. Take it. Show it to your dragons. Show it to your Meister. Show it to your father in due time. It will be of some use to you in the days to come. I do not know what use, but it will be. Robb had taken the stone. He had laid one finger on the etched line. He had felt, yes, distinctly, a small warmth in it. Lord Howland, Robb had said, we cannot repay this. You can, Howland Reed had said. You can repay it by living. You can repay it by living to be old. You can repay it by walking out of the long night with your house intact. You can repay it by making sure my son lives to be a man. You can repay it by making sure my daughter lives to be a woman. You can repay it by making sure your sister Sansa marries a man she loves. Your sister Arya does not have to learn the trade of an assassin to survive. Your brother Bran lives long enough to have children. Your brother Rickon, when he comes, grows up with both his parents alive. You can repay it, my lords, by not dying. I shall consider that a fair return. Done, Robb had said. Done, Jon had said. A small footnote, Lord Eddard's interview with his bastard. In the 2nd week of the boys' return to Winterfell, they had returned as planned in the late autumn with stories of marsh cooking and bog poetry to satisfy their mother and a small carved bog oak trinket each for the girls. Lord Eddard came to John's cell. He came alone. He came in the evening after the candles had been lit. He came with his hands behind his back, and his hands stayed behind his back through the whole of the conversation. "John, Father, Lord Howland, Father." He sends his regards. He sent them in a letter of his own which arrived ahead of you by Raven. He said 3 things in the letter. Will you hear them? "I will hear them, Father." He said first, "Ned, your sons are very fine boys, and you have done well by them." He said second, "Ned, your sons came to me with a thing to say, and I will not say it to you because they will not say it to you yet, and I have agreed not to say it before they do." He said third, "Ned, when they say it to you, you will not be angry with them, and you will not be angry with me because we both love you and we have both kept silent out of love, and you will see this is true." Lord Eddard had paused. "John." "Father, what does Lord Howland mean?" John had looked at his father for a long count of 3. He had said, "Father, I cannot tell you, not yet. I will tell you, I swear it. I will tell you when you are ready to hear it. And it will not be a thing of dishonor to anyone in this house. And it will be a thing you have already done a great honor in keeping, even though you do not yet know you have kept it. I am sorry, Father, I cannot tell you yet." Eddard Stark had looked at his son for a long count of 15. He had said, "John, Father, you are not in any way disloyal. Father, I have loved you all my life. I will love you all my life. I will love you in the small ways and in the large. I am not your bastard in the sense most lords mean it. I am your son. I am yours, Father, and I will not be anyone else's, and I am loyal. I swear it on my brother's life and on my own." His father had not for a long moment moved. Then his father had nodded once. Then his father had stepped forward and placed one large heavy hand on the back of John's neck, the way Eddard Stark had laid his hand on the back of Robb's neck 1,000 times, the way Eddard Stark had laid his hand on no other son's neck in 14 years, and held the hand there for a long count of 7, in absolute silence. When he took the hand away, both of them had wet faces, though neither would have admitted it. Lord Eddard had walked out of John's cell. He had gone, that evening, to his solar. He had not spoken again of the matter for some years, but he had begun, that night, to invite John to his solar on small evenings to play at Sives, and John had begun, in those evenings, to win against his father with the careful, slow regularity of a man who was at last allowed, by tacit consent, to be exactly what he was. Catelyn Stark had noticed this. Catelyn Stark had not commented. Catelyn Stark had, instead, on the night of the first Sives match, taken John aside in the corridor as he came down from the solar with the small pleased shame of a son who has just outsmarted his father, and had laid her hand on his shoulder briefly, and had said, "Sleep well, John," and had gone past him into her own chamber. John had not slept well in the sense of going to sleep quickly. He had slept very well in another sense. That winter the boys grew, the dragons grew, the girls grew, Bran grew tall, Sansa learned a new song. Arya took her first step in the great hall of Winterfell at the age of 15 months, walking with a small fierce concentration from her father's knee to her mother's outstretched hands. Lord Eddard, when she had reached his lady wife's hands, had laughed the way he had laughed the day Robb had taken his first step in the same hall. Catelyn had hugged the small body of her daughter. Sansa had clapped. Bran had clapped. Robb had clapped. Jon had clapped. A bird came in that night from White Harbor. The bird carried a small message in a tube. The message was from Lord Wyman Manderley, who had been informed by a small private letter from Maester Luwin, with the silent permission of Lord Eddard, that he ought to begin building, for the household at Winterfell, 3 new merchant cogs of a particular dimension under the cover of a routine trade contract. The bird was followed, 10 days later, by a man from White Harbor with a written accounting. Lord Eddard had read the accounting. Lord Eddard had not, in the accounting, found a single line that suggested unusual construction. He had not asked Meister Lewin to explain. He had taken his sons up the inner curtain wall that evening. He had stood with them on the parapet. He had looked out across the wolfswood. He had said, "Sons, there may come a day. There may come a day in your lifetimes when ships of ours under our own colors will sail. I am only an old man who has read of his ancestors, but I think the day comes. The kingdom does not stand on land alone." The sons had looked at their father. "Aye, father," they had said. He had not asked them what they made of his small private oracle. They had not told him, but they had stood with him a long time on the parapet in the cold autumn wind, looking out at the trees, while a small white moon climbed the eastern sky, and they had been, the three of them in some quiet way, in the same room of the same understanding. He had not asked. He had begun to not need to ask, which was a thing more frightening to him than asking would have been, and which he was slowly learning to bear. The work went on. Liana. John climbed the granite cliff one night that winter alone. He climbed it in the dark, by the route he had memorized. He went up over the brow of the cliff. He went down by the shelf to the cave mouth. He stepped into the warm, dry air at the entrance, where the small, remembered smell of dragon was layered over the deeper smell of earth, and he came around the inner bend, and he found Liana, the cream dragon, sitting at the back of the cave with her head turned to look at the opening. She had been waiting for him. She had known he would come tonight. She had been waiting for him the way she had been waiting for the air since the day she was born. She had been waiting in her quiet, patient way for the moment. He walked into the cave. He did not say anything. He walked the long way down to her slowly with his eyes on her eyes. He stopped a sword length from her. He did not extend his hand. He waited. She lowered her great cream head to him until her great cream brow touched his small mortal forehead. Her brow was hot. It was very hot. It was hotter than Cregan's brow had been on Robb's hand. He bore it. He did not flinch. She breathed out slowly in a single hot breath, and the breath smelled of cinder and rosewater. There was no other word for it. A strange small note of rosewater in the breath of a dragon, and the breath went past him, and the hot of it lifted the small dark hairs at the back of his neck. He whispered, "Liana." She blinked once slowly in the way of a great cat who has at last decided. She did not speak. Dragons do not speak. But John, who had ridden a different dragon in another life and had known what it was to be acknowledged by one, felt the small, slow weight of her acknowledgment settle on his shoulders like a cloak. "I am yours. You are mine. I have been waiting. The wait is ended," he cried. He had not known he was going to cry. He had not cried in his second life since the first morning at the heart tree. He had not cried in his first life since Ygritte. He cried now in the cave under the granite cliff in the wolfswood, with his face against the great cream snout of his cream dragon, and the dragon's great cream wings folded close, and the dragon's cream tail wrapped, careful as a kindness, around his small mortal boots. He cried for the woman whose name his dragon wore. He cried for the man whose blood was in his veins. He cried for the woman whose blood was in his veins also, and whose face he would never see, and whose name he would never know, for he had only ever heard her called the Lady of the Tower, and he had only ever seen her in his Uncle Howland Reed's eyes when his Uncle Howland Reed had spoken of her, and whose body had been laid to rest in a tomb in the south, and whose tomb he had not yet been able to bring himself to ask about, but which he would, in time, find and visit. He cried for the long road home he had not yet walked, and would soon. He cried for the brother who slept tonight a long walk away, who had given him this. He cried for the sister ant he had killed far across the sea in a life he was no longer obliged to live. He cried until the cave was no longer dark but full of the small dim red of a dragon's slow breath warming a stone. Then he stopped. He wiped his face. He sat down with his back against the cream side of his cream dragon. He felt her great heart behind her cream scale beat once, twice, 3 times, a slow great drum. He slept there. In the morning he walked back to the castle, with the small, careful step of a boy who has been changed in the night by an animal twice the size of a draft horse, and a great deal larger than that on the inside. He came in through the postern at the noon hour. He went to the godswood. Robb was waiting at the heart tree. You went to her. I went to her. She chose you. She chose me. Good. They sat in the moss. The heart tree did not speak. The heart tree's red eyes wept their small, slow sap onto the moss. Brother, Robb said, brother, it is good to be us. It is good to be us. They sat a long time. The wind moved in the canopy. Somewhere far away in the wolfswood, 3 dragons stirred in their cave and dreamed, each in their dragon way, of the boys who had hatched them. The work went on. Chapter 6. The Anonymous Hand 297 AC. Letters out of Winterfell and the rooms in which they were read. A letter is a small thing. A letter is a folded paper, sometimes sealed. A letter is, at the most, a single column of black marks in a hand whose owner is many leagues away and may already be dead by the time the letter is read. A letter is also the smallest weapon in the world. Jon and Robb had become, in their second life, students of letters. They had read every book on the writing of letters in the Maester's Tower. They had read the Citadel's pseudonymous treatise on anonymous correspondence in its 86-year-old hand-copied edition. They had read, with particular attention, an obscure work of the Maester Pylos called On Ravens Without Names, which Maester Luwin kept in a locked drawer, and had been astonished to discover both his charges had, at different times, been quietly reading by candlelight at his table. They had practiced. They had practiced for 3 years. They had practiced their hands. Each of them had developed 3 alternative hands. Jon could write in the spidery hand of an old Maester, in the looping mercantile hand of a pentoshi clerk, in the clean, blocky hand of a northern factor. Robb could write in the languid southern hand of a reachman septon, in the rough hand of a hedge knight, in the elegant lady's hand of a vale septa. They had practiced sealing. They had practiced unsealing. They had practiced the wax of 7 cities. They had practiced cutting paper to the dimensions of the paper of 7 cities. They had even, in one of Jon's quieter moods, practiced the dialect of the postscript of a letter from the free cities, which is a small art unto itself, and which Jon had learned by reading a packet of confiscated correspondence Luwin had let him borrow. They were ready. They had waited for spring. Spring of 297 AC, the 14th year of Robert Baratheon's reign, the 3rd year of a fragile peace. The year before, by every reckoning of the timeline they were trying to bend, Jon Arryn would be poisoned in the Tower of the Hand. The year before, by the same reckoning, the catspaw would be sent against Bran. The year before, by the same reckoning, the king would ride for Winterfell. The year before everything, they had a list of letters. The list of letters had been finalized in the autumn of 296, in the godswood, in the small soft snow of that year's first storm. They had written it on a wax tablet. They had read it and reread it and revised it, and at last said it. There were 7 letters on the list. They were in order. The first letter went to Lord Stannis Baratheon, at Dragonstone, in the anonymous hand of a small servant of the Red Keep, accompanied by a small folded copy of an entry in the royal bookkeeper's ledger. The second letter went to Lady Lysa Arryn, at the Eyrie, in the anonymous hand of a sympathetic friend in the small council. The third letter went to Maester Cresson, at Dragonstone, in the anonymous hand of the same servant who had written to Stannis, with a small additional note. The fourth letter went to Lord Petyr Baelish, at the Red Keep, in the anonymous hand of a man Petyr Baelish would not be able to identify, and which would say very little, but which would say it in a way calculated to make Lord Baelish wake at night. The fifth letter went to Lord Varys, at the Red Keep, in a hand Varys would recognize as a hand he had once known a long time ago and could not place. The 6th letter went to the Meisters of the citadel, in the cipher of a Meister who had died 2 summers gone in Tyrosh, and would say, in that cipher, that 3 eggs of unknown provenance were being trafficked through Volantes, and would invite the citadel's eldest archmeisters to investigate, on the not unreasonable hope that the citadel's eldest archmeisters' investigation would consume their already limited attention and prevent any of them from noticing what was happening in the north. The 7th letter went to no one. The 7th letter was a draft of the truth, kept for the day Lord Eddard Stark was ready to read it. It was folded in a small lockbox at the bottom of Robb's chest, with a small wax seal of 3 direwolves and 3 dragons intertwined, and was not yet sealed. It would, when sealed, be opened only by Robb's own hand, in the presence of his father and his brother, when the hour came. They were patient men. They were patient boys. They sent the 1st letter in the 2nd week of the 3rd moon of 297 AC. It went out of Winterfell in a small ordinary bag of correspondence with a small ordinary trade packet, was carried by a small ordinary trader to a small ordinary trader's house in Wintertown, was passed by that trader to a small ordinary trader's friend in White Harbor, was passed by that friend to a small ordinary captain of a small ordinary cog, was carried south on a small ordinary tide, was passed on the docks of Maidenpool to a small ordinary cargo agent, was passed by that agent to a small ordinary woman in service to a small ordinary household, who carried it, with 3 other letters that had been arranged in advance to lend it the protective camouflage of a small ordinary packet, on a small ordinary boat to Dragonstone, where it was placed on the table of Stanny's Baratheon Solar by his steward, along with the day's other ordinary mail. This was the careful work. The letter said, "My lord, I am a servant in the household of the Queen. I am writing to you from a place I will not name, on a paper I will not seal with my own wax, in a hand I have practiced to disguise from my own. I will speak plainly. I have served the Queen these 11 years. I have watched the Queen with her brother the Kingslayer for these 11 years. I have watched them with the eyes God gave me. I will tell you what I have seen in this letter, and you must do with it what your conscience requires. If you do not believe me, you will burn this letter, and I will not write again. If you do believe me, then I beg the gods that you will act, because I cannot. I have no station. I have no power. I have only my eyes. My eyes have seen. I have seen them lie together. I have seen them lie together in a chamber off the Queen's Solar at the Red Keep. I have seen them lie together in the upper rooms of the cellars below the Great September. I have seen them lie together in the small chamber at the head of the back stair of the Tower of the Hand, on a night when the Hand was at his cups in the lower hall and could not hear them. I have seen them lie together in the gallery overlooking the gardens. I have seen them, my lord, with my eyes, with the eyes God gave me. I am not mistaken. This has been since before the king came to throne. I cannot tell you exactly when it began. I can tell you it has not stopped. I can tell you also that the Queen's 3 children have his eyes. I know they are said to have the king's eyes. They have not. The Queen's 3 children have the eyes of the Queen and the Queen's brother. The Princess Miachella has a small mole on the underside of her left foot, in the exact place the Kingslayer has one. I have changed both their swaddling cloths in my hands. I write this because the gods have given me sight, my lord, and I cannot return the gift. I write to you and not to your brother the king, because the king will not believe me, and your other brother is too young for the burden. I write to you because you are a man of cold honor, and because I know, every servant in the Red Keep knows, that you have been thinking about these things for some time, and have been unable to bring proof. I send proof. The proof is enclosed. It is a page out of the bookkeeper's ledger of the Red Keep. It records the Queen's brother's presence in the Queen's chambers on 19 separate nights, on which the king was absent on hunts or on errands. The hand is the bookkeeper's. The hand is genuine. I have copied the page and have placed the copy in the ledger I have stolen the page from so that the absence will not be noticed for some months. The original is yours. Do with it what you will. My lord, I am a small woman. I cannot ride to Dragonstone myself. I will be killed if my name is known. I beg you in the name of the mother to keep my name from the queen's hand. I will pray for your work, a friend. It was a beautiful letter. It had taken Robb and JON 4 weeks to compose. It had taken 3 of those weeks to forge the page of the bookkeeper's ledger, which had been done by JON with the help of an obscure Meister's manual on the disguising of hands, and a great deal of practice on parchment, ordered at small cost from White Harbor under the cover of a household account. The page was indistinguishable from the genuine article, and indeed JON had taken the precaution of including, on its margin, a small ink smudge so distinctive that a man checking it against other pages of the same ledger would have to conclude that the same hand had produced both. Stannis Baratheon read the letter in his solar at Dragonstone on the 7th day of the 4th moon of 297 AC. He read it 3 times. He held the enclosed page. He held it to the light. He turned it over. He read it again. He sat for half an hour alone with his hand against his close-cropped beard and his pale eyes fixed on the candle. Then he rose, opened the door, called for his steward, and ordered Maester Cresson. Maester Cresson came. Stannis showed him the letter. He showed him the page. He said, Maester. Maester Cresson read both. He read both twice. My lord, what do I do? My lord, you go to your brother, and he will not believe me. Perhaps not. Perhaps yes, he will not wish to believe. Number, my lord. What do I do, Cresson? Tell me. I cannot Cersei Lannister, my lord brother's queen, lying with her own brother, Cresson. My lord, we will write back to your correspondent. We will ask for more proof. We will ask for the names of the children's wet nurses. We will ask for. There is no time for that, Cresson. They will move on the king. They will move on him as soon as they hear we have been told. Either we move first or we die. We move first. My lord, wait, my lord. This is a thing that, if true, may destroy a kingdom. We must be very sure. We must be very sure. If you go to the king and the king does not believe you, you will be cast off and we will lose the only voice we have. If you go to the king and the king believes you, the kingdom will burn, my lord, because the queen will not surrender quietly, and her father is at Casterly Rock. Her father will need a fortnight to move. Cresson, I have always trusted you. Tell me, what is my honor in this? What does my honor require of me? Maester Cresson had looked at his lord, who had been like a son to him from the day he was old enough to take a Maester's instruction, and who was now 35 years old and a man torn. My lord, Cresson had said, your honor requires the truth. It does not require haste. Give us a season to prove it, then we will go to the king. We will go to him with letters of more than one hand. We will go to him with proofs of more than one seller. We will go to him with a small body of trustworthy witnesses. We will not fail, but we will not fail by haste. Give me the season, my lord. Stannis Baratheon had looked at the candle. He had looked at the letter. He had looked at his Maester. Stannis Baratheon was, of all the people in Westeros, the one most easily counted upon to be cold in a crisis. He had been cold at Storm's End in the long siege. He had been cold at the breaking of the Greyjoy rebellion. He had been cold the night his father and mother had drowned in the bay below his window, and he had been 6 years old. He was cold now. Cresson, he had said, you will write to our correspondent at the Red Keep. You will write to them in the same anonymous way. You will tell them their letter is received. You will tell them you require more proof. You will tell them, in addition, to begin to keep a quiet record of every person on the small council who, in their judgment, is or could be a Lannister hand. You will tell them, in addition, to be on watch for any move against the hand of the king, Jon or Ryn, of whose health they will receive special care. You will write all this. You will write it tonight. We will give them the season they need to be sure. Then we move. Yes, my lord, and Crescent, my lord, tell no one, not Davos, not Sellies, no one. No, my lord. Stannis Baratheon had risen. He had walked to his window. He had looked out across the cold, black water of the bay below Dragonstone. He had thought about his brother in King's Landing, drinking. He had thought about his brother in King's Landing, fat. He had thought about his brother in King's Landing, with 3 small children running about his feet. He had thought about the small children. He had thought about a small ledger page in his hand. He had been in that hour a man with a knife at the throat of his own house. Behind him in the room, Maester Crescent quietly took up the letter and the page and folded them very carefully and placed them in a small locked drawer. The work began. A digression. Lady Lysa. The second letter went to the Eyrie. It was not so easy a letter. It was, in some ways, a more delicate one because the woman it was written to was a woman with a particular kind of paranoia, and the wrong word would close her like a clamshell. It said, "My lady, I write to you in a hand you do not know. I am a friend of your husband's. I cannot say more about myself. I will say more in time. I write to warn you. There are those at court who wish to do harm to Lord Arryn. There are those who wish to use him for their own ends, then dispose of him. There are those who watch his cup. I will be plain. Your husband's life is in danger. I beg you to act. I beg you to begin, in your own quiet way, the keeping of a private record of who comes and goes in your husband's solar. I beg you to taste, yourself, anything your husband eats or drinks when you can, and to entrust no other taster but yourself. I beg you, above all, to refuse to be persuaded by any party who claims to have a small and easy means of making you safer or more powerful by some single dramatic act. There is no such party in King's Landing whose interests align with yours. Trust no one. Trust me less than anyone, since you do not know me. But, and I will say this plainly, your husband is in danger, and the danger is from those nearest to him. I will write again when I have more to tell. A friend. Lysa Arryn had received this letter in the small high tower of the Eyrie on a clear blue afternoon, and she had read it 3 times, and on the 3rd reading she had wept. She had wept because she was a woman whose paranoia was so close to the surface of her life that any honest acknowledgment of it brought her, immediately, to tears. She had wept because she believed it. She had wept because the writer was right about one thing she had not herself yet articulated, that she had been, for a long time, half-trusting a man she ought not to have trusted at all, on the strength of a love that had not survived its own bargain. She had wept because she had, that very morning, opened a letter from that very man. The letter had been from Petyr Baelish. Petyr Baelish had been writing to her since her wedding day. He had been writing to her, this past year, with increasing frequency, in his small, clever loops, with a small private warmth that had begun to give her dreams. He had been her childhood friend. He had been her first love. He had been the brother her sister had stolen, in her telling of the story to herself. The man Catelyn had been promised to and had cast aside. Petyr had bled in the duel that had given her the chance to love him. And she, Lysa, had not been worthy enough to take the chance. She had married JON Arryn instead, who had been kind to her, but who had been very old, and who had been her sister's old friend's old friend, and who had never, in any sense her body recognized, loved her. She had thought, for years, that Petyr was the only man who had ever truly loved her. She had read the anonymous letter. She had read its line, "Trust no one. Trust me less than anyone, since you do not know me." She had read its corollary in the writer's careful phrasing. There is no such party in King's Landing whose interests align with yours. Trust no one. Lysa Arryn had folded the anonymous letter. She had locked it in the drawer of her writing desk. She had taken up with a small, slow hand the letter she had received that morning from Petyr Baelish. She had read it. She had read it twice. She had read it 3 times. The letter said in its small, clever way several small, clever things, of which the cleverest was a sentence near the end. I have begun to think, my dear, that there might one day be a way for us to be together, but it will require some daring, and some willingness to act on opportunities that may not come twice. Trust your instincts, dear Lisa. Trust no one but those who have loved you longest. She had read this sentence twice. She had wept again. She had not, this time, wept because she was paranoid. She had wept because she had begun, slowly, to understand a thing that had been at the corner of her eye for some years. She had taken Petter's letter and held it in the candle. She had watched it burn. She had watched the small loops of his hand black and curl. She had watched her own first love consumed in a small dish. Then she had taken her tasting knife out of the drawer. She had taken a small dish of her husband's evening wine that had been brought up to her solar. She had tasted it. It tasted, faintly, of bitterness she could not place. She had spat it out. She had risen, gathered her shawls, walked the long stair down to her husband's solar, where JON was working over an account book in the failing light. She had come in. She had said, "JON," he had looked up. She had said, "JON, the wine they brought up tonight is poisoned. Send for the Meister. We will examine it." He had stared at her. "Lisa, JON, send for the Meister. I do not know how I know it, but it is poisoned." He had sent for the Meister. The Meister, after some hours, had confirmed that the wine had tears of lies in it. JON had stood in his solar that night with his wife at his elbow. He had looked at her. He had taken her hand. He had said, "Lisa, you saved my life." "Yes, Lisa, how did you know?" She had said, "I had a letter this morning from a friend who warned me. The letter said to trust no one. The letter said to taste myself what you ate. I tasted. I do not know who the friend is." "Lisa, JON, I think we must move very quietly. I think we must find out who poisoned your wine." "Yes. I think we must go to the king and tell him." JON had not answered her at first. JON had looked at her for a long time. Then JON had said, "Lisa, my dear, we will not go to the king tonight. We will go to him tomorrow. Tonight we will write to my old friend Ned Stark. Tonight we will tell him to come south. The wolves are needed." Lisa had stiffened. "Ned Stark?" "Yes. He will bring his lady wife." "He will. Catelyn, yes." Lisa had been silent. Then Lisa had said in a small voice, "Yes, Catelyn, let us send for them." And she had not, after the months of her quiet jealousy, said anything more about her sister, because the letter she had read that afternoon had, in its 6th sentence, planted a small, careful seed which had now bloomed. Trust those who have loved you longest. Trust the women of your house. Catelyn was her sister. Catelyn had loved her in their childhood longer than any other living soul. Lisa that night, in her own bed, with JON snoring quietly beside her, lay awake and thought of her sister for the first time in years without bitterness. She did not know in that hour that a small detail of the anonymous letter, its handwriting, had been forged at Winterfell by a 13-year-old boy with the assistance of his 14-year-old brother, both of whom had, in another life, sat at her husband's feet as small visitors of the household, and had loved him very well. She did not need to know it. She acted on it. The work went on. The Meisters. The 3rd letter went to Meister Cresson. The 4th went to Petter Baelish. The 5th went to Varys. The 6th went to the Citadel. The letters went out of Winterfell over the course of 3 moons, by indirect routes, by paid intermediaries who did not know what they carried, by trusted intermediaries who suspected but did not ask. The boys wrote each by candle and reread each before sealing and burned every draft. The letter to Petter Baelish was very short. It said, "My lord, I know about Lisa. I know about JON I know about the poison. I know about your hand in it. I will not say more in this letter. I will say more in another if you require it. Stop. Stop now. The realm you imagine is not coming. The realm coming is one in which men of your kind will not survive. A friend who has known you long." Petter Baelish, when he read this letter in his small, clean tower of Mockingbird Hall, did not sleep that night. He read it 11 times. He turned it over. He held it to the light. He held it to the flame to test for invisible ink and found none. He stared at the hand. The hand was wrong. The hand was a hand he did not know, and Peter Baelish in his time had catalogued the hands of every clerk and courtier of the 7 kingdoms. He could not place it. He could not place any of it. He sat at his desk for the rest of the night with the letter in front of him, and he could not, for the first time in many years, plan. The letter to Varys was different. The letter to Varys was a single sentence. Spider, the realm you tend has begun to grow another web. Varys, when he read this letter in his small private room beneath the Red Keep, smiled. He smiled the small, still smile of a man who has noticed a thing he was not expecting to notice, and who is, for the first time in years, surprised, and who is pleased to be surprised. He read it again. He turned it over. He saw, on the back of the paper, a small impression. A wax stamp, very small in plain white wax. The stamp was the head of a direwolf with 3 small marks above it. 3 what? He sat looking at the stamp for a long time. Then he set the letter in a small private drawer of his own. He did not burn it. He did not file it with his other anonymous correspondence. He kept it. He kept it because, and this was a thing he had not done in 20 years, he had felt when he read it a small cold drop of something he had not felt in 20 years. He had felt it under the skin of his bare scalp. He had felt it run down between his shoulder blades. He had felt hope. He did not know hope for what. He waited. The letter that was not sent. The 7th letter sat in its small lockbox in Robb's chest. It said, in its draft form, Father, we are not what you think we are. We are not children. We were 2 men in a war you do not know is coming. We died. We were brought back. We have lived 7 years now in our small new bodies. We have lived as your sons, and we have loved being your sons, and we will love being your sons all our lives. We have hidden ourselves from you because the truth would have broken your heart if you had heard it too early, and because we needed you whole, and because we love you. We are telling you now because the world is about to change, and because we have begun to act in ways that will, in time, make you ask us what we have done, and we owe you the answer. Father, the first answer is this. JON is not your son. JON is your sister's son. JON is Lyanna's son, by Rhaegar Targaryen, born in a tower in the Red Mountains in the autumn of 283 AC. You promised her with her dying breath that you would keep him safe. You have kept that promise. Father, you have kept it. JON is yours in every way that matters, and his name will always be Stark, but his blood also is a thing he must in time come to use. The second answer is this. Robb died at a wedding in the Riverlands in the autumn of 299 AC. JON was killed by his sworn brothers at the wall in the winter of 300 AC. We are not those men. We are the men we became after we knew we were going to die, and after we died, and after a God gave us a second chance. We are your sons twice over, Father. Forgive us. The third answer is this. The world is coming for our house. The world has always been coming for our house. We have spent 7 years setting traps for the world, and the traps are about to spring. We will tell you in this letter every trap we have set, every name we have moved against, every move we have made. We will tell you everything we know about the South. We will tell you everything we know about the Wall. We will tell you everything we know about what comes after the Wall. Father, we need you. Hear us. The letter was unfinished. The letter had been redrafted 6 times. The letter, in its current form, was 63 folio pages long, and it was still, in its writer's judgment, not enough. It would not be sent until the king was dead. It would not be sent until the queen was exposed. It would not be sent until the lions were leashed, and the wall was warned, and the dragons could no longer be hidden, because at that point the truth would be impossible to keep, and Lord Eddard Stark would deserve to hear it from his son's mouth before he heard it from any other. In Robb's chest, the small lockbox sat. The wax seal of 3 direwolves and 3 dragons had not been pressed yet. The wax was cooling in a small jar by the chest. The boys knew the day they pressed that seal would be a hard day. They were prepared to have hard days. Winterfell. Late summer of 297. Catelyn Stark was, in the late summer of 297 AC, 32 years old. She had borne 4 children. The 5th was, this week, beginning to be a small heaviness in her belly that she had not yet named. She had begun, in her sons' 14th and 13th years, to be a different woman. She would have said, if asked, that she did not know why. She would have said it was the season, the long summer into autumn, the gentle weather, the unusual hush. She would have said it was the success of the harvest, which had been kind in its proportion this year. She would have said it was her daughter Sansa, who was now 4 and beginning to be the small, radiant creature Catelyn had always wanted a daughter to be, with her dark tully hair and her father's eye and her own quick small mouth. She would not have said the truth, because she did not know the truth, but the truth was that she had begun, very quietly, to be at peace. She had stopped 3 years ago, looking past Jon Snow when she crossed him in the corridor. She had begun, 2 years ago, to greet him by name. She had begun, a year ago, to wash his cuts when he came in scratched from the wolf's wood. She had begun, 6 moons ago, to tousle his hair after she had tousled Robb, and to leave her hand on the back of his head for a half-count longer than she had left it on her son's. She had begun, lately, to call him sweetling in the absent way of mothers. She had caught herself doing it and had been startled. She had decided not to undo it. She had begun to know him. She had begun to suspect, also, that there were things about him she did not know that she would, in time, come to know, and that her not knowing of them was a small space in her life that was being kept clean, the way a guest's room is kept clean against a coming visit. She did not press into the space. She let it be. She prayed in the small sept, and she lit, every night now, the 8th candle she had begun to light in the spring of 296. She had told no one about the 8th candle. Septa Mordine had noticed, and had been wise enough to say nothing. In the late summer of 297 AC, Catelyn Stark walked into her solar one evening to find Jon Snow on the chair by her window with her daughter Arya on his lap. Arya was 18 months old. Arya could walk. Arya could nearly run. Arya was at this hour engaged in pulling out the loose hair at the back of Jon's head with the small absorbed fury of a creature that has discovered a new game. Jon, when his lady mother came in, started to rise. Catelyn very quietly raised one hand. "Stay, Jon." He stayed. She crossed the room. She sat down in the other chair. She watched her bastard hold her daughter. Arya, sensing a new audience, hooted gleefully and tried to put a strand of Jon's hair up his nose. Jon, with the patient amusement of a man who had borne many indignities, let her. Catelyn smiled. "She loves you," Catelyn said. "My lady, she loves any face that does not move away from her. She has not in 18 months not moved away from me. From you she has never moved. She squalls when you leave the room. My lady, she squalls when anyone leaves the room." Jon. "You are bad at this. You are bad at being told a thing kindly. Let it stand." He flushed. He let it stand. Arya, having achieved the strand-in-the-nose feat, laughed her wild gull's laugh and tried to do it again. Catelyn sat watching them for a long moment. Then Catelyn said, "Jon, my lady, I have been an unkind woman to you for many years. I will not be one any longer. I will not be one ever again. I have been thinking about it for some time. I wish to say it out loud in the presence of a witness, even if the witness is only your sister. I have been a small woman to you, Jon, and you have been a large brother to my children and a large son in this house, and I have not seen it. I see it now. I am sorry. I am sorry, Jon. There, it is said. I do not require a reply." Jon looked at her. He looked at her for a long count of 7. The room was very quiet. Arya had stopped pulling his hair. Arya, who was not yet 2, knew with the small, infallible animal sense of a baby that something important was happening between the 2 grown-ups in the room, and that the proper thing for a baby to do was watch. JON said very softly, "My lady, there is nothing to forgive. There was never anything to forgive. You did the best you could with what you were given, and I knew, even when I was small, that you did. There is no debt between us. There never was. There never will be, but I thank you. I thank you for saying what you have said. I will hold it close all my life." She nodded. She did not weep. She had wept all her weeping in the small sept already. She had nothing left for the moment. She rose. She walked to him. She laid her hand on his head and then, on impulse, leaned down and kissed his brow. He bore the kiss. She straightened. She looked at her daughter in his lap. She said, "Bring her into me when she has tired you. She likes you better than her cradle just now." "Yes, my lady." She went out of the solar. In the corridor outside, she stopped and stood with her back against the wall and let her own forehead come, very gently, to rest against the cool stone, and let herself stay there for a long count of 50 before she went on. When she went on, she went up the corridor toward her own chambers with her step quick and her shoulders high, like a Tully going into a tournament with a color on her sleeve. In the solar, Arya Stark, who was 18 months old and had no words for it, looked up into her bastard half-brother's face and saw him crying very quietly with his teeth set. Arya, who would, in her own future, set her own teeth against many griefs, reached up with her small dimpled hand and patted his cheek. "Don't," she said. It was one of her 10 words. She had used it hitherto only to scold him for tickling her. She used it now in a different sense. "I won't," JON said. He did not. He held her until she was tired. He carried her down to her mother. He went back to the godswood. He sat at the heart tree. He told Robb, when Robb came to find him there, what had happened. Robb did not speak. Robb only sat down next to his brother and put his head on his brother's shoulder. "Brother," Robb said, "brother, we have done it. Aye, we have done one of it. We have not yet done all of it. We will. We will." The wind moved in the canopy. The heart tree's red eyes wept their small, slow sap onto the moss. A small white moon climbed the eastern sky. Somewhere far away in the wolfswood, 3 dragons stirred in their cave under the granite cliff. Somewhere far south, in a small high tower at the Eyrie, an old man and his young wife sat together over a cup of new wine, which his wife had tasted first, and an open ledger of names. Somewhere farther south, on a stone island in the cold black bay, a tall, thin king of nothing sat in his solar with one folded letter in his hand and his pale eye on the dark horizon. Somewhere farther south still, in the small, clean tower of Mockingbird Hall, a man who had spent his life climbing a ladder of small, clever moves was, for the first time, beginning to look at the ladder as a thing that might not be his. The work went on. The work was, by this autumn of 297, no longer the small private work of 2 boys in a godswood. The work had become the work of 7 kingdoms. The boys had only to wait. The waiting was the hardest part. They knew it. They had been told in their old lives by men who had waited for wars that waiting was the hardest part. They had not believed it then. They believed it now. JON and Robb sat at the heart tree on the night of the spring equinox of 298 AC, 8 years to the day since the morning the old gods had brought them back, and they sat in silence, and the silence was not the silence of dread but the silence of men in a small good place who have, after long labor, reached a small good rest. It would not last. The work went on. Coda. A letter that arrived in Winterfell. In the 2nd week of the 3rd moon of 298 AC, a letter came in to Winterfell by Raven from the south. It bore the seal of the king. It said, in the small, careful clerk's hand of a man writing on behalf of his royal majesty, that the king was coming north to Winterfell, with his queen and his children and his household, to consult with his old friend Lord Eddard Stark on certain matters of importance to the realm, and that the king begged the indulgence of Lord Stark in receiving him within 4 months of the date of this letter. Lord Eddard read the letter aloud, in the great hall, that evening, to his household. There was a brief silence. Then Catelyn said, "Husband, he is coming. He is. Why now? He does not say, he never says. Robert has never written a letter that did not omit half what he meant." Robb and Jon had not in the hall looked at each other. They had not needed to. They had kept their faces still. They had nodded gravely with the rest of the household. They had eaten their meat. They had gone late that night to the godswood. At the heart tree alone, with the wind in the canopy and the eyes of the heart tree weeping their slow red sap, Robb had said very softly, "He is alive. He is alive, Jon. Jon Arryn is alive. The king is not coming north because his hand has been poisoned. The king is coming north because, what? Because his wife let him. Because Stannis has not yet acted. Because we have done something, and the shape of the something has changed the road." "I do not know," Jon said, "but the road is changed. He is coming north anyway. Why? Why is he coming? Because he is Robert, because Robert was always going to want to see father, because Robert is, in some private way we never knew, lonely, and our father is the man he is most lonely without. He is coming because he is Robert, not because Jon Arryn was poisoned. He is coming because he is Robert." Robb thought about this for a long count of 10. Robb laughed. It was a small, dry laugh. It was a laugh of a man who has had a small, good, unexpected piece of luck. "Then this," Robb said, "is going to be different. Yes. He is going to come, Jon. He is going to come, and he is going to find Winterfell exactly as he expected it. The boys at the gate, the lady on the steps, the wolves in the kennel. He is going to not find his hand dead. He is going to not find his oldest friend ready to ride south with him. He is going to find us. Yes. What do we do? What we have been doing, brother. We act exactly as we ought. We act exactly as boys of 15 and 16 who have never seen a king. We do not slip. We do not let on. We greet him. We feed him. We charm him. We give him every reason to think Winterfell is exactly what he believed Winterfell to be. And then what? And then we kill the queen." Robb looked at his brother. Robb looked at his brother for a long moment. "Brother," Robb said, "not by knife, not by axe, not by poison, by exposure, Robb, by exposure. We finish the work we started. We make sure Stannis acts. We make sure the realm sees what she is. We make sure she does not leave Winterfell with any plot intact. That is how we kill her. And by killing her, by exposing her, we make sure Joffrey never sits the throne. And by making sure Joffrey never sits the throne, we make sure Sansa is never betrothed to him. And by making sure Sansa is never betrothed to him, we make sure father is not invited south. And by making sure father is not invited south, we make sure he is not killed on the steps of Baelor. Yes, brother, you are very calm about killing a queen. I have killed a queen, brother. I know the shape of it. I will not be killing this one. The world will be killing her. I will only be the one who hands the world the knife." The wind moved in the canopy. The heart tree did not speak. "Brother, I love you, and I you, until the end of the road, brother, until the end of the road." They sat in the moss until the dawn came up over the inner wall. The work went on. Chapter 7. The King in the North Yard, 298 AC. Winterfell. The summer the royal party came. The king came down the King's Road in a column a mile long, with 300 horsemen and 100 wagons and 12 banners, and one great gold-lacquered wheelhouse drawn by 20 white mares, and he came in a cloud of his own dust like a small, slow comet on the wrong side of the sky. Jon and Robb stood with their family in the inner ward and watched him come. They had practiced this. They had practiced it every morning for 2 weeks. They had practiced the standing. They had practiced the face. They had practiced, Robb especially, the way of letting one eye linger half a beat longer on a man before letting the eye move on, which was a small grown-up thing he had to be reminded not to do in front of his Lord Father, who had begun, lately, to study his sons with the small, careful attention of a man who could not quite say what he was looking at but had decided to look at it anyway. Lord Eddard was first in the line. Lady Catelyn was at his right, Robb at his left. Sansa next to her mother, Bran beside Robb, Arya somewhere behind in old Nan's grip, kicking. Rickon at 1 moon old was in the wet nurse's arms 3 steps back, swaddled to the eyebrows. Jon Snow, who had not been placed in the line, was on the wall above the gate. By his father's quiet word that morning, "Jon, you will stand above. You will see better there." Jon had thanked his father for that. The bastard's place was not in the welcoming line. This was a kindness offered as a vantage, not a slight, and it was the first such kindness his father had offered in front of the household in just this way, and Jon had found his throat full at the offering and the giving alike. He stood on the wall above the gatehouse now with his cloak about him and the wind off the wolfswood in his hair. He watched the column come up the road. He saw the king. Robert Baratheon at 38 was a great red-faced bear of a man with a black beard going grayish at the corners. He was fat. He was very fat. He was fatter than Jon remembered, and Jon had remembered him as a fat king. He sat his horse with the heavy carelessness of a man who had been a great horseman once, and was now content to be a great drinker. He sat his horse also, like a man who has not slept on the road as well as he had hoped, and his color was high in a way that promised it would be higher by night, when the cellars had been opened. Behind him, in the great wheelhouse, was the queen. Cersei Lannister at 28 was, even from a distance of a half-mile, a woman who could be seen. She had been beautiful at 20. She was beautiful at 28 in a different and slightly more terrifying way. Her hair from this distance was a coil of new gold in a small green silk veil. Her hands on the window of the wheelhouse were white and slow. She did not move much. She did not need to. She sat as a queen sits, which is to say like a slow weight on the chest of the wheelhouse, with her 2 younger children flanking her and the older one, Joffrey, riding ahead with his uncles. Jon found his eyes on Joffrey. Joffrey Baratheon at 12 years old was a thin gold-haired boy on a high white horse. He sat the high white horse the way a small child sits a high horse, by force of grip, not by saddle balance. He was looking from a distance at the gate of Winterfell with the expression of a small noble boy who has been told he is the most important small noble boy in the realm and has begun to believe it. Jon found that he hated Joffrey. He had thought he had stopped hating Joffrey. He had thought in the long, quiet years of his second life that he had outgrown the hating. He had not. He could feel it under his ribs now, a small, clean, cold rage. Joffrey had ordered his father killed in front of his sister. Joffrey had told Ilyn Payne to bring the head down. Joffrey had stood on the steps of Baelor and laughed. Jon thought, that face will never sit the Iron Throne. I swear it, by every god in this godswood, by every god on the wall, by every god south of the Twins, by every brother dead or alive in my keeping, by Lyanna of the Cream Eye in her cave under the granite cliff, by every promise Eddard Stark has not yet had broken on him, by every word Robb Stark and I have not yet spoken to our father, Joffrey will not sit the throne, not in this world, not on my watch. He breathed. He let the rage settle. He let it find its small, cold place at the back of his ribs. He let it become work. The column came up. The king reined in below the gate. He dismounted with great difficulty. He walked with the slow, rolling gait of a fat man whose horse-time has been long that day, up the slope to where Lord Eddard waited. Eddard knelt. Jon, on the wall, saw Robb's small twitch at his father's knee, the small twitch of a boy who had once watched a king his father served be the death of him, and who, even now, could not quite bear to see his father bend. Robert Baratheon stopped. Robert Baratheon looked at his oldest friend. The whole field went quiet for a long count of 3. Then Robert Baratheon said, in a voice loud enough to be heard at the gate, "Get up, Ned. You've gotten fat." Eddard rose. Eddard, who had not gotten fat, who was if anything a thread leaner than the last time Robert had seen him, said in the same voice, "You're one to talk, your grace," and Robert had thrown his head back and laughed, and the field had relaxed. Robert embraced his old friend. He embraced him hard. He held him out at arm's length. He looked at him. JON on the wall watched the king's face. He saw in the king's face something he had not expected to see, a small, clean joy. A small, clean, tired joy. Robert had ridden a long way to see a man, and he was seeing the man. For an instant JON could believe Robert was not, in his way, also a wreck. Then Robert said, "Where's the lady?" And Catelyn stepped forward, and Robert kissed her hand, and Catelyn gave him a small, dry, tully smile that was very nearly a real smile, and Robert said, "Lady Stark, you have grown still more beautiful in 3 years' time," and Catelyn said, "Your Grace, you have grown still more gallant in 3 years' time," and Robert had laughed again. The whole field laughed. The household held breath, the household let it out. Robert turned to the children. He looked at Robb. He looked at him for a long moment. "Your son, Ned," he said, "my son. Robb, 16. By the gods, he stands like a man already. He's got your face. He's also got God's, he's got Brandon's eyes." Robert had paused at that. The pause had been a small private one. Then Robert had clapped Robb on the shoulder hard and said, "Boy, welcome a king to your father's house." Robb bowed. Robb said, "Your Grace." Robb said it perfectly. JON on the wall exhaled. Robert moved on. He saw Sansa. He laughed in pure delight. He pinched her cheek. Sansa, who was now 5 and a small, careful, curtsying creature, performed her curtsy in the precise small way Septa Mordin had drilled her, and Robert clapped his great hands and said, "Ned, this one's already too pretty for any boy in the kingdom." Catelyn had glanced briefly at her husband. The glance had passed. Robert saw Bran. Bran, who was 7, looked back at the king without flinching. Robert had laughed approvingly. "Got steel in him, Ned. Not afraid of an old drunk." Eddard had said, "Your Grace," in a tone that was both an apology and a small, fond grumble. Robert saw Arya. Arya, who was 3, had escaped old Nan's grip and was at this moment biting the corner of the wheelhouse's banner staff, where one of the king's outriders had laid it within her reach. Catelyn had been about to retrieve her. Robert had laughed louder. "That one's mine, lady. That one's a son in a daughter's body. Ned, I will steal her." Eddard had said, "Your Grace, you will not. She bites." Robert had moved on, laughing. Then Robert had said, "Ned, the crypts." The household had stilled. "The crypts, Robert, I would pay my respects. Before we eat, before we drink, before anything, take me down to Lyanna." Eddard had paused. Eddard had looked at his lady wife. Catelyn had nodded. Eddard had said, "Aye, Your Grace." And the 2 old friends had walked away together, across the inner ward, with the household streaming behind in small, respectful confusion, and they had disappeared down the steps of the crypts to the place where Lyanna Stark had been laid almost 15 years before. JON on the wall above the gatehouse did not move from his vantage. He stood with his hand against the parapet. The parapet was cold. He let it be cold. He let his face be still. He had decided in the practice mornings that he would not go down to the crypts when the king went down. He would not stand near his father at that hour. He would not stand near the king at that hour. He would not stand near his mother's tomb at that hour. His face was, even with 7 years of practice, not yet a face he trusted at that distance. He stayed on the wall. He watched the queen. The queen had not got out of the wheelhouse with her husband. She had remained inside. He could see, through the small window, the small, slow movement of her hand on her green silk veil. He could see her face turned, partly, toward the gate. He could see her eyes, even at this distance, be the eyes of a woman waiting. Then the queen got out. She got out with the slow grace of a woman who has been waiting for the king to be safely underground before she emerged. She walked down the wheelhouse's small set of steps with one hand at her throat. She looked up at the wall of Winterfell. She looked at the gate. She looked at the keep. She looked after some small searching up at the wall above the gatehouse where Jon Snow stood. Their eyes met. Jon, in the moment of meeting, did not look away. Jon had, in his last life, learned to look at people. He had learned to look at men who were trying to kill him. He had learned to look at lords who were trying to humiliate him. He had learned to look at queens who were trying to seduce him. He looked now at Cersei Lannister. He let his face be still. He let his face be a boy's face. He let his eyes be a bastard's eyes, downcast at the corners. He let his mouth be the mouth of a boy who had not been raised to think kindly of women on horses with veils. The queen looked at him for a long count of 3. Her face did not move, but the corner of her mouth tightened very slightly, and her eye narrowed very slightly, and Jon read in that small narrowing the small recognition of a queen who had begun, very privately, to suspect that her trip north was a trip she would not enjoy. She broke the look first. She turned. She walked slowly with her younger children at either hand into the inner court, where Catelyn Stark and her steward and the household were already preparing to receive her. Jon let out the breath he had been holding. He thought she knows. He thought she does not know what she knows, but she knows. He thought, Robb, brother, we were right. We were right to be ready. He came down off the wall. He walked to the godswood. He stood at the heart tree. He breathed. He said very softly to the heart tree, Mother, mother of my body, I greet you. I am sorry I did not come down to your tomb with them. I will come in my own time alone. I will not come with the king. I will come with the wolves who are mine. Forgive me. The hour is small and very close, and I cannot bear an old wound and a new fear in the same hour. Mother, be patient with me. I love you. I am yours. The heart tree did not speak. The sap on its face was very red in the noon light. Jon went back to the castle. The feast. That night the great hall of Winterfell was filled with the laughter of Southerners. It had been filled with the laughter of Southerners only thrice before in living memory, and never with this many of them at once. The high table had Robert, with Eddard at his right and Catelyn at his left, and Robb beyond his mother and Jon, at his father's quiet request. One place down from Robb on the same side, in a place that had not been the bastard's place before, but that was, on a night like this one, a place no one in the hall thought to question. Across from the king sat the queen, with her sons Joffrey and Tommen at her elbow, and her daughter Miachella and her brother Tyrion, 2 seats down. The queen's twin was not at the high table. Jaime Lannister, in his white Kingsguard cloak, stood at the king's back, with his white gauntleted hand on the hilt of his white pommeled sword, and his pale Lannister face turned out toward the hall. Jaime was, by Kingsguard custom, on duty. He had been on duty for hours. He looked, even from the high table, tired. Jon Snow looked at Jaime Lannister with the small, clean curiosity of a man who has, in the world he came from, hated him a long time and learned, eventually, more than enough to know that Jaime Lannister was, by certain reckonings, the second most wronged man at court. Jon had decided in the long years of planning that Jaime was not an enemy. Jon had even, in some of the small drawings he and Robb had made of the future court, written Jaime's name on a particular paper with a particular tag, which was the tag for useful. Jon had begun, this autumn, to think the tag should be necessary. He watched Jaime now, in the great hall. He watched the way the king laughed, and Jaime did not look at the king and did not look at the queen and did not look at any of the children. And the way Jaime's eyes, when at last they did move, went to a small spot above the high table where a banner of the direwolf hung, and Jaime's eyes rested there in the small, still way of a man whose mind was on something else. And Jon thought, that is the look of a man who is tired of his life. He looked away. Across the hall, at the lower table where the household's hostages had been put, Theon Greyjoy was laughing at a Lannister courtier's joke. The courtier had told a small, unkind joke about the North. Theon had laughed only as long as politeness demanded. Theon, in his 19th year now, had developed a small, wary intelligence that had not been there in his old life, and Theon had glanced after the laugh up at the high table to see if Robb had seen it. Robb had seen it. Robb had given Theon the smallest of nods. Theon had relaxed. JON, watching, thought, he is ours now, forever. The feast went on. The wine ran. The roasts came. The musicians, 3 southern ones and 4 northern ones in mixed concord, played a small selection of songs that had been chosen by Catelyn for their lack of warlike content, the most courteous of which was a reach ballad about a maiden in a tower, and the least courteous of which was a northern lay about the kindness of mead. The king ate. The king drank. The king roared with laughter. The king pounded the table. The king toasted his old friend Ned 3 times and his lady wife twice and the old gods of the north once, with no small pride at his own ecumenical good cheer. The queen ate very little. The queen drank very little. The queen smiled at her host's children with the small, careful patience of a queen who had a long visit ahead and was determined to be a credit to the South. After the meat course the king clapped his hands. "Ned, Ned, where's that boy of yours?" "My lord, my son is at my elbow." No, the other boy, the one on the wall this afternoon, the dark one, the bastard, yes, Snow. Where is he? Snow, boy, come up here." JON, 2 places down on the wrong side of his father, stood. He bowed. He came up. "Boy, your grace. You've a face on you, Snow. Did you know that? You've got gods, you've got Stark on you the way an iron's got rust. Your father's face, your father's jaw." The king grinned. "I always told Ned he didn't have to bring a Dornish lass into it to make a son look like himself. The Stark blood does the work for him." JON kept his face still. "Thank you, your grace," he said. "Sit down, lad, sit down here by me. Push the queen's brother down, he won't mind. Tyrion, down a seat, dwarf, make room, Snow's coming up." Tyrion Lannister, in his small, clean tunic of red and gold, with his half-empty cup in his hand and his small, clever eyes on the king, smiled. "As your grace commands," Tyrion said. He slid down a seat. He nodded to JON as JON sat. The nod had in it a small private interest. Tyrion Lannister, JON thought, was not yet looking at him as the queen's brother. Tyrion Lannister was looking at him, for that one heartbeat, as a man who has spent his life noticing the small overlooked, and who notices on the bench beside him a new piece of small overlooked. "Snow," said Tyrion very quietly, "you have your father's hands." "My lord," said JON equally quietly, "all the Stark men do." "You also have a brother who watches you the way a wolf watches a littermate." "My lord, Lord Robb is fond of me." "Yes, I see he is. It is a fondness I have not, in my own life, had cause to envy until this evening." JON looked at the small lord beside him. "My lord, I am sorry." "I am sorry too, Snow. Don't be, I am drunk." Tyrion lifted his cup. He toasted JON with a small private wink. "I am drunk, and I am at a feast in a great hall in the north, and I am a Lannister at a Stark's table, which is a thing I am not often. I am minded to enjoy it. Will you drink with me, Snow?" "With pleasure, my lord." "It is with pleasure between friends, and with respect between Lannister and Stark." "Then with respect, my lord." "And with pleasure also, Snow. We are friends already, you and I can tell. I have a nose for friends. It is the only feature of mine that grew well." JON laughed very softly. He had not expected to laugh that night. The laugh was small, and it was honest. It was the small, honest laugh of a man who had loved Tyrion Lannister in another life, and who was, to his small private astonishment, pleased to find that he loved him still. Tyrion, looking up, saw the laugh, and his own small, lopsided mouth answered it. The two of them clinked cups. The queen, far down the table on the other side of the king, saw the two of them clink cups. The queen's face did not move. But the queen's small private file, which she had been building in her head all afternoon, took an entry. The file was titled Things to be Investigated about Winterfell. There were now 12 entries in the file. The work on her side had also begun. Joffrey and Bran. It came on the third day. It came after the king had taken Lord Eddard hunting in the Wolfswood, Lord Eddard, who had been told, very privately, by his son Robb the night before that on no account should he ride with the king beyond a quarter-day's distance from the castle, had managed by small skillful courtesy to keep the hunt close, and the king, who was less interested in the hunt than in the cellar-stocked wine the household carried after them, had not noticed. It came after the queen had sat with Catelyn in the small solar to have her hair done by Catelyn's maids, where Catelyn, with the small kindly patience she had learned in her own house, had performed a hostess's role flawlessly, while watching the queen with the eye of a Tully observing the eddy of a particular river. It came after Joffrey had taken his sword, which was, in flat fact, a young man's hand-and-a-half blade with the small lions of Lannister on the pommel, into the training yard, where Sir Roderick Castle had been forced to find him a sparring partner. Robb had volunteered. Jon had been very quiet about it. Jon had not volunteered. Jon had watched from the south end of the yard with his small calm bastard's face on. Robb had taken up a practice blade. Robb had bowed to the prince. Robb had been gentle. He had been gentle for 1/2 circuit of the yard. Joffrey had tried, on the first exchange, the small mean trick a small mean boy uses against a sparring partner he is not afraid of. He had aimed, in the loose chivalry of the practice, a small cruel cut at Robb's left ear, which would, if it had landed, have left a small mean scar. Robb had moved his head a 1/2 inch. The cut had whistled. Joffrey had tried it again, in a different exchange, 2 beats later. Joffrey had aimed for the right ear this time. Robb had moved his head, very lazily, a 1/2 inch in the other direction. Joffrey had begun to flush. On the third exchange, Joffrey had tried, and here a small hush had come over the watching men in the yard, because they had begun to read the prince's anger. He had tried the trick of bringing his hilt down hard on the back of a man's wrist, which is the kind of trick Lannister boys learn from their fathers, and which is intended to break the wrist of an opponent who is unarmored, which Robb was, since they were sparring with practice blades. Robb had brought his own hilt up to meet the prince's. Robb had let the hilts kiss in the air with the small clean clack of 2 pieces of pommel-bound steel meeting at the joint of their bones. Robb had then, very lightly, with a small lazy twist of his wrist, sent the prince's blade out of his hand. The blade had clattered to the ground. The prince had been left standing in the middle of the yard with his hand stinging and his sword gone. Joffrey Baratheon had looked at his hand. He had looked at his sword on the ground. He had looked at Robb. Robb had looked back at him with the small grave calm of a 16-year-old boy who had been waiting all his life for this moment, and who, having had it, was not going to spoil it by gloating. "My prince," Robb said with a small bow, "let us go again." Joffrey's face went white. Joffrey's face went red. Joffrey's face went the small mottled color of a thing that has decided that anger will do where dignity will not. Joffrey turned. Joffrey said in his small, loud, high voice, "I am done with this. I will have a real opponent. Where is the one with the sword? Where is the bastard? I will have him." A small silence fell. The men in the yard were soldiers. The men in the yard knew what was being said. The men in the yard knew that the Prince of the Realm had just demanded, in public, to spar with a bastard, whose presence the Prince of the Realm had been very quietly making a point of disdaining for 3 days. The men in the yard knew what the prince meant. The prince meant to humiliate the bastard, who had been. This was the conventional wisdom of 3 days of feast-going. The only person in the household who had not yet been put in his place by a Lannister, and the prince meant to do it now in front of the household, to repair, in his way, the small humiliation Robb had just done him. Jon Snow walked out into the yard. He walked out into the yard with his small bastard's cap in his hand and his small bastard's smile on his mouth, and the smile was a smile of perfect deference, and he stopped at 3 paces from the prince, and he bowed, and he said, "My prince, as you wish." He picked up Joffrey's sword from the ground. He bowed again. He offered the sword to Joffrey hilt first. Joffrey took it. JON stepped back. JON took a practice blade from the rack. JON stood in the middle of the yard with his small bastard's smile and his small bastard's eyes on the prince. Joffrey came at him. Joffrey came at him hard. Joffrey came at him with the small, mean speed of a boy who has been raised to think his speed was a remarkable thing. Joffrey came at him with the small, mean technique of a boy whose master-at-arms had been afraid to correct him. JON and this had been planned in 3 days of small private rehearsal between JON and Robb. JON did not strike back. JON parried. He parried every cut. He parried every thrust. He parried the cuts with the small, lazy parry of a man who has parried such cuts for years, and the thrusts with the small, lazy parry of a man who has parried such thrusts for years. And JON did not, in the parrying, even once raise his arm above his shoulder. He stood with his weight evenly distributed and his small bastard smile on his mouth, and he let the prince of the realm fail to touch him. Joffrey's first 10 attacks did not touch him. Joffrey's next 10 did not touch him either. By the 30th attack, Joffrey was breathing hard. By the 40th, Joffrey was crying. By the 50th, Joffrey had begun to scream, not the small, mean scream of a furious child, but the small, failed scream of a child whose face is being held to a mirror by an adult who will not let him look away. On the 51st attack, JON, very lazily, took the prince's sword out of his hand a second time. The sword clattered to the ground. Joffrey Baratheon stood in the middle of the yard. He was breathing in small, high gasps. His face was wet. His hand was empty. Jon Snow stepped back. Jon Snow bowed. "My prince," Jon Snow said, "I yield. You have driven me hard. I am only a bastard. I cannot in courtesy stand against a prince of the realm for more than the small play of an exercise. I beg leave to retire." The men in the yard did not laugh. The men in the yard did not move. The men in the yard had been raised, all their lives, to know the small, precise difference between a yielding that was a yielding and a yielding that was the most thorough and ferocious humiliation that could be administered by one boy to another in front of an audience. And what Jon Snow had just done to the Prince of the Realm was the second. It was a thing of art. Robb, on the wall above the yard, watched his brother. Robb's small mouth was a thin, grim line. Robb's hand on the parapet was knuckled white. Joffrey did not speak. Joffrey turned. Joffrey walked off the yard. Joffrey walked into the keep. Joffrey did not come down to dinner that evening. Joffrey did not, in fact, come down to any public meal in Winterfell again for the rest of the visit. In the gallery above the yard, behind a small screen of carved black oak, the Queen Cersei Lannister had been watching the whole exchange from beginning to end. She had watched her son lose. She had watched the bastard yield. She had watched the bastard yield in the way that only a man twice the bastard's age and 3 times the bastard's skill yields when he is sparing the dignity of a prince. She had watched in particular the small bastard's smile. She had watched it through 50 attacks. She had watched it through the yield. She had thought that bastard. She had thought that bastard is not a child. She had thought that bastard is a man wearing a bastard. She had thought, what is he? What is happening in this castle? What have I walked into? She had thought, I want to be out of this place. She had risen from her chair. She had walked out of the gallery. She had walked with her green skirts whispering down the back stair. She had walked into her own apartment. She had locked the door. She had sat at the small dressing table in the small dressing room. She had taken up the small silver mirror. She had looked at herself in it. She had looked at herself for a long time. She had that hour, the first inkling of the long, slow understanding that would eat her over the next year, which was the understanding that her trip north was a trip in which she was, perhaps, not the cleverest woman in the room, and that there was a thing happening in the castle around her that she could not see, but that could see her, and that, for the first time since her wedding day, she was small in a place that did not love her. She closed the mirror. She wept for half an hour in the small, absolute quiet she had been raised to use for weeping. Then she dried her face. She rose. She went out. She found her husband in the cellars. She poured him another cup of wine. She said in her small, careful voice, "My lord, when do we leave?" Robert Baratheon, who had not in 3 days given the queen a moment of his attention beyond what custom demanded, looked up at his wife with the small, surprised pity of a man who has been told a thing he was not expecting to hear. "Cersei, are you not enjoying it?" "My lord, I am not." "What?" "Why, Ned's house is fine, the hunting's good, the ladies kind, the girls are pretty. The bastard is what? The bastard is a piece of work, what a piece of work, but, my lord, I would like to go home." Robert Baratheon looked at his wife. Robert Baratheon, in his small private way, had also been looking at the Stark boys for 3 days. Robert Baratheon was not a careful man. Robert Baratheon was not a watching man. Robert Baratheon was a king who had drunk for many years and noticed less than he ought to have. But Robert Baratheon was, for all that, not a stupid man, and Robert Baratheon had noticed certain things this week. He had noticed that the Stark heir at 16 rode a horse, with the loose seat of a man who had ridden for 1,000 leagues. He had noticed that the bastard at 15 carried a sword, with the look of a man who had killed with one. He had noticed that the 2 boys, when they sat together at table or stood together in a yard, looked at each other with the small, private, steady look of men who had been friends in the field. He had noticed, above all, that they were calm, with a kind of calm he was not used to seeing in young men. Robert Baratheon was a king. Robert Baratheon knew calm men. He had noticed all this in the small, private back of the head way that fat, drunk kings notice things. He had not done anything with the noticing. He had simply, slowly allowed it to sit, the way an old hunter allows a scent to sit. He looked at his wife now. He saw in her eye that she had noticed too and had not liked her noticing. For a brief moment, and Robert Baratheon would, that night, drink enough that he would not later remember having had the moment, Robert Baratheon was a king again. "Cersei, we will go in 2 days. I have one more hunt with Ned, then we go." "My lord." "Yes, woman, 2 days." She bowed her head. She said, "Thank you, my lord," and she went away. 2 days later, the king's column rolled out of the gates of Winterfell southward down the King's Road. 300 horsemen, 100 wagons, 12 banners, 1 great gold-lacquered wheelhouse, 1 queen with a small headache, 1 prince who refused to come out of his litter, 1 princess who waved out the window, 1 small Prince Tommen, 6 years old, who had spent the 3 days entirely besotted with Bran, Stark's small pony, and Bran, Stark's small kindness, and who waved out the other window as long as he could see Winterfell behind him. 1 hand of the king, who had been the lord of Winterfell's old friend Jon Arryn, and who was not on this trip, because Jon Arryn was in the Eyrie this season under the careful watch of his lady wife, and was not dead. The Lannisters left no plots in Winterfell. The Queen left no agents in Winterfell. The Queen had had no time to leave any. The Queen had been afraid for 3 days. Joffrey Baratheon left Winterfell with the small, mottled face of a boy who had been beaten by a bastard. Joffrey Baratheon would not, the boys had calculated, ever quite recover from that beating. The mottled face would, in the months to come, give way to the small, careful viciousness of a child who has begun to plan, in his small, careful viciousness, the small, careful repayment of his humiliation. The repayment would come, the boys had calculated, at a wedding. The wedding would be his own. Joffrey would not survive his own wedding. The boys had laid no hand on him. The boys would not need to. The poison was already in the world. Jon Snow stood on the wall above the gatehouse that morning and watched the king's column dwindle on the King's Road. Robb came up beside him. They stood for a long time. They watched the dust. When the dust was gone, Robb said, "Brother, we did it. We did one of it. The big one's come now." The wind moved across the parapet. The day was clean and cold and bright. Below them in the inner ward, the household was beginning the slow work of restoring its normal rhythm. Old Nan was telling a small story to a small, open-mouthed Sansa. Bran was carrying a stick at the kennel. Theon Greyjoy, on his way past, looked up at the two boys on the wall and gave them a small mock salute. Robb returned it with a small mock bow. In the Godswood, the heart tree's red eyes wept their slow red sap. In the Wolfswood, 3 dragons stirred in their cave under the granite cliff. In Greywater Watch, a small grave 9-year-old boy looked up from his small grave book at his father across a table and said, "Father, he is gone. He is gone south. Good." In King's Landing, a small clean room in the Tower of the Hand contained an old man and his young wife, neither of them dead, the two of them with their hands clasped over a small clean pot of tea. In Dragonstone, a tall thin king of nothing sat in his solar over an open ledger and read a small new anonymous letter that had come up on the morning's tide, and the letter contained a list of 19 names of men at court he could rely on, with annotations in the small spidery hand he had begun to call in his head the hand at the wolf's door. The work was about to become public. Jon and Robb climbed down off the wall. They went to dinner. They sat by their father. Their father did not speak that evening of his old friend's visit except to say, very quietly after the meat course, "Sons, the realm is very quiet just now. I do not think it will be quiet long. Be ready." The sons said, "Yes, father." They did not look at each other. They did not need to. The work went on. Chapter 8, The Stag Falls, 299 AC. Dragonstone, King's Landing, and a tower at the end of the King's Road. Stannis Baratheon waited a full season after the king left Winterfell. Then he acted. He acted in the deliberate, slow way he had been raised to act. Not in a single sudden blow, but in 3 blows, of which the first was a public reading, the second a public letter, and the third a public marshalling of fleet and host on the open sea before the cold black bay of Dragonstone for all the realm to see. The public reading took place on the morning of the spring equinox of 299 AC. It took place on the steps of the small sept of Dragonstone, before 200 of Stannis Baratheon's bannermen, with Maester Cresson at his left, and the small folk gathered in the lower courts in a small, respectful silence. Stannis read out, from a parchment he held in his pale hands, a sworn statement. The sworn statement said, "I, Stannis of the House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone, brother of Robert Baratheon the King, do herewith make known to all in the 7 kingdoms that I have come into possession of certain proofs, by my own investigation, and by the investigation of my Maester Cresson, and by the testimony of certain anonymous witnesses, that the 3 children of the Queen Cersei of the House Lannister are not the children of my brother Robert. They are the children of the Queen's twin brother, Sir Jaime of the House Lannister, Lord Commander of the Kingsguard. They were begotten upon her in violation of the holy laws of marriage, and in violation of the law of the realm prohibiting incest between siblings. The bookkeeper's ledger of the Red Keep, here appended, records the Queen's brother's presence in the Queen's chambers on 19 separate nights on which the King was absent. 3 independent Maesters of the Citadel, here appended in their sworn opinions, have examined the descendants of the line of Baratheon by the King's father, his father's father, and his uncle the Lord of Storm's End, and have determined that the line throws true to black hair and blue eyes, and that all known bastards of the king, of whom there are 16 registered, are dark-haired. The 3 children of the queen are all golden-haired. The 3 children are not the king's. By the law of the realm and by the will of the mother, by the right of my brother who is the rightful king, and by my own conscience, I declare that the Prince Joffrey, the Princess Miachella, and the Prince Tommen are not the true-born issue of my brother Robert, and that the succession of the Iron Throne does not descend through them. There was a long silence on the steps of the September Stannis. Baratheon was not a man who waited for cheers. He had not expected them. He had not received them. He had, instead, the small, attentive silence of men hearing a thing they had perhaps suspected but had not heard said. He continued, "Upon this declaration I have moved as follows. I have sent, this morning, sealed copies of the above declaration and of the proofs to the king my brother at the Red Keep, to the Lord of Casterly Rock Tywin Lannister, to the hand of the King Jon Arryn at the Tower of the Hand, to the High Septon at the Great Sept of Baelor, to Lord Hoster Tully at Riverrun, to Lord Mace Tyrell at Highgarden, to the Prince of Dorne Doran Martell at Sunspear, to Lord Eddard Stark at Winterfell, and to all of the lords paramount and to certain key lords of the realm. I have also this morning dispatched the same to my brother Renly of the House Baratheon at Storm's End. I make these declarations openly. I conceal nothing. I make them with the witness of 3 Meisters of the Citadel, of my own bannermen, of my Meister Cresson, of my wife Selise of the House Florent, and of every man and woman before me on these steps. I declare them in the sight of the 7 and on my own honor. I will not retract them. They are the truth." He paused. He continued, "This declaration is not the act of a man who seeks a crown. I do not seek a crown. I love my brother. I love my brother Robert, who is the king, and who is the rightful king. I love my brother Renly, who is the Lord of Storm's End. I will go gladly to my grave a small lord of a small rock, if such is the will of the gods. I have made this declaration because I cannot, in honor, conceal it. I will support, in the days to come, whatever course of action my brother the king and the lords of the realm in their wisdom shall determine. I will in particular support, should they so determine, the regency of any prince of the line of Baratheon whose claim is true. I am not the king. I do not claim to be the king. I serve the king." He paused. "That is all." He folded the parchment. The 200 bannermen knelt, one by one, with the slow, ragged regularity of men reacting to an act of great weight without prior rehearsal. Meister Cresson, at his left, bowed his head. Lady Selise Florent in the front of the small folk bowed her head also. The small folk, after a moment, bowed. The morning sun rose over the small green sept and lit the gold dragon faces on Stannis Baratheon's bracers. Stannis turned. He walked in his slow, heavy way back into the keep. He went to his solar. He sat at his small desk. He took up his cup of weak, watered wine. He drank it. He was 40 years old. He had not yet in his life slept easily. He did not sleep that night either. He had not expected to. Winter fell. Late spring of 299. The raven came into Winterfell on the 11th day of the 4th moon of 299 AC. The raven had been sent from Dragonstone. The raven's tube had a small black wax seal in the shape of a stag's head with a flaming crown. The raven was given by the night porter to the Meister. The Meister took it to Lord Eddard. Lord Eddard read it. Lord Eddard read it in his solar by candlelight with the small, careful slowness of a man who has been preparing for this letter for some months, and who, when the letter arrives, finds that the preparation was not enough. He read it once. He read it twice. He laid it flat on the table. He stared at it. He sent for his sons. Robb came in first. JON came in a half-pace behind, as had become their custom in their father's solar. Catelyn was already in the room, having been summoned earlier. She was at the small chair by the window, with her dark Tully hands folded in her lap and her dark Tully eyes on her husband. Lord Eddard said, "Sit, sons." They sat. Lord Eddard said, "I have a letter from Lord Stannis." He read it. He read it word for word in his slow, steady northern voice with the small, careful precision of a man at a hearth fire reading the inscription on a sword. He did not stumble. He did not pause. When he had finished, he laid the parchment down on the table. He looked at his lady wife. He looked at his sons. He said, "Now, what do we make of this?" Robb opened his mouth. Robb did not say what he had been about to say. Robb closed his mouth. Robb breathed. Robb said very quietly, "Father, are you asking us as your counselors or as your sons?" Lord Eddard considered. Lord Eddard said, "As my counselors." Robb said, "Then I will speak as your counselor." He stood. He walked to the candle. He turned the candle half a quarter turn so that the light fell more evenly across his father's face. He said, "Father, the letter is true." There was a long silence. Lord Eddard said, "How do you know?" Robb said, "Because we have known it for years." Catelyn at the window did not move. Catelyn had been, in some small way she would not have named, expecting this answer. Catelyn had been keeping for 3 years a small private ledger in her own head about her sons. She had not been writing in the ledger lately because the ledger was now full. The ledger was now a thing she carried as a small heavy stone in her chest, and the stone had this hour begun to weigh less. Lord Eddard said, "Years. Years." "Sit down, Robb." Robb sat down. Lord Eddard said, "Robb, Jon, boys, you will tell me. You will tell me this evening in this room, in front of your lady mother, everything you have not been telling me for the last 9 years." Jon and Robb looked at each other. The look was the look of 2 men who had been preparing for this hour for 9 years and had not, despite their preparation, expected it to come quite this way. Robb stood. He went to his own chair. He took up his small leather satchel which he had been carrying in his solar-going lately as a kind of small bag of papers. He laid the satchel on the table. He opened it. He drew out a small lockbox. The lockbox was the same lockbox in which it sat for 2 years, the 7th letter, the letter to their father, folded but not sealed. He laid the lockbox on the table. He looked at his father. He said, "Father, I will give you a letter we wrote to you 2 years ago. I will ask you to read it. We will not speak while you read it. Mother, you should read it also. If when you have read it you have anything to ask of us, we will answer it. We will answer everything. We have been waiting to answer everything for a long time." He opened the lockbox. He drew out the letter. He laid it in his father's hand. Lord Eddard, in his solar at Winterfell on the 11th day of the 4th moon of 299 AC, took the letter. He read it. It took him a long time. He read it once. He read it twice. He read it 3 times. When he came to the line, "Jon is your sister's son. Jon is Lyanna's son, by Rhaegar Targaryen, born in a tower in the Red Mountains in the autumn of 283 AC. His face did not move, but his right hand, on the parchment, very slowly closed. When he came to the line, Robb died at a wedding in the Riverlands in the autumn of 299 AC. Jon was killed by his sworn brothers at the wall in the winter of 300 AC. His face did move. He closed his eyes briefly, and his shoulders moved once, very slowly, the way the shoulders of a man move who has been told a thing of unbearable weight by a soft voice. When he came to the line about Howland Reed and the keeping of the secret, he opened his eyes and looked at his sons. He laid the letter down. He looked at his lady wife. He said, "Cat, read it." She came over from the window. She took it. She read it. She read it 3 times. She did not speak for a long time after she had read it. Then she said very softly, "Husband." He looked at her. She said, "Husband, our sons are not what we thought." He said, "Number." She said, "Our sons are men." He said, "Yes." She said, "Our bastard is not our bastard." He said, "Number." She said, "He is your sister's son." He said, "Yes." She said, "I have hated him for 13 years. He said, "I know." She said, "I have stopped hating him these last 3. He said, "I know." She said, "Husband, we will speak of this. We will speak of this for many hours, but not tonight, not in front of them, not in front of our boys. Tonight is for them. Speak to them, hear them. I will sit with you. I will not weep. I will hear my sons." He nodded. He looked at Robb. He looked at Jon. He said in the small, careful voice of a man whose voice had begun to thicken and who was at the small, thin edge of his composure, "Boys, Come here, they went. He embraced them. He embraced them both. He embraced them both at once, with his big hands at the napes of their small necks, with his big head bent over theirs. He held them in the chair for a long count of 40, while Catelyn at the window held her own hand to her mouth and did not weep aloud but wept entirely. When he let them go, he said, "Sons, tell me everything, from the beginning, from the morning of the heart tree. Tell me everything." They told him. It took 6 days. They told him from morning to noon, from noon to evening, from evening to midnight. They told him in the solar with the door bolted. They told him in the godswood with the heart tree as their witness. They told him on the parapet of the inner wall in the high spring sun. They told him about the dragons. They told him about the eggs. They took him on the 5th day into the wolfswood, to the hollow hill under the granite cliff, and they introduced him to Cregan and Brandon and Lyanna. He had wept at the dragons. He had wept harder than he had wept at the letter. He had wept because the dragons, in his sons' faces, were the proof of the most impossible part of the letter, and the part he had been most afraid to believe, and the part he understood, gazing up at the cream eye of the dragon his sister's name had been given. That was the most painful, because it meant that the small dark-haired bastard he had been carrying in his guilt for 15 years was, in fact, the son of a sister who had not, in the end, been a victim, but a partner, who had loved a man Eddard Stark had thought it his duty to hate, who had given her son to her brother, knowing the brother would treat the son as his own. The dragon, the cream one, the one named Lyanna, had come down off her ledge of stone and laid her great cream brow against Eddard Stark's gray old forehead and breathed, very softly, in a small careful breath that did not burn him. And Eddard Stark had stood there with his hand on her cream snout and felt in the dragon's gentleness his sister's voice, which he had not heard in 15 years, say very softly in his ear, "Ned, forgive me." He was loved. He was loved. He had told no one in the wolfswood that he had heard her voice. He had told only his sons, on the walk back, very quietly, with the wind in the high pines. Catelyn, when they came back to Winterfell, was not at the gate. Catelyn was. The steward had been instructed to tell them. In the small September, Catelyn had been in the small sept since the dawn. Catelyn had lit a great many candles. Catelyn had asked the septa to permit her to be alone. Eddard had gone into the small September. He had not come out for an hour. When he had come out, he had had Catelyn at his side, and she had been pale, and her eyes had been clear, and she had walked with her husband across the inner ward to the small chamber where Jon Snow waited with Robb. She had stopped at the door. She had knocked. She had come in. She had said in a small, clean voice without preamble, "Jon, my son, come here." He had risen. He had gone to her. He had been crying. He had not known he had been crying. She had held him. She had held him for a long time. She had said very softly in his ear, "I will love you, Jon. I will love you for what time we have left. I will love you as if I had loved you when you were small. I will not ask you to forgive me. I cannot ask that, but I will love you." He had said very softly, "My lady, there is nothing to forgive. There was never anything to forgive." She had said, "Oh, my son, there was. There was, but it is good of you not to count it." She had let him go. She had walked over to Robb. She had embraced Robb. She had embraced him with the small, careful patience of a woman who had been told, in the small sept, by her own honest reckoning of the years, that her son who stood before her at 17 was at the same time a man of 25 who had been her son in another world and who had died for her at the Twins, and her grief for the son who had died had not yet had a place to go, and the place was, this hour, his own living chest. He had held her. He had let her weep. She had wept this time aloud. Eddard had stood at the door. He had not spoken. He had let his wife and his sons embrace each other for a long time. Then he had walked with the steady, slow step of a lord of Winterfell to his solar. He had sat at his small desk. He had taken up his quill. He had written that night 4 letters. The first letter was to Howland Reed at Greywater Watch. It said, "Howland, I know now what you knew. I know now what they have been carrying. I will be at Greywater Watch within the moon with my sons. We have much to discuss. Ned." The second letter was to Meister Eamon at Castle Black. It said, "Uncle, my sister's son is well. He has been well for 15 years. He has been well in this house, and he has been better than well in these past 3. The eggs you sent have hatched. They have grown. They are a wonder. They are a wonder I owe you. Thank you for what you did. Come south to Winterfell. Spring is wet but warm. I will send you Meister Lewin's apprentice with a wheelhouse. I will speak with you in person before the year is out. Eddard of Winterfell." The third letter was to Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone. It said, "Lord Stannis, I have read your declaration. I believe it. I have known many of its truths for some time, by means I will not commit to a letter, but which I will gladly relate to you in person when we meet. I do not believe my brother the king is best served at this hour by being persuaded that his oldest friend has acted against him. I will write to the king at the Red Keep with my own honest counsel. I will write to you again within the fortnight. Be patient, Lord Stannis. Do not act against the queen with arms before the king has spoken. Trust your Meister, trust your bannermen, trust me, Eddard of Winterfell." The fourth letter was to Robert Baratheon. This letter took a long time. Eddard Stark wrote it 3 times. He burned the first 2 drafts. The third draft he kept. It said, "Robert, I am not a man of letters. I am not a man of clever phrases. I am not, even for you, a man who can dress a hard truth in a soft cloak, so I will say it plain. I have read my lord brother Stannis's declaration. I have in my own small way looked into the matter myself. I believe him. Your queen has been false to you. Your queen's brother has been false to you. Your 3 children are not your children. I am sorry, my old friend. I have known for some time, by means I will explain to you in person when next we meet. I have not spoken of it because I have not had proof. Stannis has proof. The proof is sound. I have seen it. My Meister has seen it. My sons have seen it. I would not write this to you if I were not certain. Old friend, I beg you, do not act in haste. Do not strike at the queen tonight. Do not send for me yet. Do not in particular send for me with the white cloak of the hand on your shoulder, because I would not take the cloak if you offered it, and I would not come south for it. I would not come south for any reason but that I love you and would see you in person before any further harm is done. I will come if you ask. Ask. Send for me as a friend, not as a king. I will come as a friend. Robert, there is more to tell. There is a thing about Lyanna I have not told you. There is a thing about Rhaegar I have not told you. I will tell you when we meet, on my honor. I will tell you because I am tired of carrying it, and because I love you, and because you are a king, and a king ought not to die in any of the small ignorances I have made you live in. I am sorry, Robert. I have been a poor old friend in this. I have been a small private coward. I will not be a coward in this letter. Send for me. I will come. Eddard. He sealed it. He sealed it with the small gray wax of his house seal. He gave it to the Meister at midnight. The Meister sent it south by his fastest raven at the first hour of the morning. In the south, in the Red Keep, in his solar, in the 3rd week of the 5th moon of 299 AC, the King Robert Baratheon read it. He read it once. He read it twice. He stared at it. He did not call his queen. He did not call his hand. He did not call any of his small council. He called instead for his Meister Pycelle, and he called for his Master of Whisperers Varys, and he called for Lord Petter Baelish, and he called for his brother Renly, and he called for his sworn shield Sir Barristan Selmy. He had them all 5 in his solar at the 6th bell. He read them the letter. He read it out loud. He read it in his small, thick voice, the way a man reads a letter the contents of which he has not yet decided to believe. He read it, and when he had finished, he laid it on the table, and he looked at the 5 men in his solar, and he said, "Well, my lords, tell me, is my queen a whore?" There was a silence. Then there was a great deal of talking. The talking did not end for 3 days. At the end of 3 days, the king Robert Baratheon, who had not slept in 3 days and had drunk a great quantity of wine, and had eaten very little, and had received in that time a separate letter from Lord Stannis Baratheon, and a separate letter from Lord Mace Tyrell, and a separate letter from Lord Hoster Tully, and a separate letter from Lord Doran Martell, all of whom had received Stannis's declaration directly, and were waiting for the king's response. The king Robert Baratheon stood up from his chair in his solar. He stood up. He walked toward the door. He walked toward the small chamber where his queen was. He had his sword in his hand. He had his sword half drawn. He had the look in his eye of a man who had loved a man named Eddard Stark once, who had loved a woman named Lyanna Stark once, who had had both of them taken from him in different ways, who had married a woman to forget a woman and had been deceived in the marriage and had been laughed at by the deceiver in his own bedchamber for 15 years, and who was, at this moment, going to do a thing about it. He took 3 steps. He took the 3rd step. He fell. He fell as a great tree falls in a still wood without warning, with a small soft groan and a small soft thump, and then no further sound. His sword clattered out of his hand. His head struck the carpet. His face, when Sir Barristan Selmy was the first to him, half a heartbeat after he had fallen, was the color of soured milk on one side and the color of an ordinary man's flush on the other. His right eye looked up at the ceiling. His left eye looked at the corner of the rug. A stroke. A great king's stroke. A stroke long earned by 15 years of wine. It did not kill him. It would have killed a lesser man. Robert Baratheon, even falling, was a great bear of a man. The stroke took his right side. The stroke took his words. The stroke did not take his life. The Maester came. The Maester worked. The Maester said, in the small grave voice of a Maester who had been afraid of this hour for some time, "He will live. He will live, my lords. He will not, however, be a king." He was not a king after that hour. He lay, the rest of that summer, in the great king's bed in the Red Keep, with one half of his face slack and one half mobile, with his right hand a small useless weight on the coverlet, and his left hand able to grip a cup but not lift it to his mouth. He drank from a child's drinking bowl, held for him by a small careful steward. He ate broth and not meat. He wept, sometimes, in the slow, uneven way of a man who has lost half of his weeping face. He listened to letters being read to him. He listened, in particular, to letters from his old friend Ned Stark, of which there were many, and on each of which he closed his good eye in a small, slow blink that was the only signal he could yet give for yes, and from which the small, careful steward learned to take many decisions. The realm which had been a thing held in the king's grip for 15 years, and which had been held more by his glower than by his judgment, and which had loved him for all that, the realm, on the news of his stroke, paused. It paused for a moon. In the pause, on a small private council convened by the Queen Cersei Lannister, the Queen Cersei Lannister attempted to take the regency. She was rebuffed. She was rebuffed by Sir Barristan Selmy, who was, by the order of his sworn office, sworn to protect the king and not the queen. She was rebuffed by Varys, who had read certain letters and was now no longer a man without a side. She was rebuffed by Petyr Baelish, who had read certain other letters of his own and had, very privately, begun to suspect that his own future did not lie at the side of the Queen of the Lannisters. She was rebuffed, above all, by the old man who came down out of the Tower of the Hand on the 3rd morning of the king's stroke, and walked into the small council with his lady wife at his elbow, and laid on the table a small packet of papers, and said, in the slow, even voice of a man who had been waiting 20 years to say it, "My queen, I have read these. I have read them 3 times. I have spoken with my lady wife. I have spoken with my old friend Eddard at Winterfell by Raven in the 4 days past. I have spoken with the High Septon. I have spoken with my own conscience. I am at this hour, my queen, taking command of the regency in the king my friend's name, by the king's own order signed in the small, slow scribble he can still manage with his left hand on this morning's letter, here appended. I will hold the regency for as long as the king's body shall hold the regency. I will hold it in the name of his rightful heirs. I am sorry, my queen. Your time at court is over. You will be taken, gently, kindly, to a chamber, where you will be permitted your daughter and your younger son, and where you will be permitted servants, and where you will be permitted, in the small mercy of an old man's habit, every comfort of a queen, except that you will not be permitted to leave the chamber, and you will not be permitted any correspondence not first read by me. Your husband does not yet have the wits to send you to the wall. I will not do that on his behalf. But you will be kept, my queen. You will be kept. She had not screamed. She had not even openly wept. She had stood up from her chair at the small council. She had walked with her green skirts whispering the slow length of the small council chamber. She had paused at the door. She had turned. She had looked at the old man at the table. She had said in her small, careful voice, Lord Erin, my queen, my father will come for me. Your father has been advised, my queen, that he will not be permitted in King's Landing until the king is well, or until the king is dead. Your father has been advised that any movement of Lannister forces north or east will be considered an act against the crown. Your father has been advised, in addition, by means I will not specify, that there is a certain matter of his own family which would be raised in court were he to come. Your father will not come, my queen. Your father is a wise man. She had looked at him. She had said, Lord Erin, you are not the man you were last year. There is a strangeness on you. I know it. You have begun to listen to something I cannot see. He had said, I have, my queen. She had said, what? He had said, I have begun, my queen, to listen to my old friend in the north. She had said, I will not forget this hour. He had said, I do not ask you to. She had gone out. She had been taken, gently, kindly, to a small high chamber in the maiden vault, which had been chosen because of the small high windows and the small careful air of containment. She had been permitted her daughter Miachella and her younger son Tommen. Her older son Joffrey had been removed to the Tower of the Hand under Sir Barristan Selmy's personal watch, until such time as the law of the realm should rule on his status. Her brother Jaime had been confined to his chamber in the White Sword Tower, under his fellow Kingsguard's discreet watch, because the gentlemen of the Kingsguard, on hearing the news, had agreed, by the discipline of their oaths, that Sir Jaime would be kept in honor in his own quarters until the king was lucid enough to decide what to do with him. The realm did not yet know that the queen had been confined. The realm only knew that the king had had a stroke, and the realm was beginning now to know that the king's brother had made a declaration, and the realm was, in its slow turning way, beginning to attend. A letter to Winterfell. In the 3rd week of the 6th moon of 299 AC, a small folded letter came in to Winterfell by Raven from Dragonstone. It was sealed with the small black wax of Stanny's Baratheon stag's head. It was addressed, in a small precise hand, not to Lord Eddard Stark, but to Jon Snow of Winterfell. Jon Snow opened it in the Godswood with his brother at his side, with his father at his other side, with his lady mother behind them, with Maester Luwin standing a respectful pace away. The letter said, To Jon Snow of Winterfell, I write this in my own hand. I write it because I will not entrust it to a steward, a maester, or a cipher. I have read, with great care, the declarations of 3 independent maesters of the Citadel concerning the line of Targaryen. I have read, with equal care, certain private notes of my late great-uncle Maester Pycelle, which Maester Cresson recovered from me at a price. I have read, with greater care still, certain private records of the royal household at Dragonstone going back to the time of King Aerys II, including a small ledger of births which is held by the meisters of the chapel and which records, among other births, a birth in the spring of 283 AC at a tower in the Red Mountains of Dorne, witnessed by one Meister Went of Storm's End, of a son of the late Prince Rhaegar of the House Targaryen, and of the Lady Lyanna of the House Stark. I have made certain inquiries. I have spoken with Howland Reed of Greywater Watch through an intermediary. I have spoken with Meister Eamon of Castle Black through a Meister I trust at Eastwatch. I have spoken with my own brother the king, in the careful slow form of speech the king is at present able to give. I have made certain inferences from certain things my brother the king has tried to say. My lord, I am writing this letter to a Jon Snow who I know is not in his blood a Snow. I am writing it to a Jon Targaryen, son of Prince Rhaegar and of Lady Lyanna, born in lawful, as I now believe, marriage in the spring of 283 AC, with the lawful surname of his father's house. I am writing it knowing what I know, that you are the senior surviving heir of the line of Targaryen by primogeniture, that you have been raised by my brother's oldest friend, who is your uncle in the shelter of his own house, that you have been kept all your life from the southern court for the protection of your life and the honor of his sister. My lord, I do not propose to make a thing of the matter at this hour. I do not propose at this hour to displace my brother on the throne. He is the king. He is the king, my brother. I will not, while my brother lives, be a man who unseats him. But I write to you, my lord, because I see now, and have begun to see in the 4 months since the spring equinox, that the realm has changed, and is changing further, and that the small private accommodations of 15 years cannot last. The queen's children are not the king's. The king's heir is therefore, by the strictest reading of the law, my brother Renly, or after him me, or after me a Targaryen line which most men in the realm have, for 14 years, assumed extinct, but which I now know is not extinct. I write to you, my lord, because I would not have the realm find this out by accident, in a manner that would leave you exposed, and would leave your family at Winterfell at risk, and would force my hand into open conflict with my own brother. I write to you, my lord, because I am not in my heart a thief, and because I have begun in these months to believe that the Iron Throne, if it is to be sat by any man other than my brother, should be sat by its rightful heir. That rightful heir, my lord, is you. I therefore make to you the following proposal. It is a proposal I have not yet discussed with my brother Renly. I have not yet discussed it with my wife. I have discussed it only with my Meister Cresson and with my own conscience. Should the king my brother in the course of the coming year, by the will of the Seven or by the natural progression of his illness, pass from this life, I propose to take in his name the regency of the realm. I propose to take it not as king, but as Lord Protector in the keeping of the rightful heir. I propose in this capacity to hold the realm until the rightful heir of legitimate Targaryen blood, yourself, my lord, comes of an age sufficient to receive it. I take you to be at present some 15 years of age. I propose to hold the regency until you have reached 18, at which point, should the realm and the lords agree, and should you yourself agree, I will lay the Iron Throne and the crown at your feet, and retire to Dragonstone, and be your good and faithful bannerman for the rest of my life. This is not a proposal of a beggar, my lord. This is the proposal of a man who knows the law of succession, and who knows the law of his own conscience. I do not propose to put my own line above yours. I do not propose, in particular, to put my younger brother Renly above yours. I propose only to hold a thing in trust for a true heir until the true heir can hold it himself. My lord, I have written this letter without consulting your family. I would ask you in kindness to share it with your uncle Lord Eddard and with your brother Lord Robb, and to send me by your own honest hand your reply. If you do not wish to accept the proposal, I will not press it. I will be your bannerman in any case. I will not take the throne for myself. I will retire to Dragonstone. I will leave the throne to my brother Renly if Renly will have it, or to a council of regents if Renly will not. I will not in any case make myself king. I am not the king, I have never been the king. I do not desire to be the king. My lord, the Iron Throne is yours. I write this to you in my own hand and over my own seal, and I will be bound in honor by what I have written. Forgive my plainness. I am not a man who writes letters in any other style. Stannis of the House Baratheon, Lord of Dragonstone. Jon Snow read the letter to the end. He read it twice. He looked at his uncle, who had been for 15 years his father. He looked at his brother, who had been his brother in 2 lives. He looked at his lady mother, who had been an enemy and was now a mother. He looked at the heart tree. He held the letter in his small, careful hand. He held it for a long time. He did not speak. Then he turned to Robb. He said, "Brother." Robb said, "I." Jon said, "Stannis is offering it." Robb said, "I." Jon said, "I do not want it." Robb said, "I know." Jon said, "I will write him back." Robb said, "I write him back." Jon said, "I will tell him to take the regency. I will tell him to hold the realm for our cousin Aegon." Robb looked up. Eddard looked up. Eddard said, "Cousin Aegon." Jon said, "Father, uncle, father. I have not yet told you everything. There is a thing more. There is a small thing more. There is a boy across the narrow sea who calls himself Aegon Targaryen, who is taken in the realm and in Essos to be a fraud, the son of a Blackfyre pretender. In my last life I met him. He was a fraud. He was a competent fraud. He died in the long collapse, but he was a fraud. He is a son of nobody. In my last life I also met a true Targaryen, daughter of King Aerys, who was my aunt. She is the Daenerys I have spoken of. She is the queen across the sea. She is, in the strict reading of the line, the senior Targaryen in the world besides me. She is, however, a woman across a sea, and the realm will not have her, and she will not, without me to help her, find her way home without burning a continent. She is my aunt. She has dragons of her own. She has, and this is the thing I have to tell you, she has 3 dragons of her own which she has not yet hatched, but which she will hatch in the next year in another country, in a way I cannot prevent and would not. Eddard said, "Other dragons." Jon said, "Yes, father, yes. There will be 3 dragons in the south and 3 dragons in the north. There will be 6 dragons in the world." Eddard said, "Gods." Jon said, "And there is a thing I have decided, father, and Robb has agreed with me, and I will tell you now. I do not want the throne. I will not take it. I do not deserve it. I have not earned it. I have not lived for it. I have lived for the north and for my family and for the wall and for the cold thing that is coming. And I will not, at the end of this long peace, abandon those for the southern thing. But the realm needs a Targaryen on the throne, because the realm needs the dragons to defend it from what is coming, and because the realm has been a long time without a true king. I therefore propose, with Robb's agreement, the following. We will write to Stannis. We will accept his regency. We will tell him, hold the throne, Stannis, for 16 years more. There is a boy who calls himself Aegon Targaryen across the sea, and there is a boy of 9, who is in fact Aegon's age, whose claim is more than the pretender's. We will set aside the pretender, and we will bring his place forward. We will bring my Aunt Daenerys home in honor. We will marry her to a Targaryen son of a man we know. Aemon's last living kinsman, perhaps. Or father, I do not have all the details. But it will be done. The line will be remade. We will put a Targaryen on the throne. It will not be me. It will not be Aegon the Pretender. It will be a real, true Targaryen whose claim we will, in time, sort out. Stannis will hold the regency. Stannis will make sure the realm is kept whole. I will be the silent uncle of the throne in the north with my dragon, with my brothers and sisters, with my family. He stopped. Eddard, after a long count of 20, said, "Boy, son, are you sure?" Jon said, "Father, I have thought about nothing else for 9 years. I do not want it. I will not take it. I will not be a king. I have been a Lord Commander. That was as high as I ever wanted to climb. I will not climb higher than the wolves I owe. Eddard said, and Robb. Robb very quietly said, I am Warden of the North. I am Warden of the North in this life and the last. I do not want anything else. I never did. I was made for a wall of trees and a crown of gray iron. I will not be a king. The North is enough. Eddard said, sons. He could not speak further for a while. Catelyn, who had been silent since the letter began, came over to her son JON. She laid her hand on his shoulder. She said very softly, then we will write back. We will write back together, the 5 of us, tonight. We will not let an hour pass. JON nodded. The wind moved in the canopy. The heart tree did not speak. That night in Lord Eddard Stark's solar, 5 members of the household of Winterfell drafted, together, a letter to Lord Stannis Baratheon at Dragonstone. The letter was written in the small, clean hand of Maester Luwin. It was signed at the bottom by Lord Eddard Stark, by Lady Catelyn Stark, by Lord Robb Stark, and by JON, who, after a long pause, signed his name Jon Stark, which was the name his cousin had given him in the world that had been, and which his uncle this evening, with one small slow blink, had agreed he ought to use. The letter said, in part, Lord Stannis, hold the regency. Hold it in trust for the rightful heir. The rightful heir is not Jon Stark. The rightful heir is a younger Targaryen of legitimate blood whose claim we will, in due course, render whole. Hold the throne for 16 more years. Bring the realm to peace. Hold also in the south the cold thing that is coming, which we know is coming, and against which the dragons of the north will be sent in due time. We will write again. We will meet if you will travel. We will be ready when we are needed. We will not desert you. The wolves are at your back. The household of Winterfell. The letter went out on the next dawn's raven. In Dragonstone, Stannis Baratheon read it and read it twice, and laid it down on the table in his solar, and sat for a long time with his pale eye on the dark horizon. He had not in his life smiled often. He smiled that hour, the small bare lifting of his lip that was his only smile. He said to no one in particular, good. Then he rose. He walked to his maester. He laid the letter in his maester's hand. He said in his small, even voice, Cresson, we have a regency to arrange. The work went on. A coda, Jaime Lannister. In the small high room of the White Sword Tower in the 3rd week of the 7th moon of 299 AC, Sir Jaime Lannister was visited by a man who had not, in 15 years, called on him uninvited. The man was Lord Eddard Stark. He had come south. He had come south at Lord Jon Arryn's request, in the slow, careful way of a guest, not a king's hand. He had come with Robb and with Jon, and with a small honor guard, and with 2 ravens of his own. He had been received with the small, careful courtesy of a court in mourning. He had spoken to Robert, who could not speak back, but who had, by a small careful turning of his good eye, recognized his old friend and wept. Now Lord Eddard sat in the small high room of the White Sword Tower with Sir Jaime Lannister, in a small careful chair across a small careful table, with a small careful cup of small careful wine between them. Lord Eddard said, Sir Jaime, Lord Eddard, I will be plain. I do not love you. I do not love you, my lord. Good, good. I have come to make you an offer. An offer. My nephew, my son Jon, is to be a Targaryen of the throne in some years' time. He is not the king himself. He is the cousin of the king who will be. He requires a hand in waiting for the man who will be king. He requires a man who has been at court, who has watched a king fall mad, who has unseated a king once already with his own sword, who has been broken by his own service, and who has lived to know the price. My lord, I hear me out. Yes, my lord, that man, Sir Jaime, is you. There is no other man like you in the realm. There is no other man who, when the day comes that Aerys' small sister is brought home with her dragons in tow, would understand on his own bones what madness in a Targaryen looks like, and would understand what wisdom looks like, and would know how to stand between them. There is no other man who, when a true Targaryen of legitimate blood is crowned, will know the cost of standing between his king and his own oath, and who will have paid the cost once already and survived. Sir James, I have hated you all my life because I thought you a kingslayer in dishonor. I now know I was wrong about you. I now know what you did and why. I now know that you saved 100,000 lives by killing the king you were sworn to serve. I now know, Howland Reed has told me, that you were the only man in the 7 kingdoms who had the spine to do that thing, and that you have been punished for it every day since by men with less spine than yours, including me. My lord, you have not, I have. I have been silent about you. I have been one of the men who let you wear the cloak of your shame. I will not be one of them again. I am sorry, Sir James. I have been a small private fool. I am asking you now to take a new cloak. I am asking you to be hand-in-waiting to the king who will be. I am asking you to live the rest of your life in service to a Targaryen who will not be mad and who will, in time, be the saving of the realm. I am asking you, in particular, to teach your nephew the Prince Tommen, who is a kind boy and who will need a wise hand at his shoulder, and your niece Miachella, who is a clever girl and who will be sent in due time to a marriage of state, and to keep them as your kin, and not as the children of the queen who shamed you. I am asking you, in short, to be Jaime Lannister again, not the Kingslayer, not the queen's brother, not the man in the white cloak who stands at a king's back. Jaime Lannister, Lord Tywin's son, a man with a sword, a man with a brain, a man with, God's help us, a conscience that we are going to need. There was a long silence in the small high room. Sir Jaime Lannister, who had not in 20 years been offered anything but contempt by anyone who was not his sister or his brother, looked at Lord Eddard Stark. He said, "My lord, I am the Queen's twin. You will not be again. The Queen will be sent to the faith. The Queen will be confined in a sept in honor until her dying day. The Queen's children, the Queen's and your children, Sir Jaime, will be the Regency's wards in the south. You will not see them in private. You will see them in public. You will be their uncle by the law of the realm. You will be a Lannister of Casterly Rock again by the inheritance of your line. Your father Lord Tywin will keep his rock and his name and his honor, and he will be told by me in person that this is the price of the realm not burning. I have a feeling, Sir Jaime, that your father will pay the price. My lord, he will hate me. He has hated you for years. You have outgrown his hatred. Take the offer. It is a better thing than your cloak." There was another long silence. Then Jaime Lannister said, in a voice that did not, even to his own ear, sound like the small mocking voice he had used at court for 15 years, "My lord, I will take the offer." Lord Eddard said, "Good." He rose. He laid his hand briefly on Sir James' shoulder. He said, "Welcome back, Sir James." He went out. In the small high room of the White Sword Tower, Sir Jaime Lannister sat for a long time over his small, careful cup of small, careful wine. He thought about a king he had stabbed in the back 20 years ago in another life, and a wall of green fire in another room, and an oath of 7 words, and a small, careful sister he had loved for 30 years and would, this season, lose to a September. He thought about a small, careful nephew named Tommen who had, last week, sent him a small, careful crayon drawing of a kitten on a small piece of paper, with the note, "I miss you, Uncle James, please come and see me," in his small, careful hand. He smiled, very small. He drank. The work went on. Chapter 9, the long-settling 300 AC. The twins, Casterly Rock, the Eyrie, the Wall. Walder Frey died in his own bed in his own keep on the 7th day of the 3rd moon of 300 AC. He died of nothing more sinister than a man's 91 years. He had been ailing for 2 seasons. He had been ailing in the small private way old tyrants ail. He had had a small careful cough that would not leave him, and a small careful weakness in his right leg that would not heal, and a small careful slip of his short-term memory that had begun to leave him, in his last months, with the small mistaken belief that his 9th wife was his 5th, and that his 12th son was his 4th, and that the year was 287 AC. He had died in the early morning, in his small mean chamber above the hall of the twins, with his small mean rings on his small mean fingers and his small mean half-smile on his small mean mouth, and a small mean parrot in a small mean cage on a small mean perch beside his small mean bed, and the small mean parrot which was, the household later said, the only mourner he had, was the only creature in the room who saw his last breath go out. The household did not weep. The household had been waiting for years. There was an immediate small ugly scramble for succession. The late Lord Frey had had, as was his small mean habit, too many sons. He had had also a dozen grandsons who imagined themselves his heirs, and a dozen daughters-in-law who imagined themselves the consort of his heir. The eldest legitimate son was Stevron Frey, who was already an old man in his 60s. Behind Stevron was a long line of half-aged sons and bitter cousins. Behind them was the great dim mass of grandsons. In a year less carefully managed than the year of 300 AC, the matter of who would hold the twins would have been settled by knives, which was the small Frey custom. It was not settled by knives this year. It was settled by ravens. The ravens went out of Reborn. They went out under the seal of Lord Hoster Tully, who had at last begun, in his slow river-house way, to recover from the long illness of his middle years, and who had ridden, 2 months ago, to court at King's Landing to lend his quiet, steady weight to the regency of his old friend JON. Lord Hoster had taken, in the autumn of 299, a careful interest in the twins. He had taken the interest at the request of his daughter Catelyn, who had written him a small private letter that autumn telling him certain things she had learned about a certain branch of a certain family, and asking him to make, in his slow river-house way, the small careful preparations to ensure that the twins should pass, on the late lord's death, into the hand of the most Stark-friendly Frey who could be found. Lord Hoster had identified, by the small, careful methods of an old Tully who knew his river vassals, the young man for the job. His name was Olyvar Frey. Olyvar was Stevron's grandson. Olyvar was 19. Olyvar had, in another life, been a squire to Robb Stark in the War of the Kings. Olyvar had been one of the few Freys to weep when Robb went to the wedding. Olyvar had been removed from the wedding by his great-grandfather as punishment for having grown too fond of his lord. Olyvar had, in another life, lived. In this life he had, since the death of his elder brother last spring, been the most Stark-friendly Frey of his generation. He had been Stark-friendly because Robb Stark himself had spent the past 3 years, by raven and by traitor rumor, cultivating him in small, careful ways. A small gift of a hawk for his 16th name day, a small handwritten note in praise of a Riverrun jouster Olyvar had bested at an autumn tourney, a small invitation to spend a fortnight at Winterfell that Olyvar had not yet had time to accept, but that had warmed his small, dutiful heart through 2 cold winters. Lord Hoster moved his fleet of ravens. Stevron Frey, the legitimate heir, was an old man. Stevron, by Lord Hoster's careful word in the year with the small council, was offered the lordship of the twins on a single condition, that he sign over, by his own hand, and with the witness of 3 of his sons, the immediate succession of the keep to his grandson Olyvar, bypassing his intermediate sons by reason of their relative ages and reasonable health. Stevron Frey, being himself old and tired, and unprepared to fight his own sons for the small mean keep, agreed. The intermediate Freys, of course, objected. They objected loudly. They objected with the small mean voices of small mean men. They objected in writing. They objected in person. They sent 6 separate ravens to the small council at King's Landing seeking redress. The small council, presided over by Lord JON in his capacity as regent of the realm, considered the matter for a quarter hour. Lord JON was a man of patience, but he was, at 63, a man of decreasing time. He signed the order confirming Oliver Frey as heir presumptive to the twins. He affixed the small gray seal of the regency. He sent the order north. It arrived at the twins on the 12th day of the 4th moon of 300 AC. A small rebellion was attempted by Black Walder Frey, who was, of the Frey grandsons, the meanest, the most ambitious, and the most likely to cause trouble. Black Walder Frey gathered within 4 days some 30 men of the household, with the intention of taking the keep by force in his own name and presenting the regency with a fait accompli. He did not succeed. He did not succeed because Oliver Frey, who had been forewarned by a small, careful letter from Reborn, was waiting for him, with the household's other 93 men in the great hall with the doors barred behind them, on the night Black Walder made his small move. Black Walder was met in the courtyard by Oliver's small, steady voice, from the parapet above the gate, asking him to surrender. Black Walder, of course, refused. Black Walder's 30 men, when they were faced by 93 men at the gate behind them, and a hard small rain coming down on the courtyard around them, and a small careful catapult of cobblestones being lobbed at them by a small careful boy on the parapet, decided to revise their position. Black Walder was disarmed. Black Walder was held. Black Walder was given over in chains to the household of Reborn, where he was held in honorable confinement for the rest of his small, mean life. Oliver Frey was confirmed as Lord of the Crossing on the 23rd day of the 4th moon of 300 AC, by the hand of Lord Hoster Tully, and with the witness of the Regency's representative, who had ridden up to attend. His first act as Lord of the Crossing was to write a small, careful letter to Lord Eddard Stark, in his own small, careful hand, in which he renewed the alliance between the twins and Winterfell that had, in the world of his grandfathers, been the cause of so much sorrow, and to swear on the old gods and the new that no army of his would ever cross the twins to make war on the north so long as his line should hold them. He sealed the letter. He sent it. Lord Eddard Stark, when he received it in his solar at Winterfell, read it aloud to his lady wife and his sons, and Catelyn at the window had wept, and Robb at his elbow had clenched his hand very softly on the back of the chair, and JON at his other elbow had said very quietly, "Brother, the wedding is unmade," and Robb after a moment had said, "Brother, the wedding is unmade." The Riverlands in the spring of 300 AC were thus quiet. The twins were Stark friendly. Reborn was Stark friendly. The Tullys were Stark allied by marriage and by the slow renewal of Lord Hoster's quiet political weight at court. The small bannermen of the river country had not, in this turning of the wheel, been called to a war that ended in a wedding. They had not lost their sons. They had not lost their granaries. They had not lost their lord. They had no reason and no inclination to do anything but follow their lord's quiet new line. This was the small, careful unbuilding of a grief. The boys at Winterfell, who had carried that grief in their bones for 10 years, sat in the godswood that evening, with the heart tree's red eyes weeping its slow red sap onto the moss, and held each other for a long time. A digression. Casterly Rock. Tywin Lannister was, in the spring of 300 AC, 63 years old, and he had not in his life surrendered to anyone. He surrendered now. He surrendered in a small private interview in a small private chamber at Casterly Rock, with a single small private guest, Lord Eddard Stark, who had ridden west across the kingdoms for the express purpose of giving Lord Tywin a private opportunity to surrender in a manner less embarrassing than the one Lord Tywin had been, since the autumn of 299, considering. Lord Tywin's surrender was not a public one. Lord Tywin's surrender was a small private one. It took the form of a single sheet of paper, signed by Lord Tywin in his own hand, with the witness of his brother Kevan, in which Lord Tywin Lannister acknowledged the following: that his daughter Cersei Lannister, presently Queen Consort of the Seven Kingdoms, had been guilty of certain acts incompatible with her station, and was to be remanded by the Regency to the keeping of the faith in a sept of the Regency's choosing. That his son Sir James Lannister of the Kingsguard had been guilty of certain acts incompatible with his oath, but had been pardoned by the Regency in light of certain mitigations, and would resign his white cloak in honor, and accept a posting as hand-in-waiting to the future regent of the Iron Throne. That his son Tyrion Lannister, who had been guilty of no act of dishonor, would be appointed by the Regency to the office of Master of Coin upon the elevation of his brother to the position of hand-in-waiting, and would discharge the office with the full backing of Casterly Rock. That the 3 children of his daughter Cersei would, by the Regency's mercy and by his own quiet request, be kept in honorable wardship in King's Landing, with all the courtesies of their station, but would be declared by the High Septon and by the Regency to be of unknown paternity, and would therefore neither inherit the Iron Throne nor any other major seat of the realm, provided that, in the case of the boy Tommen and the girl Miachella, who were children of honest character and tender age, the Regency would settle small honorable holdings on them in adulthood as a matter of Regency's grace. That his eldest grandson Joffrey, who was of an age and a temperament unsuited to honorable wardship, would be remanded to the Wall. That the House of Lannister would accept, as a condition of the Regency's continued goodwill, the marriage of his nephew Lancel Lannister to a daughter of the House of Hightower of his Lord Regent's approving, the marriage of his niece Joy Hill to a son of the House of Tyrell of his Lord Regent's approving, and the betrothal of his other nephew Tyrek Lannister to such a daughter of a northern house as Lord Eddard Stark should propose. That the House of Lannister would, in return for these accommodations, retain Casterly Rock, the wealth of the West, all its bannermen, all its mines, and all its trade rights, without forfeit, without diminution, and without molestation. This was, by the standards of an act of surrender, a remarkable document. It was remarkable because Lord Tywin Lannister had been, in every reckoning of the realm's chroniclers, the man most likely in Westeros to take the field rather than sign such a paper. It was remarkable because Lord Tywin had not, in his small private chamber, raised his voice once during the 4-day interview that produced it. It was remarkable because Lord Tywin had, in the end, signed it not for himself, but for the small private reason he had been signing things for 30 years, which was the survival of his house. Eddard Stark, in the small private chamber, watched Lord Tywin sign. He laid his own hand briefly on Lord Tywin's bony old shoulder when the signing was finished, and he said, and this was the only personal thing he said in the 4-day interview, "Tywin, you have done what your father would have done. He would be proud of you." Tywin Lannister, who had not in his life been told by anyone but his dead wife that his father would be proud of him, looked up at Eddard Stark with the small pale eye of a man who had, this hour, been freshly reminded that there were honorable enemies in the world. He said, "Lord Stark, we are bannermen now, I will not forget." Eddard said, "Nor will I." They drank a small cup of small wine together. They did not embrace, they were not men who embraced, but they shook hands. The shake was firm. Eddard Stark rode east the next morning. A small private letter went west by Raven from Casterly Rock the same morning. It was addressed to one of Lord Tywin Lannister's 3 favorite captains in the West. It said, "Stand down. The matter is settled. Disperse the levies. The realm is at peace." The captain dispersed the levies. The realm was at peace. The faith. In the small private chamber of the High Septon at the Great Sept of Baelor in the same season, there was a private conversation. The High Septon was a small, fat, scholarly man whose name had been forgotten by anyone who was not directly addressing him. He was not the wretch in the rags who had been raised to that office in the world that had been. That wretch had died in the world that had been. And a different small, fat, scholarly man, appointed by the Regency, was the new High Septon. He had been chosen because he was a man of letters and not a man of ambitions. He had been chosen because he was, in the small, careful judgment of Lord John Arryn and of Lord Eddard Stark, a man who would do the small, careful work of the faith without seeking the small, private benefits of it. He sat now, at his small desk, in his small chamber, with a small, folded letter in front of him. The letter was from the Regency. It instructed him in the matter of the Queen, of the Kingslayer, and of the 3 children. It instructed him in the matter of the Septa Unella, and of the small new septry being established in the lower keep of Greenstone for the keeping of highborn women in confinement under the faith. He read the letter twice. He rose. He put on his small white robe. He took up his small ivory crozier. He walked in the small, careful procession of the High Septon to the small, careful chamber where the Queen was kept. He found her at her small dressing table. She was not weeping. She had stopped weeping some weeks ago. She was reading. She was reading, in fact, a small book of the lives of the saints that the High Septon's predecessor had recommended to her, and which she had not in the early months opened. She looked up. She said, "Holy Father." He said, "Daughter." He sat. He laid out in his small, careful voice the small, careful terms. She listened. She did not interrupt. When he had finished, she said, "Holy Father." "Yes, daughter." "A September for the rest of my life." "Yes, daughter, for the rest of your life." "With my children, with visits, daughter, visits of the Regency's discretion. The 2 younger children twice a year. The older Joffrey never. He has been remanded to the wall." "The wall." "Yes, daughter. He will die there." "He will not, daughter. He will live." "The wall is kind to those who survive its first year, and the Lord Commander has been instructed in particular kindness toward your son." "Holy Father, will I see my brother?" "No, daughter, you will not see your brother." "Holy Father, will I see my father?" "Once a year, daughter, by the Regency's express permission, in a small parlor, in the presence of a Maester and a Septa." "Holy Father," she paused. She said, "Holy Father, I will accept the terms." The High Septon nodded. She said, "Holy Father." "Yes, daughter. I would like, before I go to the Sept, to write one letter." "To whom, daughter?" "To my husband." The High Septon considered. He said, "You may write it. It will be read by the Regency before it is given to him." She said, "I expected nothing else." She wrote that evening in the small, careful hand of a queen who had not in her life often written letters of contrition, a single small, careful letter to her husband. The letter was 4 lines long. It said, "Robert, I have been a poor wife to you. I have been a poor queen. I have done you a great injury. I have done my children a greater one. I cannot undo what I have done. I will go to the September. I will pray every day of the rest of my life that you forgive me, though I will not for myself ask it. Cersei." Lord John Arryn read the letter. He gave it that evening to the small, careful steward who fed the king. The small, careful steward read it to the king in his good ear. The king, with his good eye, listened. The king, with his good eye, blinked once. The small, careful steward, by the small, careful protocol that had been worked out between him and the Regency, understood the single blink to mean acknowledged. He folded the letter. He laid it on the king's bedside table. The king closed his good eye. The king did not, in the long, slow afternoon of his stroke, ever again ask after his queen. Cersei Lannister was taken, with the small, careful courtesy of an honorable confinement, by a small, careful procession of the faith, to the small new septry at Greenstone, on the 17th day of the 5th moon of 300 AC. She wore a small gray robe. She did not weep. She did not speak. She had in the small, careful chest at the foot of her bed a small, careful packet of her children's hair, tied in 3 small, careful braids. She held the packet in her hand for the whole of the carriage ride. When they arrived at Greenstone, she gave the packet over, voluntarily, to the small, careful Septa who received her, with the small, careful note, "Keep these for me. I will not be permitted to keep them in my cell." The Septa kept them. The queen entered the small new septry. The small high gate closed behind her. She was 35 years old. She lived in the small new septry for another 41 years. She prayed every day. She did not in that time ever again speak the name of her brother aloud, and she did not in that time ever again look at her own reflection in a mirror. The Eyrie. In the same season, in the high stone solar of the Eyrie, Lord John Arryn was 63 years old. He had been regent of the realm for 10 moons. He had not slept much. He was sitting at his small, careful desk one evening, with the small, dim light of a small, dim candle, and the small late autumn wind off the high mountains in his open shutter, and a small, dim cup of small, dim wine at his elbow. He was writing a letter. The letter was to his old friend Eddard. The letter said, "Ned, I am tired. I am old. I cannot say if I have a year in me. If I do, I will give it to the realm. If I do not, then this letter is the small private thing I would have you have. Tell my son when my son is old enough to read that I loved his mother. I did not love her well at first. I learned. I learned because she saved my life. I learned because she was, in her own small, careful way, more loving of me than I deserved. I learned because I owed her. We were good to one another at the end. I owe that to her more than to myself. Tell my son this. Tell him I died old and not in pain, and that I had been a happy man in my last year, and that I had been a happy man because the realm was, against every reasonable expectation, at peace. Tell my son that the man at Winterfell is the best man in the realm. Tell my son that the boys at Winterfell are the best men coming up in the realm. Tell my son to write to them, as soon as he can hold a pen, and to call them his brothers, because they have been my brothers in the spirit, even though I am too old to call them that out loud. Tell my son that the world he will grow up in is a strange world. There are dragons in the wolfswood. There are dragons across the sea. There are cold things north of the wall. There is a Kingsguard of 7 that has only 6 on it now, because Jaime has been moved. There is a Lannister at Casterly Rock who is not the lion he used to be. There is a queen in a septry who will not come out. There is a king in his bed with one good eye who blinks for yes. Tell my son that, against all of these strange things, his mother and his father did what they could, and were, in the end, on the right side, and slept easily on the nights they were able to sleep. Ned, I have to ask you a thing. I have to ask it because I am old, and because the Regency will not hold long without me, and because the boy in the north is 15, and because we have built a thing that is balanced on a knife's edge, and I want to be sure of who holds it after me. Will you come south, Ned, when I am gone? Will you take the Regency from me? Just for the year between my death and the boy's 18th name day. Just for a year. Will you bring your sons, and your dragons, and your sword, and your steady, slow, terrible northern conscience, and finish what I have begun? I have to ask you because I cannot trust this to anyone else. Stannis is good, but Stannis is hard, and the realm will not love him the way it has begun to love you. Tywin is bent, but Tywin is bent the way a thunderhead is bent, held still by the cold air for a little while. Lord Hoster is well, but Lord Hoster is older even than me. There is no one else, Ned. There is no one but you. Forgive me. I am asking a great deal. I am asking it because I love you, and because I know what you would say if I asked you in person, and because I cannot ask you in person anymore. I am too tired now to take the road. So I write, yours always, John. Lord John Arryn sealed the letter. He sent it out the next morning. He died very gently in his sleep on the 4th night of the 8th moon of 300 AC, with his lady wife at his side and his small son on his arm. He was 64 years old. He had been regent for 1 full year and 3 moons. The letter arrived in Winterfell 6 days after his death. Lord Eddard Stark read it in his solar in the early dawn, with his lady wife at his elbow, with his sons at his other elbow, with the Maester behind him. He read it twice. He read it 3 times. He folded it. He did not weep. He had wept his weeping already in the long years of his second life, and there was not much left in him. He said in the small, steady voice of a Stark of Winterfell who has been asked to take up a cloak he did not want, "I will go." Catelyn said, "Husband." "You will go," Robb said. "Father." "We will go," Jon said. "Father." "You will go with us at your back." Eddard said, "Aye." He rose. He took the letter. He laid it in the small lockbox in his desk where his other small private things were. He turned. He laid his hand briefly on each son's neck. He laid his other hand briefly on the back of his lady wife's head, the way he had laid his hand on her head on the morning of their wedding 20 years before. He went out. He gave orders to the steward. He gave orders to the master of horse. He gave orders to the master at arms. He gave orders to the captain of the household guard. He gave the orders in the slow, steady way of a man with 25 years of practice in giving them. By the 3rd hour of the morning, the household was beginning to pack. By noon 2 ravens had gone south to Dragonstone and to King's Landing. By evening the cooks had begun the long, careful work of preparing the household's road rations for a journey of 800 miles. The household of Winterfell rode south on the 7th day of the 9th moon of 300 AC, at the head of a column of 2,000 men of the north, with the banners of Stark and of Tully, and of Manderley, and of Karstark, and of Glover, and of Umber, and of Mormont, and of Reed flying in the autumn wind. Lord Eddard rode at the head. Catelyn rode at his right hand. Robb rode at his left. John Stark, the boy his uncle had named, rode at the column's left flank on a great black horse, with the small private smile of a man going at last to the south he had been spared all his life, and with a small invisible chain of warmth in the air around him, which was the chain of a dragon following him, far above the cloud tops, where the northern bannermen had been instructed to look but not to comment. The dragons had grown. The dragons were now the size of small castles. The dragons had moved, in the autumn of 299, from the hollow hill in the Wolfswood to the great sinkhole in the deep neck which Lord Howland Reed had offered them. The dragons had grown there through the winter of 299, 300, eating the swamp's small good supply of bog stags and small good supply of trout, and breathing at night, very softly, only when they were sure no man would hear them, small flames into the close-meshed reeds. The dragons had become a thing that no man in the realm now doubted existed. The reports had begun, by the autumn of 300, to come in from every captain of a trader cog who had sailed the neck coast at dusk, and seen what he thought, at first, was a banner of red lightning over the marsh. The reports had been collated by the meisters of the citadel, and had been entered, with the small, careful hand of an old archmeister, into the volume of strange phenomena being compiled in advance of what would later be called the Northern Winter. The reports were now official knowledge. The realm knew there were dragons in the north. The realm had not yet seen them, but the realm knew. The column rode south. The dragons rode above. The realm watched. In the south, in the Red Keep, the Regency awaited them. A coda, the wall. On the same morning that Lord Eddard Stark left Winterfell, a small, careful procession arrived at Castle Black. The procession was a single wheelhouse drawn by 4 horses. It bore the seal of the Regency. It contained one small, careful prisoner. Joffrey Baratheon, who was now 13, sat in the wheelhouse with his small, mottled face on, with his small, mean hand on the small bar of his small window, with the small, uncomprehending fury of a small, noble boy who had been told that his world was ending, and who had been promised by the Regency that the ending would be kind. He had asked at the gate of King's Landing if his mother had been told what was happening to him. He had been told by Sir Barristan Selmy that his mother had been told. He had asked at Maidenpool if his Uncle James had been told. He had been told that his Uncle James had been told. He had asked at White Harbor if his grandfather Tywin had been told. He had been told that his grandfather Tywin had been told, and had not in any of the cases asked the question that came next. He had asked at Eastwatch what was on the wall. He had been told by Sir Alizer Thorne, who had come down to meet his wheelhouse, that on the wall there were brothers and food and a small bed and a small careful watch and a small chance if he proved himself of a long honorable career. He had not believed it. He had not believed any of it. He had been told it in the small, careful, patient voice of an old soldier who had not, in 20 years on the wall, expected to be sent a prince for keeping, and who had been instructed, by a small, careful letter from the Regency, to make the prince useful and to make him survive. He had been led, the morning he arrived, into the courtyard at Castle Black, where the Lord Commander stood, JON Mormont, who had been told who his new recruit was, and who had, after a long private interview with the Regency's letter, decided to take the assignment with the small, private, grim humor of a man who had been a commander in the realm long enough to find amusement in its turns. Lord Commander Mormont had walked up to the small, mottled boy. Lord Commander Mormont had looked at him. Lord Commander Mormont had said, "Boy, you are not a prince here. You are a recruit. You will take the Black tomorrow. You will sleep in the steward's barracks. You will rise at the 5th hour. You will work. If you work, you will eat. If you do not work, you will not eat. If you raise a hand to any brother of mine, in any rank, in any temper, I will have your hand cut off, and you will eat without it. If you raise a voice to any brother of mine, you will have your tongue cut out, and you will eat without it. If you try to flee, you will be caught, and you will be flogged, and your back will be open to the bone. I do not care, boy, that you are who you are. I do not care that your mother is who she is. I do not care that your father is who he is. You are a recruit on the wall now. You will be a brother of the watch in a year. You will earn it." Joffrey had, and this was the small surprising thing, Joffrey had not screamed. Joffrey had, to his small private surprise, Joffrey had bowed. Joffrey had bowed because the Lord Commander, an old grim man with a beard of iron and a hand of iron and a voice of iron, had been the first person in Joffrey's small mean life who had spoken to him as if he were a person, with the small careful dignity of a man addressing another man, and not as if he were a prince. Joffrey had not, until that moment, known how desperately tired he had been of being addressed as a prince. He had bowed. He had begun his life on the wall. He would live there for another 51 years. He would, in his second decade on the wall, be promoted to first steward. He would, in his fourth decade, be elected Lord Commander, on the third ballot, with the support of brothers who had begun to know him as the small, grim, shaven-headed man who had risen at the 5th hour every morning of his life and never asked for more than his ration. He would die at 64, in the small, careful sleep of an old man who had spent a long life paying off a debt he had taken on at 14. His mother would not learn of his elections. His mother would not learn of his promotions. His mother in the small sept at Greenstone would only learn, by the small, careful annual letter the Regency was kind enough to send her, that her son lived, that he was well, that he was, in the long, careful judgment of the men around him, a useful man. She would weep at each letter. She would not, after the first letter, ask any further question. Winter fell again before the road south. On the dawn of the day Lord Eddard Stark rode south, his bastard who was not his bastard, his son who was his nephew, the boy he had called John for 15 years and had now begun, slowly, to call son in the small, careful, private way of a northern father, John Stark, slipped out of the gates of Winterfell 2 hours before the rest of the column. He went, alone, with his great black horse, into the Wolfswood. He went to the small clearing of the 3 stumps where he had hatched the eggs 6 years before. He stood in the center of the clearing. He laid his hand on the central stump. He felt, beneath it, the small, small warmth of the hearthstone he had planted there 10 years before. The warmth was no longer small. The warmth was the warmth of a hearth fire. The silver ring around the hearthstone had over the years turned to the white bright color of a thing recently polished, although no hand had polished it. He took his hand off the stump. He whispered into the air of the clearing, "Mother, I am going south. I am going south for a year. I am coming back. I will come back to you, mother. Whatever the realm asks of me, I will come back to you. I will come back to the godswood. I will come back to the heart tree. I will come back to the wolf's wood. The wolf's wood is mine. The north is mine. The south is borrowed, and I will return it. The wind moved in the high pines. The wind moved. Somewhere overhead in the long folded wings of a cream dragon who had very quietly been pacing him for the half-day's ride, and who was now, very quietly, settling onto a high ridge of granite half a mile away to wait. He went back to the castle. He rode south with his uncle and his brother and his lady mother and his sisters and his small brother Bran and his smaller brother Rickon, and his men and his banners and his dragon and his long memory of a dead life. The work was nearly done. The work was not done. The work would not be done until the dead came down out of the north. But for the first time in 2 lives, Jon Stark, son of Lyanna, ward of Eddard, brother of Robb, rode south with the certainty that when the dead did come, he would not be alone and his family would not be in graves, and the realm, for once, for one small precious turning of the wheel, would not be on his shoulders alone. He rode south. The work went on. Chapter 10, The Long Night, counted 301 to 303 AC. King's Landing. The Wall. The godswood at Winterfell on the last morning. The throne was a chair of swords. Jon Stark stood at the foot of its 3 high steps in the great hall of the Red Keep on the morning of the spring equinox of 302 AC, in a small gray doublet with the small gray direwolf of his uncle's house on his breast, and looked up at it. He was 18 years old. He was the eldest blood Targaryen alive in the world by a fortnight. News had come, the moon before, of his Aunt Daenerys's death across the narrow sea, not at his hand this time, but at the hand of a fever in a port city outside Volantes, in the small wretched way fevers killed people who had no maesters. She had been 21. She had not yet hatched her own eggs. Her eggs had been left, by her own provision, to a small, careful Targaryen-friendly magister at Pentos, and the eggs had been sent, by raven and by ship and by the small, careful hand of Stannis Baratheon, north to Winterfell, to be added to the nursery in the deep neck. There were now 6 dragons in the keeping of the House of Stark. There were no Targaryens on the Iron Throne, and there were no Targaryens but Jon Stark in the world. And Jon Stark, in the morning of the spring equinox of 302 AC, in the great hall of the Red Keep, in the presence of the small, careful regency of his uncle, of the small, careful Lord Protector of the realm Stannis Baratheon, of the small, careful Lord Hand Jaime Lannister, of the small, careful Master of Coin Tyrion Lannister, of the small, careful Master of Whisperers Varys, of the small, careful High Septon, of the small, careful assembly of every Lord Paramount and every senior Lord of the 7 Kingdoms, Jon Stark, in the morning of the spring equinox of 302 AC, said, "My lords, I will not sit it. I am not your king. I will not be your king. I am of Targaryen blood, and the realm needs a Targaryen, but I am not the Targaryen you need. The Targaryen you need is Aegon, my younger cousin, the son of my uncle Prince Rhaegar Targaryen and his first wife Princess Elia Martell of Dorne, who is in this room tonight." He turned. He held out his hand. He pointed. The hall went very still. In a small chair on the small dais on the south side of the hall, between the small, careful regency representative of Dorne, Prince Doran Martell in his small, careful litter, and the small, careful Lord Hand Jaime Lannister, sat a small, dark-haired boy of 19 years, dressed in a small, careful red and black doublet, with a small, clean-shaven young face and the small, careful gray eyes of his Martell mother. He was Aegon Targaryen. He had been Aegon Targaryen all his life, in the small, careful keeping of a small, careful man named Jon Connington, in the small, careful exile of a small, careful chamber in a small, careful house in Volantes, where Jon Connington had been the small, careful guardian of a boy he had been told was the son of his prince. He had been raised in that small, careful keeping with the small, careful knowledge that he might or might not be that boy. Because John Connington had not entirely believed his small, careful informants, and had been, by the time Egon was 12, very nearly certain that Egon was not the son of Rhaegar, but John Connington, by his small, careful love, had nonetheless raised him as if he were. The history of this Egon's name had been re-examined in 300 AC by the small, careful methods of Tyrion Lannister, who had been a curious man before he had been a master of coin, and who had, on the Regency's quiet instruction, gone west across the narrow sea and looked at the matter himself. Tyrion's small, careful report had concluded, with the small, careful precision of an old reader of evidence, that the boy who had been raised as Aegon Targaryen in Volantes was, in flat fact, not a Targaryen at all, that he was a Blackfyre on his mother's side and a fishmonger on his father's. But Tyrion's small, careful report had also concluded, in the small, careful way Tyrion was good at, that there was, in the same small, careful keeping of the same small, careful John Connington, another small, careful boy, a true bastard of the line of the late King Aegon V, whose existence had been kept private by the family for 30 years, and whose claim, while small, was real. The true bastard was 9 years old. The true bastard, in the small, careful planning of Jon Stark and Robb Stark and Lord Eddard and Lord Stannis, had been brought to Westeros in 301, under the small, careful name of Aegon Targaryen, which was the name his older Blackfyre half-brother had been using, and which the older Blackfyre half-brother, who was a kind man at heart and had begun to suspect what he was, had voluntarily yielded in a small private interview. With the small, careful relief of a man who had not wanted his pretense at all, and had been grateful to be offered a way out of it. The older Blackfyre had been retired in honor to a small, careful estate in the Reach, where he had been settled with a small, careful pension, and a small, careful marriage, to a small, careful daughter of a small, careful house, and a small, careful promise of being left alone. The true Aegon, the small, dark-haired boy now in the small chair on the small dais, was thus the legitimate heir of the line of Aegon V, by an honorable bastardy that the Regency had taken the small, careful step of legitimizing, by writ of the realm and seal of the High Septon, in the autumn of 301 AC. He was, at this hour, the only Targaryen by blood other than Jon Stark in the world, and the only Targaryen by recognition and by law in the world, and he was 19 years old. He was 19 because he had been raised by John Connington under the small, careful name of his older brother. The small, careful renaming had been a public formality only. Aegon was therefore, by the law of the Regency, of age. Aegon stood up. He walked in his small, careful way to the foot of the 3 high steps. He stood at his cousin's side. He looked at his cousin. He said very softly, "Brother." Jon Stark said, "Brother." They embraced. The hall did not breathe. Jon Stark turned to the steps. He gestured to the throne. He said, "My lords, this is your king. Aegon, 6th of his name, of the House Targaryen, son of Prince Rhaegar, grandson of King Aerys, heir to the Iron Throne. The realm has waited for him. He has waited for the realm. He has been my cousin and my friend and my student for one short happy year. I yield him my place. I yield him the throne. I will be his man." He bowed. He knelt. The small, careful hall at one breath knelt. Every lord, every man, every steward, every guard, every maester, the High Septon, Tyrion Lannister, Jaime Lannister, who had been hand-in-waiting for 2 years and had taught the small, dark-haired boy how to hold a sword and how to write a letter and how to drink water with wine in it, and who, when the small, dark-haired boy had at the age of 17 looked up from a book one evening at his small, careful tutor and said, "Lord Jaime, will you ever forgive yourself?" had, in front of his small, careful tutor, wept for the first time in 20 years. Jaime Lannister knelt deepest of all. Stannis Baratheon, who had held the regency for 2.5 years with the small, careful, steady patience he had been raised in, and who had, in those 2.5 years, by his small, careful methods, kept the realm at peace and married off 3 of his ladies-in-waiting to 3 of his small, loyal commanders, and discovered, to his own small, careful astonishment, that he had a daughter who could read and write and who had begun, this past spring, to laugh. Stannis Baratheon knelt. Aegon Targaryen, 6th of his name, walked up the 3 high steps. He sat in the throne. He did not cut himself. The throne had been, in the small, careful keeping of a small, careful smith employed by the regency for the past year, very gently filed at certain key places where, in another world's history, the throne had been famously prone to drawing the blood of those it disliked. The small, careful filing had been done at the small, careful instruction of Lord Eddard Stark, who had remarked, in his small, careful northern way, "No king of mine will be cut by his own chair." The new king laid his small, careful hands on the small, careful armrests. He looked out across the small, careful hall. He said in his small, clean, clear voice, with the small, careful Dornish lilt his mother's people had given him, "Rise, my lords. Rise, my regents. Rise, my cousin. Rise, my hand. Rise, my realm." The realm rose. In the small, careful place behind the throne, where the small, careful banners of the realm hung in their small, careful order, there were now 7 banners and not 6. The small gray direwolf of Stark had been added to the line of the Lords Paramount, in honor of the regency, by Aegon's small first private decree. The small gray direwolf hung between the small careful golden lion of Lannister and the small careful crowned stag of Baratheon. It would hang there in that order for the rest of the line of Aegon Targaryen VI. The hall began the small careful business of a coronation. Jon Stark, in his small gray doublet, stood at the foot of the throne and watched his cousin be crowned. He was tired. He was content. He was 18 years old and he was a man. In a small, careful side chamber off the great hall, his uncle Eddard sat with his lady wife on a small, careful settle. Eddard's eye was on the small, careful arched doorway through which his sons would shortly walk. Catelyn's hand was on Eddard's hand. Catelyn had been weeping, very quietly, for an hour. She was no longer weeping. She was now smiling the small, slow smile of a Tully woman at her sister-in-law's wedding, which was a smile she had not worn since the morning Robb Stark had been born 20 years and 1 month ago. She said very softly, "Husband." He said, "Wife." She said, "We did it." He said, "They did it." She said, "Husband, we did it as much as they did." He said, "Aye, Cat, we did." Robb Stark, aged 20, walked into the small, careful side chamber a moment later. He walked in with his small, careful Stark gray doublet on him, and the small, careful Stark sword, "Brother of mine," at his belt. Jon had given him the small, careful sword the year before, as a coming-of-age gift, on the morning of his 19th name day, with the small private remark that it was a sword for the man who would be Warden of the North, not for the boy who had been a bastard. And Robb had wept. And Jon had not wept, because he had spent his weeping on it the night before, alone in the Godswood. Robb walked in with the small, careful step of a young lord of Winterfell who had, this morning, ridden alone from his small, careful lodgings at the Tower of the Hand to the small, careful gate of the Red Keep, accompanied by no servant. He sat down on the small, careful settle beside his lady mother. He took her hand. He said, "Mother." She said, "My son." He said, "We are going home." She said, "Yes." He said, "In the morning." She said, "In the morning." In the great hall outside, the High Septon was anointing the king's forehead. The work was done. The work was not done. The work would not be done until the long night came. The long night came in 303 AC. The wall. It came on the 2nd night of the 3rd moon. It came on a cold, black wind out of the north. It came over the wall in a small, careful wave, against the small, careful defense of the small, careful army that Robb Stark and Jon Stark had been building, in the small, careful north, for the last 10 years. The defense had been built with the small, careful patience of men who had walked the broken road once. The wall was held by 10,000 men of the Watch and the Wildlings, which was 3 times the wall's manpower in any record of any year of any Stark. Castle Black, Eastwatch, the Shadow Tower, Stoned or Greyguard, Westwatch, Long Barrow, Sable Hall, Rhymegate, Icemark, Hoarfrost Hill, Greyguard, Sentinel Stand, Oakenshield, Woodswatch by the Pool, Deep Lake, Queensgate, the Night Fort. Every one of the small old castles of the wall had been re-garrisoned and restaffed, on the Regency's gold and the North's labor, by careful work begun in 295 AC. The Night Fort of all the castles had been restaffed first, because John Stark in his old life had spent a great deal of time at the Night Fort and knew the small, careful weaknesses of its garrisoning. The Night Fort had 120 wildling rangers and a small, careful steward and a small, careful meister of its own. This winter, the wall was also held by Tormund Giantsbane, who had been brought south through the wall in 297 with 80,000 of his free folk under a small, careful treaty negotiated by John Stark himself, on a journey north taken in his 15th year, in the dead of winter, with 3 dragons in attendance and a small, careful escort of northern bannermen. The treaty had given the free folk small, careful lands in the gift north of Winterfell, which had been empty land for 200 years, and which, on John Stark's careful negotiation, was now the home of small, careful free folk holdings flying small, careful Stark-friendly banners. Tormund Giantsbane and the small, careful chieftains of the 80,000 had sworn, in their own way, on the heart trees of the north, that they would hold the wall when the dead came. The dead came. The dead came in the second night of the 3rd moon of 303 AC, in a cold, black wind out of the deep north. They came in a wave that could be seen, even at midnight, by the small, careful watchmen on the parapets at Eastwatch, as a small, slow tide of white shapes moving on the dark snow at the foot of the wall. The watchmen lit their small, careful signal fires. The signal fires were seen by Castle Black within the hour, and by Winterfell within the next 4 hours, and by White Harbor within the dawn, and by King's Landing. By means of the small, careful signal tower system, Lord Stannis Baratheon, in his small, careful regency, had ordered built along the King's Road in 300 AC within the 2nd day. The realm had been waiting. The realm had been waiting for 10 years. The realm, for once, for the small, careful one time in any record of any war, was ready. The dead, who had been ready for 13 days, had not expected this. The dead found at the wall not a thin, small, careful line of 3,000 sleepy men, but a thick wall of 10,000 armed men with dragon-glass-tipped arrows and dragon-glass-edged swords and Valyrian steel reforged. The reforging had been done by Maester Luwin's careful work on the recovery of the small, careful old Valyrian steel hoards at Storm's End, and Highgarden, and Casterly Rock and Sunspear, where small, careful gifts of small, careful Valyrian steel had been made to the Regency by the small, careful Lords Paramount in 301 AC for the small, careful purpose of the war that was coming, and where the reforging had been done by the small, careful work of a small, careful Cohoric smith named Tobho Mott, who had been brought north under contract and who had been working for 2 years in his small, careful forge at Winterfell, on the small, careful task of multiplying the realm's Valyrian steel by the small, careful process of subdivision and retempering, which was a small, careful art he had learned in his small, careful youth, and had been waiting all his small, careful life for a small, careful customer to commission. He had now 62 new Valyrian steel swords to his credit, of which 48 were now on the wall, in the hands of 48 of Tormund Giantsbane's small, careful warband leaders, and 48 of the Watch's small, careful officers. The dead came up the wall. They came up by a small, careful method that no living man had foreseen, because the dead had a queen they did not yet know they had, And the Queen of the Dead had a small, careful, tactical thought. She had her dead climb on the heads of their dead. She had her dead pile at the foot of the wall, in a small, careful, slow rampart of small, careful piled corpses, which grew, over the first night, by 20 feet. She had her dead climb the rampart, freeze in place, and add their bodies to it. She had her dead, in a small, careful, relentless way, build a small, careful ladder of themselves up against the wall. The watch on the parapet rained dragonglass arrows down upon them. The watch on the parapet rained burning pitch down upon them. The watch on the parapet rained, on the third night, 3 dragons down upon them. The dragons had arrived from the neck on the morning of the third day. They had flown north in formation. Cregan the Great Black, the size of a small castle, with Robb Stark on his back in a small, careful saddle of bog iron and leather. Brandon, the wicked-eyed Green, the size of a medium castle with no rider. Because Brandon had taken to no rider. Because Brandon was a small, careful, free creature of the air who had decided in the year of his 4th growth that no living man would sit on his shoulders. And Lyanna, the cream, the swiftest, the smallest of the 3, who was now the size of a great galleon. With Jon Stark on her back in a small, careful saddle of dragonglass and leather, and a small, careful greatsword of Valyrian steel, the reforged half of his uncle's ice, recommissioned by Tobho Mott for the new war, strapped along his back. 3 further dragons had come up behind them 2 days later. The 3 deaneries hatched dragons of Pentos, which had been brought back from across the sea in the year of 301, and which had been raised, in the small, careful nursery of the Deep Neck, by the small, careful care of Howland Reed and his son JON, who at 16 had become a small, careful greenseer of the 2nd rank in his own right. The 3 deaneries hatched were younger than the 3 Stark hatched. They were the size of great horses. They were not, in this first battle, ridden. They flew in formation behind their elder cousins like a small, careful escort of 3 large, fierce, impressionable adolescent dragons. 6 dragons in formation came down out of the sky over the wall on the 3rd night of the 3rd moon of 303 AC. They came down upon the small, careful rampart of the dead. They burned it. They burned it in a small, careful sweep that began at Eastwatch and ran in a small, careful, slow line west, all the way to the Shadow Tower. They burned a ladder of corpses 300 miles long. They burned, in the doing of it, 90,000 whites and a great deal of the small, careful, frozen marsh in front of the wall, which had, when the heat was applied to it, melted and refrozen in a small, careful, slick black wave of ice that no further white could climb. The dead, on the 4th night, broke off the assault on the wall. The dead, on the 4th night, sent their queen. The Queen of the Dead, the Night King, the small, careful, blue-eyed man of long ice and ancient grievance, who had not, in this turning of the wheel, yet revealed his last small, careful weapon, flew, on the 4th night, on an undead dragon of his own. The undead dragon was Viserion. Viserion had been one of Daenerys' 3 dragons. Viserion had died across the sea, in the small, careful catastrophe of the Queen's first attempt to land on Westeros in 301 AC. The catastrophe had been small, because Daenerys had not, in this turning of the wheel, been driven mad enough to take her dragons north. But Viserion had died of a fever, the same fever that had taken his queen, and his body had been wrapped, by his queen's small, careful provision, in oiled wool. And the oiled wool body had been buried in a small, careful place in the Dothraki Sea. The body had, in the small, careful, slow way the dead are made by the others, been found by the agents of the Night King, raised, and put on the small, careful, slow road back across the world. Viserion had arrived at the wall on the 4th night of the 3rd moon. He had arrived blue-eyed and snow-white and impossibly cold. He had a rider. The rider was the small, careful Night King himself. The Night King flew his small, careful blue ice dragon over the wall, on the fourth night, in a single small careful pass, and breathed his small careful blue ice flame on the parapet at the night fort. The night fort fell. The night fort fell because the small careful blue ice flame did not behave like fire. The small careful blue ice flame froze stone. It froze stone in a single great pass of itself. It froze men in mid-stride. It froze the parapet's great careful battlements into a small careful set of clean blue crystals which crumbled, the moment after they were touched by their queen's wing, into a small careful slide of icy rubble down the inner face of the wall. 100 feet of the wall came down. 100 feet of wall is not, in absolute terms, a great deal of wall. The wall is 300 miles long, but 100 feet of wall, in the small careful particular middle of a small careful night with a small careful frozen sea of corpses at the foot of it, is enough. The dead came through. The dead came through in a small careful flood. The dead came through with the small careful cold patience of the other's queen. The watch fell back. The watch fell back to the second prepared line, which was the line of small careful trenches and small careful wooden palisades that Robb Stark and Jon Stark had been building, on the small careful labor of 10,000 free folk and 10,000 northern levies, for the last 2 summers, at the small careful place 6 miles south of the wall where the Kingsroad crossed the small careful narrow valley that was the only south-flowing valley in the gift. The watch's second line held. The watch's second line held because Jon Stark and Robb Stark, on the morning of the 5th day, brought their dragons down on Viserion. It was the small, careful great fight of the long night. It was the small, careful fight 1,000 small, careful songs would, in 100 years' time, be sung about. It was Cregan and Brandon and Lyanna, 3 dragons of the line of Aegon V, in the air over the small, careful, narrow valley north of the Kingsroad, against a small, careful, blue-white ghost of a dragon larger than any one of them. Viserion was the largest. Viserion was, even dead, the heaviest and the most powerful, because Daenerys had fed her dragons in the small, careful way of an old Targaryen, and they had grown to be larger than any dragon since Aegon's own 3. Viserion was the size of a small, careful keep. Viserion was a third again the size of Cregan, but Viserion was alone, and Viserion was dead, and Viserion was carrying the Night King. The 3 Stark-hatched dragons came at him in a small, careful formation Jon Stark had practiced, the past 2 summers, in the airspace over the deep neck. The formation was 3-on-1 in a small, careful Y. The small, careful black at the center, the small, careful green and the small, careful cream at the wings. The small, careful black went under. The small, careful green and the small, careful cream went over. The small, careful black, on Jon Stark's small, careful signal, climbed up under Viserion's belly and breathed the small, careful red-orange yellow of dragon's fire upon him. Viserion screamed. Viserion's queen, the small, careful Night King in his small, careful blue ice, looked down at the small, careful red and the small, careful black coming at him from below, and did not move quickly enough. The Night King had not, in his small, careful, long 1,000 years, been attacked by 3 dragons in formation. The Night King had had 10 years to prepare for his small, careful, slow campaign, and in those 10 years he had, the small, careful Stark brothers had calculated, prepared every small, careful thing he had thought of. He had not thought of 3 dragons in formation, because he had not known there were 3 dragons. He had not known there were 6 dragons. The 3 younger Daenerys-hatched dragons came down out of the high clouds at this moment, in a small, careful 3 formation of their own. They came down on Viserion's back. They came down with the small, careful instinct of young dragons who had been raised to know the small, careful smell of one of their own who had been turned wrong. They were smaller. They were younger. They were 3. They piled onto Viserion's small, careful back like 3 eagles on a small, careful crow. They broke his small, careful spine. Viserion fell. Viserion fell out of the sky in a long, slow tumble. The Night King, who had been on Viserion's back, fell with him. The Night King fell into the small, careful, narrow valley north of the King's Road, in front of the small, careful second line of palisades, in the small, careful sight of 10,000 armed Northmen and free folk and watchmen. He landed on his small, careful feet. He landed because he was, even in falling, the small, careful Night King, and he had been falling for 10,000 years already, and he knew how. He stood in the small, careful snow of the small, careful valley. He looked up. Above him, in the small, careful air, Jon Stark on Lyanna circled and came down. He came down on his small, careful cream dragon to a small, careful distance 10 feet above the snow. He drew his small, careful greatsword of reforged Valyrian steel. He looked at the small, careful, blue-eyed king of the dead. He said, and 10,000 men heard him, because the small, careful valley was a small, careful natural amphitheater, and because Jon Stark's small, careful voice had been trained by 10 years of small, careful command. Brother, I do not know what you were. I do not know what you are. I know what you have done. I know what you have come for. You will not have it. He brought the small, careful Valyrian steel greatsword down. The Night King raised his small, careful spear of dark ice. The spear of dark ice and the small, careful sword of Valyrian steel met in a small, careful, clean, shocking ring that 10,000 men heard. The ring went out of the small, careful valley like a bell. The Night King's spear shattered. The Night King looked at the small, careful, broken haft of his spear. He looked at Jon Stark. He smiled. It was the only small, careful expression he had made in 10,000 years. It was a small, careful expression of a small, careful man who has, in his small, careful, long defeat, found, at the small, careful last moment, a small, careful peace. He fell. He fell because the small, careful Valyrian steel sword had, in the small, careful instant of the meeting of spear and sword, passed through the small, careful haft of the spear, and through the small, careful chest of the small, careful man. And the small, careful man was, like all his small, careful brothers, a small, careful blue glass thing that shattered when the small, careful right metal touched its small, careful heart. He shattered. In a small, careful blue cloud, with a small, careful breath of cold air that lifted 10,000 men's hair, the small, careful Night King ceased to be. And in the same instant, in the very small, careful same instant, as 10,000 men reported afterwards in their small, careful sworn statements to the citadel, every wight in the small, careful valley, every wight in the small, careful frozen marsh, every wight on the small, careful broken wall, every wight in the small, careful frozen north, fell. They fell as a small, careful field of grass falls when the wind goes out. They lay in the small, careful snow. They did not move again. The long night ended on the morning of the 13th day. It had not been a long night. It had been a small, careful night, by the standards of the last one, which had lasted a generation. This one had lasted 13 days. This one had not destroyed the realm. It had destroyed the Night King. It had destroyed the dead. It had, in its small, careful final spasm, destroyed 300 men of the wall, 600 free folk, 1,200 northern bannermen, 51 Valyrian steel swords, of which 48 could be reforged, Viserion, the parapet at the Night Fort, which would be rebuilt by Tobho Mot's small, careful nephews in the spring of 305, the small, careful pride of every Lord Paramount who had ever doubted Lord Eddard Stark's small, careful prophecies, and the small, careful left arm of Robb Stark, the left arm. It had been taken at the wrist on the 4th day, by a small, careful blue-flamed white spear that had punched up through the saddle of the small, careful black dragon Cregan, as Robb was lifting his small, careful arm to signal a wing formation. It had been taken so cleanly that Robb had not known it was off, for a small, careful instant, until he had looked down at his small, careful, empty wrist, and seen the small, careful absence of his hand. He had cauterized the wound himself, by the small, careful method of pressing the small, careful, smoldering hot pommel of his Valyrian steel sword against the small, careful stump, mid-flight, with the small, careful dragon's left wing beating in his ear, because he had not had the time to dismount and find a meister. The cauterization had been sloppy. The arm had been finished off, in the small, careful field hospital of the second line, by a small, careful surgeon of the watch named Meister Quentin. Meister Quentin had taken the small, careful stump back to the small, careful joint of the elbow, in a small, careful, clean amputation, because the small, careful infection had begun. The infection had been beaten in the next 4 days by a small, careful regimen of milk of the poppy and small, careful daily cleansings. Robb Stark, by the end of the long night, had a small, careful stump where his small, careful left arm had been. He had also, by the end of the long night, become a man with a small, careful new manner of riding, a small, careful new manner of fighting, a small, careful new manner of holding his small, careful new daughter. His lady wife had given birth, in 302, to a small, careful daughter named Liara, and a small, careful new manner of being in his small, careful, slow way, the Warden of the North. He bore the arm's loss with the small, careful, stark composure he had been raised in. He did not, in the long, careful month after the long night, complain. He did, in the long, careful month after the long night, sit one evening in the small, careful Lord Commander's chamber at Castle Black, with his small, careful younger brother JON at his elbow, with the small, careful coal fire and the small, careful brazier between them, with a small, careful cup of small, careful wine in his small, careful right hand, and look out the small, careful window at the small, careful red dusk on the small, careful snow, and say, "Brother." JON said, "Brother." Robb said, "I have been thinking." JON said, "I." Robb said, "I do not just now remember the morning at the heart tree." JON was silent for a long count of 3. JON said, "Nor do I." Robb said, "I remember it like a story. I remember being told the story. I do not remember the morning the way I have remembered it for 13 years. The morning it has begun to be a thing I read once and not a thing I lived." JON said, "I." Robb said, I think it is leaving us, brother." JON said, "Yes." Robb said, "The dreams, the old dreams. The faces. The catspaw, the wedding, the wall. I had Ollie's face in my dreams for 13 years, and last night I could not, in the small, careful way I dreamed it, remember the color of his eyes. I think it is leaving." JON said, "It is." Robb said, "Brother, are you afraid?" JON said, "Yes." Robb said, "Why?" JON said, "Because if we forget, we have to live the way men live who have never lived twice. We have to live without knowing." Robb said, "I." JON said, "And we will be only ourselves." Robb said, "I." JON said, "Brother, I am afraid of being only myself." Robb said, "Brother, you will not be only yourself. I will be by you. I will be by you all my life. We have come too far together to be only ourselves anymore." JON said, "I." They drank. Outside in the small, careful courtyard of Castle Black, in the small, careful red dusk, a small, careful brother of the watch, small, lean, gray-bearded, with a small, careful walk, was carrying a small, careful bucket of small, careful water to the small, careful kitchen. The small, careful brother of the watch was Joffrey Baratheon. He was 14. He had been on the wall for 3 years. He had a small, careful set of small, careful pale Lannister scars on his small, careful arms from the small, careful first 3 months. He had a small, careful new small, careful patience in his small, careful small face. He walked past the small, careful Lord Commander's window. He looked up. He saw the 2 small, careful brothers in the small, careful chamber. He did not, in his small, careful new way, look at them for more than a small, careful heartbeat. He kept walking. He carried the small, careful bucket to the small, careful kitchen. Inside, JON said, "Brother." Robb said, "I." JON said, "We saved them." Robb said, "I, brother. We saved them. Spring." The spring came. It came in the small, careful way springs come after long winters. Slow, with a small, careful unwillingness, with the small, careful melt going on for 3 weeks before the small, careful first true green showed. It came on the King's Road. It came in the Wolf's Wood. It came on the small, careful battlements of the small, careful broken parapet at the night fort, where Tabho Mot's small, careful nephews had begun the small, careful work of laying the small, careful new stones in the small, careful old plan. It came, last of all, in the small, careful godswood of Winterfell, where 2 small, careful brothers, on a small, careful morning very like the morning of the spring equinox of 290 AC, came down through the small, careful trees with the small, careful slow step of men who had grown old in their small, careful good age. Robb Stark was 21 years old. He had a small, careful empty sleeve. He had a small, careful smile on his small, careful mouth. He walked with the small, careful slight lean of a man whose body had to do its small, careful balancing without one limb. He wore the small, careful gray and white surcoat of the Warden of the North, with the small, careful direwolf of his house on his breast. Jon Stark was 20 years old. He had a small, careful set of small, careful pale scars on his small, careful wrist from the small, careful saddle straps of a small, careful cream dragon. He wore the small, careful gray and white surcoat of his uncle's house, with the small, careful direwolf of his house on his breast, and the small, careful 3-headed dragon of his father's house quartered with it. He walked with the small, careful long step of a man who had been a king once, in one small, careful long ago war he could no longer quite remember, and who had, in his second life, refused the small, careful crown twice over. They came to the heart tree. They knelt in the moss. They sat in the small, careful red shadow of the small, careful weirwood face. They did not speak for a long while. The wind moved in the canopy. The heart tree's red eyes wept their small, slow red sap onto the small, careful moss. Robb said, "Brother." Jon said, "Brother." Robb said, "We did it." Jon said, "We did it together." Robb said, "The old gods knew." Jon said, "Aye, they did, they sat." Robb said, "Brother." Jon said, "I." Robb said, I cannot remember the morning. I have been trying since the new moon. I cannot remember the morning. I cannot remember the heart tree on the spring equinox of 290. I cannot remember the small, careful look of the moss on that morning. I cannot, Jon. I cannot remember being a king. Jon said, "Nor I, brother." Robb said, "I cannot remember dying." Jon said, "Nor I." Robb said, "I do not remember Ollie." Jon said, "I do not remember Ollie's name. I remember a small, careful boy. I do not remember his small, careful eyes. I do not remember his small, careful voice. I do not remember the small, careful turning of his small, careful mouth when he said for the watch. I do not remember it. It is gone." Robb said, "We did the work." Jon said, "We did the work." Robb said, "We do not need it now." Jon said, "We do not need it now." The wind moved in the canopy. A small, careful single red leaf came twirling down on a small, thin string of air and settled neatly between them on the small, careful moss. Jon picked it up. He looked at it. The small, careful veins of the small, careful leaf were the small, careful color of arterial blood. He laid the small, careful leaf between their 2 folded hands. He said, "Robb." He said, "Robb, we saved them all." He said, "Mother is in her solar this morning, reading. Father is in the great hall this morning, hearing petitions. Sansa is in the Meister's tower this morning, taking her morning lesson. Arya is in the yard this morning, riding her small, careful pony. Bran is on the inner wall this morning, climbing it like a frog. Rickon is in the kennel this morning, barking at his small, careful black wolf. Theon is in the small, careful Iron Islands this morning, in his small, careful father's hall, holding his small, careful father's hand, on the small, careful day after his small, careful father has named him Lord of the Iron Islands. Hodor is in the kitchen this morning, singing to himself, in his small, careful sweet tenor. Lyanna is in her small careful cave this morning, sleeping with her small careful cream wings folded close. Egon is on the small careful iron throne this morning, in his small careful red and black, hearing his small careful first morning of small careful petitions. Stannis is on Dragonstone this morning, walking his small careful battlements, with his small careful daughter laughing on his small careful shoulder. Tyrion is in his small careful chair this morning, at the small careful master of coins small careful desk, counting the small careful gold of the small careful realm. Jaime is in his small careful chamber this morning, teaching his small careful nephew Tommen how to hold a small careful sword. Tommen is small careful learning. Miachella is in her small careful chamber in Sunspear this morning, painting a small careful watercolor of a small careful orange tree. Catelyn, our mother, is humming to herself, brother. I can hear her from here. She is humming the small careful song we made up for Sansa when Sansa was 3. Father is laughing. I can hear him from here. He laughs the small careful Stark laugh. He paused. He said, we did it, brother. He said, we did it. Robb said, we did it. They sat. Then, and this was by the small careful private count of the heart tree, the small careful last small careful thing, Robb said very softly, brother. What were the names of the dragons? Jon paused. He thought about it. He thought about it for a small careful count of 7. He said, I do not remember. He said, I remember they had names. I remember they were ours. I remember we hatched them at the small careful heart tree. I remember the small careful black one chose you. I remember the small careful cream one chose me. I remember they were our friends. I remember, Robb, I remember loving them. But the names, he paused. He said, they are gone. Robb said, they are gone. He said very softly, brother. Then we are only us now. Jon said, I. Robb said, brother, I love you. Jon said, brother, I love you. They embraced. They sat for a long time. The wind moved in the canopy. The heart tree's red eyes wept their small, slow red sap onto the small, careful moss. Somewhere overhead, a small, careful cream dragon, the small, careful cream dragon whose name had, in the morning of the spring equinox of 303 AC, very quietly slipped out of the small, careful memory of the man who had hatched her, circled, very softly, over the small, careful keep of Winterfell, on the small, careful warm spring wind, in the small, careful first light of the small, careful spring sun. A small, careful boy, a small, careful Cranogman's son, age 16, with small, careful gray-green eyes the color of a small, careful winter sea, stood at the gate of the small, careful Godswood, with a small, careful folded letter in his small, careful hand, addressed to the small, careful Lord of Winterfell. The small, careful Cranogman's son was Jojen Reed. The small, careful letter was from his small, careful father. He did not enter the small, careful Godswood. He waited by the small, careful gate, with the small, careful patience of a small, careful greenseer of the 2nd rank, until the small, careful brothers in the small, careful moss inside should be ready to come out. The small, careful brothers in the small, careful moss inside did not, that morning, come out for a long time. When they did come out, they came out with the small, careful steady step of 2 small, careful men who had no further memory of the small, careful first life they had lived, who had no further memory of the small, careful catspaw, or the small, careful wedding, or the small, careful wall, who had only the small, careful good life they had lived in their 2nd one, and the small, careful certainty that they had been brothers in it, and the small, careful, long, careful day's work in front of them. They walked out of the small, careful Godswood. They walked across the small, careful inner ward. They walked into the small, careful great hall, where their small, careful father was hearing his small, careful morning's petitions, and their small, careful mother was, in the small, careful balcony above, watching the small, careful petitions with her small, careful Tully eyes, and their small, careful sisters were in the small, careful small chamber off to the side, and their small, careful brothers were in the small, careful yard outside, and their small, careful family was in every small, careful chamber, and small, careful corner of the small, careful keep of Winterfell, alive. The small, careful work was done. The wolves were home, and as the small, careful sun rose over the small, careful inner wall of Winterfell, in the small, careful spring of 303 AC, in the small, careful new world, Jon Stark and Robb Stark, two small, careful brothers, in two small, careful matching surcoats, with two small, careful matching swords, walked into the small, careful great hall, and took their small, careful places by the small, careful fire, and began the small, careful, long, careful good day of the small, careful rest of their lives. The work was done. The old gods had been right. The wolves were home. End.